Chapter 1 Invitation. Husband, this is too ridiculous. How about we just forget about it? We can give him some financial compensation and let him go back. Wife, didn't you agree before? Now we have finally found a satisfactory candidate, and now you regret it? Wife, don't be nervous or shy. According to our arrangement, you will have nothing to do with him and there will be no chance for him to meet again. In a room in a luxurious villa, a well-dressed man with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist is trying hard to persuade a woman. The woman has a slim and well-proportioned figure, fair and delicate skin, long black hair, shiny and moving, falling on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her face is oval, with a pointed chin, big and bright peach blossom eyes. Her nose is straight and small, and her lips are rosy and elastic, giving people a gentle and charming feeling. Wife, don't delay, let's get started, others are already waiting impatiently. The man decided to warm up first, then maybe things would go more smoothly, so he gently hugged the woman and kissed her lightly on the lips. Hubby, no. A tall and handsome young man was sitting on the sofa in the hall, watching everything that happened in the room with a red face. His name is Zhang Yi, he is 24 years old this year. He has not found a satisfactory job for 2 years after graduating from university, so he has been changing jobs and has not been able to settle down. Now I am unemployed and so poor that I have to eat dirt. The girl met the man in the room while playing games online. At first, the man said he would introduce her to a high-paying job. He asked about Zhang Yi's condition in detail and asked Zhang Yi to go to the hospital for a checkup, get a health certificate, and become a personal butler. This is a bit like a scam. Maybe just trick him into coming over and lick his kidney. However, the man promised to pay 10,000 yuan and reimburse the round-trip fare. He paid 5,000 yuan in advance and then booked a plane ticket for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chose to believe it and boldly flew from Suzhou to Shenzhen. He was then picked up by the man in a Rolls-Royce Phantom and taken to this luxurious villa worth over 100 million yuan. Just by taking a quick glimpse from outside the door, Zhang Yi discovered that the woman in the room was incredibly beautiful, and was even more beautiful than in the photo. She was definitely a top-notch beauty, not to mention stunningly beautiful, but definitely a woman that a poor loser like him would never be able to touch in his lifetime. He wanted to have a kiss. The desire in Zhang Yi's heart was like gasoline being ignited, turning into a blazing flame. He stood up quickly, walked towards the room with rapid breathing, and soon arrived at the door of the room. His fiery eyes immediately fell on the delicate and beautiful woman. Unfortunately, his gaze was too scorching, and his breathing was a little louder. The woman woke up instantly, broke free quickly, and hurriedly tidied her clothes, panicking and pouting, "Husband, it's still broad daylight, you should be careful." The man came out, put his hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder and sat on the sofa. "Stay here for now and take a rest. I'll pay for the food and lodging, and give you a subsidy of 300 yuan a day. Is that okay? Free food and lodging, plus a 300 a day allowance? Is there such a good deal?" Zhang Yi was overjoyed and nodded, "Okay, just tell me when you need me." The man nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and walked to the door of the room. He said to the woman who was still nervous and ashamed, "Wife, I have to go out for something. Please entertain Xiao Zhang." "Don't want." The woman's face was filled with fear and nervousness. She walked over and tried to grab the man to stop him from leaving. But it was too late. The man had already walked quickly to the front door, opened it, and walked away. So the only people left in the luxurious villa were the young, handsome, and tall Zhang Yi and the beautiful, sexy, and charming woman. A single man and a single woman, in the same room. Unprecedented expectations and desires surged into Zhang Yi's heart. Chapter 2 Communication. The woman stood at the bedroom door, feeling too embarrassed to move forward or backward. Now I can see clearly that she is at least 1.7 meters tall and has an extremely perfect S-curve. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and black hair like clouds. She has a hot body and elegant temperament. So beautiful. Zhang Yi was extremely amazed and became even more excited. He walked over boldly and praised, "Sister, you are so beautiful, much prettier than in the photo. I almost suspected that you were a star. Is she really as beautiful as you say? I'm 28 years old, I'm not confident anymore, and I haven't heard anyone praise me like this in a long time." The woman looked at Zhang Yi shyly. The sound is clear and pleasant, very pleasant to the ear. Seeing that the woman was willing to communicate, Zhang Yi was overjoyed and encouraged. He quietly took 2 steps closer and said sincerely, "Of course, I think even big stars can't compare to you. You are not old at all, you look only 20 years old. Look at how good your skin is, so tender that you can squeeze water out of it. Your hair is so black, like dark clouds, like coal. It is a great honor for my brother to marry you. You're making me feel embarrassed. The woman looked at Zhang Yi shyly. You are also very handsome, much more handsome than in the videos and photos, and much more handsome than my husband when he was young. Sister, I feel close to you when I see you, as if I have met the most important person in my life. Perhaps, we had an appointment in our previous life. Zhang Yi couldn't help but move a little closer. The woman was so nervous that she almost suffocated. She took a step back quickly and warned, What do you want to do? Zhang Yi's dirty thoughts were exposed. He dared not continue and quickly took a few steps back. The woman let out a long sigh and took the opportunity to retreat back to the room, slamming the door and locking it. She slumped against the door, her heart pounding wildly. Just now she was so afraid that Zhang Yi would hug her. Fortunately, he didn't do that. Not a bad character. After a long while, the woman calmed down, opened the door again, and said to Zhang Yi, who had returned to the sofa, You must be very tired after the flight. You can go into that guest room to rest. Okay. Zhang Yi happily agreed and carried his suitcase into the guest bedroom. The guest bedroom is spacious, clean, and luxurious. Not only is there a big bed, but there is also a desk that looks very high-end, with a brand new laptop on the desk. What a rich man. Zhang Yi secretly sighed and felt extremely envious. When will I be able to have such a luxurious and happy home? Maybe never in this life? Zhang Yi shook his head in self-mockery, not daring to think too much. Lying on the soft Simmons bed, I slowly fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Yi took out a towel and toothbrush and walked out. Go into the bathroom and wash your face and brush your teeth. At the same time, he was secretly looking for the woman. But she was not found, and her door was closed. Soon Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, casually browsing his phone. Suddenly, the door of her room opened. The woman came out. She changed her clothes. White tight skirt, white high heels. She looks taller and more graceful. Sexy, beautiful, and full of charm. Zhang Yi's breathing was rapid, his heart beat faster, and his blood was boiling. The woman glanced at Zhang Yi quickly and then looked away. Her face turned slightly red, making her look even more beautiful. Sister, is there anything I can help you with? In order to avoid embarrassment, Zhang Yi took the initiative to ask. It's nothing. I don't need your help. The woman shyly refused and walked into the kitchen gracefully. Sister, when will Big Brother come back? Zhang Yi asked again. Night. The woman became even more shy, as if she was thinking of something embarrassing. She started washing rice, cooking, and vegetables. Sister, let me help you. Zhang Yi walked into the kitchen and stood side by side with her to wash vegetables. I accidentally touched the woman's delicate hand. The woman felt as if she had received an electric shock or was frightened by a deer. She blushed and moved away. I don't need your help. Just go watch TV. All right. Zhang Yi was afraid of scaring her, so he could only retreat reluctantly. Sitting on the sofa and thinking about random things. If this is my Zhang Yi's home, this woman is my wife. Now she is cooking for me. How wonderful that would be. But the reality is that I am just a loser, extremely poor and unemployed. Well. A poor man has little ambition, and a thin horse has long hair. While Zhang Yi was complaining, feeling inferior and feeling self-pity, the woman quickly prepared the meal. 3 dishes in 1 soup. It's delicious and has good color, aroma, and taste. Come and have dinner, would you like a drink? The woman took out a bottle of high-end red wine from the wine cabinet and looked at Zhang Yi with an inquiring look. Let's have a few drinks together. Zhang Yi took the red wine and opened it with a corkscrew. I poured a glass for her and myself. The color was as bright as blood and very beautiful. Red wine beauty. Candlelight dinner. Very romantic and family atmosphere. Zhang Yi wanted her to drink a few more glasses, but she refused. Just had 1 drink. After dinner, Zhang Yi took the initiative to wash the dishes. The woman hid back in the room. After a while, the man came back with an expectant look on his face. Asked about the situation first. Zhang Yi did not hide anything and reported everything. At the end, he said, Brother, why don't I go back as soon as possible? This is certainly not the truth. But it must be said so that men can be assured of his character. The man was indeed very satisfied. He patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said, "I asked you to come here with her consent. We carefully selected you. You should work hard here." Aha! Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly. I also began to look forward to it. Chapter 3: Trembling. The woman had just finished bathing. She walked out of the bathroom gracefully wearing a cool white suspender skirt. Her oval face was fair and rosy, her peach blossom eyes were watery, and her eyelashes were very long and fluttering. Of course she saw the two grown men come in, but she didn't say a word. Instead, she shyly picked up the hairdryer and blew her wet hair. "Go blow dry her hair." Zhang Yi's scalp tingled, but he still walked over obediently. "Sister, let me help you." Then he snatched the hairdryer from the woman's hand and started to blow her hair. The woman was stunned, and a gorgeous red cloud rose on her face, as if the sunset in the sky had fallen down and landed on her face. "I can do it myself, you go away." Out of woman's modesty, she stopped it immediately, not wanting to continue such ambiguity and awkwardness. "Honey, it's okay." The man walked quickly to her and put his arms around her slender waist. He could only pretend to be calm and continue to blow dry her hair. Her hair was so beautiful, as black as coal, and very thick, and very long, really down to her waist. Because of her good hair quality, her hair cascaded down from her waist like a black waterfall, and also like black satin. It feels very good in the hand too. Zhang Yi breathed deeply, breathing in the fragrance of shampoo and shower gel, as well as a special body scent that was refreshing and very comfortable. So, he blew slowly, with a small breeze, just to make it blow longer. The woman was standing on tiptoe with her back facing Zhang Yi. Therefore, Zhang Yi could not see the woman's face. He could only see her waterfall-like hair, her white swan neck revealed when her hair was lifted up, and her ears dyed red. A feast for the eyes. So beautiful and so tempting. Zhang Yi secretly admired and envied the man immensely, actually marrying such a beautiful and virtuous woman. He must be extremely happy. Boom, boom, boom. The woman's heart almost jumped out of her chest. Her mind went blank. But the man held her tightly, she could not escape, and inexplicably did not want to escape. This feeling is so wonderful that it has never been achieved before. Zhang Yi felt her breath and tenderness. This time the woman did not show any disgust, but just shook her back gently, as if she was refusing, but also as if she was responding. "I am happy." Zhang Yi inexplicably felt an unprecedented excitement and beauty, and he continued to blow her hair. 10 minutes passed quickly. Zhang Yi couldn't delay any longer. He stopped reluctantly and stepped aside regretfully. "Wife, you two have become familiar with each other today. Xiao Zhang is indeed an honest man, tall and handsome, and a graduate of a key university. He meets our requirements very well." The man whispered in the woman's ear. "I have no idea," the woman said in a dreamy voice. "The handsome guy in front of me is obviously an innocent little boy. There is no doubt that a woman like me is very attractive to him. Wife, don't hesitate or delay." After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yi and the woman were the only ones left in the room. The air is filled with a strong scent of hormones. "Madam, don't be nervous." Zhang Yi comforted her with rapid breathing. Chapter 4: Struggle. The woman lay on the bed shyly and nervously, her suspender skirt unable to cover her body. She didn't dare to look at Zhang Yi. "Let your heart beat wildly." When she was picked up by his strong arms just now, her mind went blank. "I can't act normally now and can only wait passively." Zhang Yi finally couldn't control himself. The rich fragrance completely enveloped him, making him tremble as if he was drunk and unable to bear it. The woman trembled as if she had stepped on high-voltage electricity, but she miraculously recovered her strength, pushed Zhang Yi away, and sat up immediately. "I've gotten to know you, investigated you, and know that you're a kind person. Tell me, do you approve of this behavior? Answer me, okay?" The woman begged. She was too embarrassed to discuss this matter with her bestie or friends, so she could only discuss it with the handsome guy they invited. "Although I don't agree with it, and most people don't agree with it, some people do, because it's simple, convenient, and not troublesome at all. It depends on whether you are willing to be a minority or the majority." Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a nonchalant manner. "I just don't know." The woman rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi and became even more conflicted. Zhang Yi took a deep breath of the intoxicating fragrance and said softly, "Sister, I know what you are worried about, but since your husband is willing, your worries are unnecessary. People are complex and changeable. My husband agrees now, but he may not be happy in the future. The woman said seriously. I want to say sorry, because I haven't made up my mind yet and need time to think carefully, so I'll ask you to leave first. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. If the answer is yes, then we are destined to be together. Otherwise, I can only ask you to return to Gusu. The woman's voice was very gentle, but her expression was firm. Okay. Zhang Yi really didn't want to go out, but since the woman had said so much, he felt embarrassed to stay there. He reluctantly got out of bed, walked out, and explained the situation to the man sitting on the sofa. My wife has too many concerns, but it's okay, I will convince her. The man was also a little depressed. After saying this mysteriously, he walked into the room again. Although he closed the door, it left a gap as big as a fist. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look through the gap. But the man walked back, hugged the woman and started to be intimate. The woman said coquettishly, "Husband, the door is not closed yet." After a long time, the man lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The woman took a bath and walked to the door quietly with an intoxicating fragrance. She was only wearing cool pajamas, her pretty face was rosy, her eyes were watery, and she was incredibly sexy and charming. She shyly said to Zhang Yi outside the door, "Go and have a rest, don't stand here." After saying that, she closed the door gently and locked it. Zhang Yi knew they were very happy. But their happiness had nothing to do with him. He was also very envious. I envy men for having such a virtuous, beautiful, and sexy wife. How nice it would be if she were my wife. Then I will spoil her to the sky. What a pity, I am a poor man with nothing. How can I be qualified to marry such a high-quality, virtuous and gentle beauty? Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. I opened the window and the wind came in, bringing darkness with it. Zhang Yi turned off the lights. He let the darkness swallow him and the night wind cut his face. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. But I couldn't fall asleep. Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone, casually browsed the news for a while, and then started contacting a college classmate on WeChat. Luo Ming, are you asleep? I have something to tell you. I plan to go to Xincheng to join you. It will only take a few days. Please be prepared. There was no response for a long time. Zhang Yi threw away his phone, covered his head with the quilt, and fell asleep with difficulty. When he woke up, it was already daybreak. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and found that Luo Ming had replied, "Waiting for you to come. Don't worry, you can find a job here." The man also left a message to Zhang Yi. I persuaded her for a long time last night, and she basically agreed. There should be no problem today. I have something to go out. Boom boom boom. May I come inside? Zhang Yi was just about to get up when there was a gentle knock on the door and a woman's voice came from outside. Soft and sticky. It's comfortable to listen to. She came to my room so early in the morning? Zhang Yi was very excited and looking forward to it. His heart began to beat wildly. Chapter 5, Inferiority. Come in. Zhang Yi sat up from the bed and looked towards the door with a little nervousness. As soon as the words fell, the door was pushed open. The woman walked in gracefully. Cheongsam plus high heels. The black hair was piled high on the head, like a towering green mountain. Tie it up with a jade hairpin, revealing a swan neck as white as jade. She also put on light makeup and painted her lips red, looking bright and tempting. It's really beautiful. Zhang Yi secretly took a deep breath and his heart began to beat wildly. Zhang Yi, I thought about it last night. The woman took out a stack of money and put it on Zhang Yi's quilt. Here is 5,000 yuan. Pack it up and go back immediately. So she asked me to leave immediately. Zhang Yi's heart instantly turned cold, as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his head, chilling him from head to heels. All the expectations and beauty disappeared, leaving only endless bitterness and depression. In fact, he wasn't looking forward to it too much, but the text message the man left made him particularly excited. Because he really liked this beautiful and dignified woman whose name he didn't even know, perhaps it was love at first sight. Of course I look forward to having sex with her. It's a pity that we are not destined to be together. Zhang Yi calmed down and looked at her reluctantly. Does Big Brother know? I have contacted him, he agreed, and asked me to say sorry to you on his behalf. The woman lowered her eyes, her face full of apology. Brother said earlier that persuasion was effective, but he changed his mind right away. Isn't this just teasing me? Zhang Yi's dissatisfaction exploded, and he threw the money on the ground. Do you think I'm so easy to talk to, that I can come when you call me and go away when you wave me away? I'm sorry, I can add another $2,000 to make up for your discomfort. The woman took out another 2,000 yuan, bent down to pick up the bills on the ground, and put them on the table. Including the advance payment, the total profit is 12,000? He knew that he was now very arrogant and had an abominable appearance. But in fact, he just couldn't bear to leave her. If you want to stay a little longer, you can look at her a few more times and remember her forever in your heart. In the future, when I am on the lonely road of life, I can often recall these memories. Give yourself some comfort and warmth. In the past, I also had an ambiguous relationship with such an outstanding and beautiful woman. Pack up and leave immediately. Zhang Yi agreed nonchalantly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yi walked out of the villa gate dragging his suitcase. The woman stood at the door and watched Zhang Yi leave. Sister, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Zhang Yi turned around and looked at the woman reluctantly. Goodbye, work hard and live well. The woman said softly. Can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Yi asked impulsively. Can't. The woman shook her head firmly. There is no room for compromise. Can I know your name? I don't want to spend countless lonely nights in the future only recalling a woman whose name I don't know. How sad and painful that would be. Zhang Yi said painfully. Why do you remember me? The woman was ashamed, angry, and very embarrassed. Because the happiness you bring me will become my eternal memory, and it will also be one of the few happy moments in my life. Zhang Yi said sadly. You have low self-esteem? The woman frowned. You have investigated me, you know that I am a poor man, good for nothing except being handsome and kind. I try very hard to change, but fate in life always hit me hard. Apart from feeling inferior, what else can I do? Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and laughed at himself. Okay, go ahead. The woman waved her hand again. Sister, you haven't told me your name yet. Zhang Yi almost burst into tears. Lin Ruobing. Lin Ruobing? What a nice name. Zhang Yi murmured, and then said to her painfully, Sister, are we really not destined to be together? It's the end of fate. Lin Ruobing's heart ached slightly. She felt very sorry. Because she was so beautiful and sexy, she gave him an extremely wonderful imagination space. But he returned disappointed. Too cruel. But what can we do? I can't accept that way, and I don't want him to get deeper into trouble and suffer for the rest of his life. Sister, I'm leaving. Zhang Yi was in tears and left helplessly, dragging his suitcase. Disappear from her sight, disappear from her world. Perhaps, I am just a meteor that flew from somewhere unknown, passing through her world without causing any waves. I thought the matter ended there, but what Zhang Yi never dreamed of was that there would be a sequel, and his story and fate with Lin Ruobing had just begun. Chapter 6, Being Invited Back Again. A food stall near the airport. Zhang Yi met his old classmate Luo Ming. Luo Ming is not tall, only 1.68 meters, but he is very good at playing basketball. He has shed the immaturity of his college days and has become much more mature. He works in a plastic mold company and earns only about 8,000 or 9,000 yuan a month. He's not getting rich, but he's not starving either. To use his own words, it's just a miserable existence. As soon as he saw Zhang Yi, he gave Zhang Yi a big hug, exchanged some pleasantries, ordered some food, and served 4 bottles of beer. We ate and talked while reminiscing about our college days and the beautiful youth when we were fearless like a newborn calf. But Zhang Yi was always absent-minded and couldn't muster up any energy. My mind was filled with Lin Ruobing's cold and shy appearance. You look so depressed, are you heartbroken? Luo Ming finally discovered Zhang Yi's abnormality. I'm so poor now that I don't even have the qualifications to fall in love. How can I talk about heartbreak? Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. To him, Lin Ruobing was a woman from another world. Even if he worked hard all his life, stood on tiptoe, and raised his arms high, he probably couldn't reach her world. But just like a poor man seeing gold, he would of course be extremely greedy and want to hold it tightly in his hands. Unfortunately, I am just like a meteor passing through her world, or like a toad drooling at a white swan flying in the sky. How can I ever get her? Now I miss her and can't forget her, but I'm just asking for trouble and suffering. Are you afraid that you won't be able to find a job? Don't worry. Although the major we studied mechanical manufacturing technology and equipment is a bit outdated, we can get a job in a plastic mold factory. There are many such companies in Shenzhen. It won't be a problem to find a job, but the salary is average and it's hard to get over 10,000 yuan. Luo Ming said, I'll keep an eye out for you too. If the small company I work for hires, I'll recommend you to go there. Thank you very much. Zhang Yi nodded, took out 2 cigarettes, gave one to Luo Ming, and took one himself. Luo Ming got angry. So the two of them started smoking. As the smoke swirled, their thoughts drifted far away. During college, they often drank in food stalls and ordered a few cheap dishes, such as chili peppers with oil, stinky tofu, seasonal vegetables, and at most a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers. 5 brothers in the dormitory can enjoy the meal to their heart's content. Each person can eat 5 or 6 bowls of rice. At that time, how could I know what sorrow was? Have you ever thought that you will be at the bottom of society in the future? I am a college student and a social elite, and my future is as vast as the sea of stars. Well, my youth and ambition have all been blown away by the wind. Never coming back. Zhang Yi put out his cigarette, drank a glass of beer, and felt extremely bitter. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's cell phone on the table rang. When he picked it up, it turned out to be Lin Ruobing's husband calling. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly beat wildly for no apparent reason. He immediately walked aside and answered the phone. The familiar voice of the man came from the phone, with a hint of anxiety. Zhang Yi, how can you be so easily fooled? Whatever my wife says is the truth? She didn't even ask me if I was okay? I only found out after I came back that she drove you away. You should have called me to ask. I can't help it. I'm an honest man and I don't suspect she's lying to me. Do you have anything else to say? Zhang Yi pretended to be calm and indifferent. Where are you now? Have you returned to Gusu? The man asked. I bought a flight for the evening because it's much cheaper. I'm still at the airport. Zhang Yi's heart began to beat wildly again. Could it be that there is still hope? That's great, just cancel your ticket and I'll pick you up right away. The man said happily. But what if your wife chases me away again? Brother, I can't stand your torture. I think we should just forget it. Zhang Yi had a bitter face and said he would retreat in order to advance. Don't worry, there will be no problem this time. The man swore and pledged his all. You ask your wife to talk to me. If she is willing to let me go back, I will go back. Otherwise, forget it. Zhang Yi made a small request. Can. The man agreed, and then Zhang Yi vaguely heard the man trying his best to persuade Lin Ruobing, wife, let him come back. Her shy voice came from the phone, Zhang Yi, don't leave. Okay, I won't leave. Zhang Yi was both excited and expectant. Zhang Yi immediately found an excuse and said goodbye to his old classmate Luo Ming. Arrived at the place, agreed with the man. Start waiting quietly. Only waited for more than 10 minutes. The man drove there. To Zhang Yi's surprise, Lin Ruobing also came. Sitting gracefully in the back seat. But her face was covered with a shy blush. Get in the car. The man rolled down the car window and winked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi understood what he meant. He put the suitcase in the trunk first, then opened the back door, sat in, and slammed the door shut. The man immediately started the car and drove slowly towards the villa. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Ruobing carefully out of the corner of his eye. Her face showed helplessness and shyness, and she didn't dare to look at him. But he didn't look panicked and was not far away from him. So Zhang Yi boldly grabbed Lin Ruobing's delicate hand. He believed that men couldn't see, and that rearview mirrors had a limited field of view. And I guess they wouldn't say anything if they saw it. Lin Ruobing trembled slightly, and shook it gently a few times, but failed to get rid of it, so she stopped struggling. She also gave Zhang Yi a subtle look. She is really charming and captivating. Zhang Yi's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He continued to hold her delicate hand tightly, as if he had grasped the most important thing in his life. If only I could hold on to it forever. Chapter 7 Kiss. It's getting dark. The Mercedes-Benz drove very steadily and slowly. None of the three spoke. Zhang Yi also became more aggressive and boldly put his hand on her delicate and white legs. Lin Ruobing trembled slightly. She grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and tried to move it away, but of course she couldn't do it. Zhang Yi is much stronger than her. She was nervous and ashamed, but also inexplicably excited and expectant. But she tried her best to act calm and looked ahead, continuing to nervously observe the man's every move. The man looked in the rearview mirror and didn't notice the two people's secret, so he parked the car on the sidewalk and said, "I'm craving for a cigarette, let me go downstairs to smoke." He opened the car door and walked out. Obviously, this was to make it convenient for Zhang Yi and Lin Ruobing to get familiar with the small compartment, so as to avoid any trouble when they returned to the villa. There are few pedestrians here and it is very quiet. The man sat on the flower bed, smoking slowly. He was really addicted to smoking. He smoked one cigarette, took a break for a while, and then smoked the second one. Inside the car, the two people's breathing became rapid and their hearts were beating wildly. Of course, Lin Ruobing knew what Zhang Yi wanted to do. She gave Zhang Yi a fierce look, giving him a silent warning. But she had previously allowed Zhang Yi to touch her legs, so such a warning had no effect, so Zhang Yi boldly hugged her. "Don't want." Lin Ruobing was embarrassed and wanted to refuse. She turned her head to avoid it several times. But in the end, she was kissed by Zhang Yi. Obviously, this noble and beautiful woman also liked him, but she just never showed it. Bang! The car door suddenly opened. Zhang Yi and Lin Ruobing quickly let go. Everyone sat upright, without looking around. But Lin Ruobing's beautiful face completely betrayed her. She was emotional just now. Zhang Yi guessed that he was too timid this morning and failed to seize the good opportunity, otherwise he would not have been driven away. The man glanced at the two of them first and was overjoyed. She finally took a very important step. He walked into the cab, started the car and accelerated. Soon it merged into the rolling traffic. Soon they arrived near the villa area. "Wife, shall we go eat Western food?" Lin Ruobing nodded coldly in response. "In fact, I didn't dare to speak." So the man parked the car in front of a Western restaurant. 3 people got off the car. The man and Lin Ruobing walked arm in arm. Zhang Yi walked behind them, admiring her beautiful back with a fascinated look. After finding a seat by the window, the man let the woman sit in first, but then he let Zhang Yi and the woman sit together, and he sat down opposite them. The man ordered the food skillfully. Marseille fish soup, foie gras steak, guanching lobster, red wine pheasant, saffron chicken, chicken liver steak. Also ordered a bottle of high-end red wine. Oh my god, this meal alone is estimated to cost tens of thousands. Zhang Yi had already seen the prices, which were extremely shocking. And he had never eaten such expensive delicacies in his life. But it looks like the two of them enjoy such delicacies often and don't think it is expensive at all. It turns out that I and they are from two different worlds. They are rich and I am a poor loser. After the waiter used a corkscrew to open the red wine, Zhang Yi took the initiative to pour wine for the 3 of them. It was indeed a good wine, its color was as red as blood, its aroma was fragrant, and one breath of it was refreshing. "I don't want to drink, you guys drink it." Lin Ruobing pushed the wine glass away and said, "I'll drive later." "Let's all drink and call a designated driver later," the man said softly. "All right." Lin Ruobing hesitated for a long time before nodding shyly. Of course she understood what he meant. Only after drinking could she relax and not refuse again. And I actually accepted it. She cursed herself in her heart. "Lin Ruobing, oh Lin Ruobing, I didn't expect that you would also start to degenerate. Not only do I not feel ashamed, but I am also looking forward to that wonderful feeling. It's really hard to dislike this handsome young man. I seem to like him a little." "Then don't go home until you're drunk." The man's face was filled with joy, and his wife agreed to drink. This is a relaxed rhythm. He asked the waiter to bring another bottle of red wine. 2 bottles for 3 people. Basically, you won't get drunk, but when you get the right amount of feeling, you'll definitely feel dizzy and it will be extremely wonderful. It's so beautiful. Zhang Yi also looked at the woman's pretty face, which was as beautiful as peach blossoms, and swallowed. Chapter 8 Happy. "Sister, cheers to our fate." "Honey, cheers. I can't drink anymore. If I drink anymore, I'll be completely drunk." Both men were toasting the woman, whose face was flushed with drunkenness, or perhaps due to shyness. While the man was in the bathroom, Zhang Yi boldly hugged Lin Ruobing again, letting her lean against him, breathing in the intoxicating fragrance deeply, his face full of intoxication, and whispered in her ear, "Sister, I thought there was no fate between us, but I didn't expect that things would turn around and you let me come back. I am so happy." Lin Ruobing did not resist or struggle, but just let him hug her with a blushing face. She hesitated to speak, obviously wanting to say something but afraid of being heard by the people around her. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the designated driver took the two back to the villa. As for the man, he said he would walk back and help digest his food, and he also said seriously, take 100 steps after a meal, and you will live to be 99. He pays great attention to his health. As expected of a wealthy man, he knows how to preserve his health. Zhang Yi admired him very much. On the way back, Zhang Yi took advantage of Lin Ruobing a lot. Lin Ruobing shyly rolled her eyes at him several times and scolded him for being too bold and too much. As soon as he entered the villa, Zhang Yi hugged Lin Ruobing tightly, wanting to have a good intimate time with her. Now is such a good opportunity, we must seize it. But this time it was different. Lin Ruobing's face was full of solemnity and holiness. She pushed Zhang Yi away forcefully. I called you back because you ruined my plan. I didn't expect you to still be in Xincheng. That's why I asked you not to leave and keep my husband stable. I will buy you a plane ticket for tomorrow morning and let you return to Gusa to completely cut off my husband's thoughts. I believe you are a man of good character and you won't force me, right? Zhang Yi was greatly disappointed and panted and retorted, Sister, what are you worried about? I'm afraid, I'm very afraid. Perhaps, you will never be able to fall in love with another woman. Perhaps, I will always miss you and can never go back to the way things were before with my husband. So, it's not too late for us to stop now. People should be rational and use wisdom to avoid bad consequences. Don't let your whole life be in pain and darkness because of greed for temporary happiness. At this point, Zhang Yi finally understood that Lin Ruobing was serious, and said dissatisfiedly, You can be rational, but I can't. It was you who asked me not to leave, and you and your husband came to pick me up. Now I am looking forward to it, and now you refuse again. Aren't you kidding me? Isn't this too bullying? I know I hurt you, I'm sorry. Lin Ruobing was apologetic, but I'm doing this for your own good. I know I'm pretty, beautiful, and charming, and you men can easily like and love me. But, I am also a woman with feelings. I can't divorce my husband. I won't leave him. I will think of you and remember you often. And you will definitely worry about me and my child forever, and you will never have peace in your life. Can you understand my painstaking efforts? Sis, I understand, but it's really hard for me to control myself. You've got me obsessed. Zhang Yi passionately embraced her in his arms again, breathing in the intoxicating fragrance, touching her delicate and fair face in fascination, playing with her silky black hair, and felt his heart broken. Since you understand, I will book you a flight for tomorrow morning. You are not allowed to cancel the ticket or stay. We will return to Gusu tomorrow morning, okay? Good. Zhang Yi looked at her with loving eyes and nodded in agreement. If she didn't want to, he couldn't force her. She is a good woman and he must respect her. However, after several such close contacts, he and the woman developed a special relationship. He continued to hold her in his arms like a treasure. She didn't resist, but leaned in quietly with a complicated expression on her face. At this moment, the two had nothing to say. Intense sadness and deep pain surged from Zhang Yi's heart. He felt powerless and helpless. He likes her very much. But she is someone else's woman. Even if she is divorced, she will not marry him. Even if she is willing, he can't afford to support her. Should he let her live with him in a rented house? Follow him into poverty and destitution with nothing? So, even though I like and love her so much, even though I have thousands of words to say in my heart, Zhang Yi couldn't utter a word. Reality is so cruel and ruthless. About an hour later, the man returned. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhang Yi and Lin Ruobing pretended nothing had happened. The man walked in and didn't notice anything unusual about the two of them. Lin Ruobing walked up to him and whispered something in the man's ear. She is very good at acting like a spoiled child and has many ways of doing it. A victorious smile appeared on the woman's face and she pulled the man into the room. About half an hour later, the man came out and whispered to Zhang Yi, You sleep in my room and I sleep in your room. Isn't this bad? What if she wakes up tomorrow and gets angry? Zhang Yi was shocked. Although Lin Ruobing is smart, her husband is not easy to deal with either. He wants to act first and report later. Could it be that the man saw through Lin Ruobing's plan and came up with a countermeasure? Do I accept it or not? Chapter 9 Get. After you're done, why don't we just switch back? She won't be able to find out. The man said sincerely. Is she really drunk? Is she unconscious? Zhang Yi asked doubtfully. But secretly I was a little tempted. This is his only chance to get Lin Ruobing. Opportunity once missed will never come back, and once lost it will be gone forever. I'll take you there and see for myself. The man took Zhang Yi into the room. Lin Ruobing's pretty face was rosy red, but unfortunately she was covered with a thin quilt. Can't see the whole picture. Her breathing was steady and she fell into a deep sleep. She had no idea that the man had brought Zhang Yi in. How is it? My wife is beautiful, isn't she? The man couldn't help but brag again. It was not easy for me to pursue her. It took a lot of effort. You even asked me to chat with your wife in bed? Zhang Yi was stunned. But of course he wouldn't refute it and just nodded in agreement. I'm going to go out. We'll switch back when it's almost on, okay? No. Zhang Yi nodded and agreed. He saw the man out, closed the door and locked it. He walked back to the bed excitedly, looked at her quietly for a while, then gritted his teeth and crawled into the warm bed. Now he is very courageous. Mainly because of experience. As soon as he lay down, Zhang Yi smelled a faint and elegant fragrance, which of course came from her body. He was intoxicated and lost, his face full of piety. He held her in his arms like a treasure and began to kiss her gently. Hubby, be careful not to overwhelm your body. Lin Ruobing's arms, as slender as lotus roots, instinctively raised up and hooked around Zhang Yi's neck. Her beautiful, passionate eyes opened many times. Zhang Yi wanted to pursue the best feeling, so he didn't turn off the night light. Of course she could see Zhang Yi clearly. But her eyes were blurry and she was still talking drunkenly, so she must not have sobered up yet. So, he didn't recognize Zhang Yi at all. If he wants to get her, he has to do it his own way. After the clouds and rain, Zhang Yi lay on the bed feeling a little tired. Lin Ruobing snuggled in his arms, her face filled with amazing charm. She was not sleepy at all and whispered, "He and I have been in love for 10 years. It has not been easy to get to this point. I love him very much and don't want to lose him. He asked you to come over, and I tried to ruin it twice, but failed. Now we are like this, and I can only do as he wishes." Clear. Zhang Yi looked at her lovingly. Lin Ruobing is so virtuous and kind to men, always thinking about men. It is a great blessing for a man to marry her. If I could marry such a good woman, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Chapter 10 Obsession. In all likelihood, she could see that Zhang Yi was deeply in love with her and liked her. Want to own it forever. After all, Zhang Yi was too poor and too weak. Without any strength or power. How could she be qualified to compete with her husband who looked rich and powerful? You might be beaten to death. Therefore, the only thing Zhang Yi could do was to pretend to be greedy for money and pretend that he had no feelings for Lin Ruobing, and then leave in a cool manner after a few days. All the love and longing can only be hidden in the heart forever. This is the helplessness of men at the bottom of society. But, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. There is no time to grieve about the future. Just enjoy it now. Until it was almost dawn. I'm going to leave now, you should have a good rest. Zhang Yi said reluctantly. Aha! Lin Ruobing hugged Zhang Yi tightly, reluctantly. Returning to the guest room, he woke up the man who was still sleeping. Brother, you have to go back to your room. It's almost dawn, what took you so long? The man's face turned very bad, his eyes turned cold, and he looked like he was about to turn hostile. Brother, I fell asleep accidentally. Fortunately, I woke up just now. I was almost scared to death. However, she has been drunk and is still sleeping soundly. You don't have to worry. Zhang Yi said cautiously. So he fell asleep. The man looked at Zhang Yi carefully for a while, and when he found no flaws, he calmed down. The man finally walked out, but when he reached the door, he turned back and said, "Nothing must change tonight. You have to cooperate. I don't want to wait any longer, I want to go back to Gusu as soon as possible. A friend of mine recommended a job to me, and I want to go for the interview." Zhang Yi lied. The man nodded expressionlessly. Finally left. Zhang Yi was a little worried, afraid that his elder brother would notice something. Zhang Yi really wanted to smoke a cigarette, but he held back. This is not a good time to smoke. He lay on the soft and wide bed, lost in thought as he recalled the beauty and happiness of last night. Haven't slept yet. I'm worried that if I sleep like a dead pig, the man will notice. At around 7 o'clock, Zhang Yi went out. After washing up, I sat on the sofa to rest. And in Lin Ruobing's room. The man had quietly returned to bed and slept next to Lin Ruobing. Lin Ruobing was not actually asleep, she was just resting with her eyes closed. Soon, Lin Ruobing pretended to wake up. Honey, I'm sorry, I did something wrong last night. The man knelt on the bed. Wife, you have to forgive me. Husband, how could you do such a thing? Lin Ruobing's tears were streaming down her face. She was truly sad. Not pretend. Although she was very happy last night, he really hurt her heart because he was very disrespectful to her. It also completely ruined her plan. The future becomes uncontrollable. Wife, I really love you, you know? The man's face was full of sincerity and his eyes were full of love. Hubby, I know you put a lot of effort into this, but you must not dislike me in the future. This was entirely your idea. Lin Ruobing was moved and hugged the man, tender and gentle as water and cotton. Honey, don't worry. I will never despise you. I will love you forever and grow old with you. The man was overjoyed and finally got his wife's forgiveness. He walked out with a smile and told Zhang Yi, we can start today. Okay, big brother. Zhang Yi agreed reluctantly. Go back to the room and rest immediately. It was around noon when Zhang Yi woke up. He was woken up by Lin Ruobing. Sis, I love you. Zhang Yi picked her up by the waist and rolled her onto the bed. Lin Ruobing was so excited that she burst into tears again. Chapter 11, An unexpected encounter in childhood resulted in extraordinary talent. It must be a natural talent. Zhang Yi didn't tell the truth. In fact, it originated from an incredible encounter. When he was 15 years old, he went to the mountains to pick mushrooms. Suddenly he had to go to the bathroom urgently, so he just found a place on the mountain to squat down and solve the problem. As a result, he was bitten by a golden insect and wouldn't let go. He was in excruciating pain. Finally, he managed to crush the insect to death and escaped. But it took 3 months for the redness and swelling to recover. Later, he searched many books but could not find the origin of the golden insect. However, since then, he has been in very good health. But Zhang Yi would rather improve his IQ so that he can make a lot of money. The current situation is of no help to his life. Sister, I still want to add you on WeChat. No, absolutely not. Lin Ruobing refused again. Didn't I say it last night? This is the limit of our fate. So, don't force it. Zhang Yi could only ask indirectly, Sister, are you rich? It seems that you still won't give up. I'll tell you the truth. My husband is very rich, with a net worth of 10 billion. He and I have a very good relationship and we love each other deeply. So, don't think about breaking us up and then marrying me. That's simply unrealistic. Lin Ruobing said coquettishly. Is there really no possibility at all? Zhang Yi was a little obsessed. He liked this woman too much. Gentle, virtuous, kind and beautiful. She is simply a good wife and mother. I feel a little unwilling. I won't leave any contact information for you. I'll leave everything to fate. If we are destined to meet, we may have another chance to meet. By then, the world may have changed dramatically and it will be a new world. Who can predict the future? Lin Ruobing said, however, opportunities only favor those who are prepared. You have to work hard and make a career instead of wasting your time. If we can meet again in the future, I hope you will be a big shot instead of being as miserable as you are today. I will definitely work hard. Just wait and see, I will rise soon. Zhang Yi clenched his fists, his face full of determination. But I felt very confused in my heart. I can only find a job with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, and after working for 10 years, I am still not making any progress. I have no experience and no capital to do business. What the hell is going on? Reality makes people despair and suffocate. I will keep an eye on you. If you can rise, I might look for you. Lin Ruobing encouraged and tempted. Real? Zhang Yi was excited, but also skeptical. He was 90% sure that she was lying, but it was a white lie, the purpose of which was to motivate him and make him work harder. Don't get excited. The most I'll do is to meet you. I won't do this to you like today. Lin Ruobing rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi. What if you're divorced by then? Then we can be together openly, right? Zhang Yi knew even more clearly that she was lying and felt very complicated. This woman was really nice to him, but she would not meet him again. Bah, what bullshit are you talking about? Lin Ruobing was furious. Punched Zhang Yi a few times. Sister, you are obviously a knowledgeable and capable person. Can you give me some advice on what career I should pursue and how I can rise to prominence? Zhang Yi settled for the next best option. Men are afraid of choosing the wrong profession, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. We must be cautious indeed. Lin Ruobing pondered and said, you majored in mechanical manufacturing technology and equipment, which has no future. It is difficult to rise because the industry is too mature and lacks opportunities. Therefore, you must choose a new industry. However, which industry to choose depends on you. An industry that is too mature and lacks opportunities? Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly. This was really good advice, and it also made him suddenly enlightened. If you don't have any ambitions and just want to live an ordinary life, then there is no problem in continuing to work in the machinery industry. If you want to get rich and rise, you must choose those sunrise industries. Lin Ruobing didn't give Zhang Yi too much advice. Just pointing out the direction. No specific suggestions were given. It's not that she doesn't have the ability, but because Zhang Yi's starting point is too low now, and many industries and opportunities are out of reach for him even if he stands on tiptoe. The only thing you can do is to seize any opportunity and grow quickly. Not to mention becoming as rich as her husband. You also need to have a car and a house, and be able to support your wife and children. Otherwise, if you meet a woman you like, such as a good woman like Lin Ruobing, you are not qualified to pursue her. That day, the man came back very early. I came back at 6 in the afternoon. Lin Ruobing was busy making dinner in the kitchen. As for Zhang Yi, he was playing games in the room. The man pushed the door open and asked, how's it going? Is there any interaction? Just chatting for a while. The man was very dissatisfied. After dinner, we rested for a while. The man smiled with satisfaction when he saw Zhang Yi enter Lin Ruobing's room, and went to another room to rest. For the next 6 days, Zhang Yi and Lin Ruobing stayed together day and night. They are inseparable. The man is responsible for buying food every day, and he basically doesn't come back at other times. He is so kind and honest. I cannot watch him live at the bottom of society forever. So I want to give him a chance to turn things around. I hope he can seize it. On the last night, Zhang Yi fell asleep on the bed due to exhaustion, but Lin Ruobing did not sleep. She went to the guest room and carefully checked Zhang Yi's luggage. Then tears started to flow. Because the bag was full of clothes, all of them were worn out, cheap goods. There was nothing valuable, not even a new piece of clothing. How poor is he? I can't bear it. So, she made a decision. She planned to keep it a secret from her husband for the rest of her life, and would not tell Zhang Yi either. Wait for Zhang Yi to discover and grasp it himself. The next morning, Zhang Yi began to pack his luggage silently. Because he knew that his fate with Lin Ruobing was over. He has to go. Even if you are reluctant, you have to go. Chapter 12 Farewell. Zhang Yi pretended to be unreluctant and dragged his suitcase out of the villa. Lin Ruobing saw him off to the door, with a look of deep reluctance and nostalgia in her eyes. She was not nostalgic for the beauty of this week, but for the kindness of Zhang Yi, this poor loser. The man paid off all the money to Zhang Yi, which was a 7-day allowance of 2,100 yuan, and generously gave him 3,000 yuan, making a total profit of 15,000 yuan for Zhang Yi. He also booked a plane ticket for Zhang Yi and drove him to the airport. Zhang Yi, you have been with my wife for 7 days. Can you give me an evaluation of my wife? The man asked with a smile while driving. She is beautiful and has a good figure. She is the most beautiful woman in the world. She is also very good and kind, and loyal to her husband. Brother, you are so lucky. Zhang Yi exclaimed in admiration. Are you in love with my wife? The man asked again worriedly. How is it possible, brother? That's your wife, how could I fall in love with her? Zhang Yi denied it flatly. I just came here to make some money, and I'm very satisfied with the harvest. Brother, you are very generous, I am very grateful. You also helped us, so we both got what we needed. You don't have to thank me. The man said lightly, then changed the subject and said in a cold tone, but now everything is over, and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Let me be frank with you, don't try to find my wife, otherwise I will cut you into pieces and let you die miserably. He never looked down on Zhang Yi from the beginning to the end. He simply found Zhang Yi, who was handsome, healthy, intelligent but had accomplished nothing, to be his personal butler. If Zhang Yi became obsessed with his wife because of this, then of course he wouldn't mind stepping on her to death. With his terrifying strength and power, he could do it, and very easily. Brother, don't worry. I will never look for your wife. I am just a poor loser. How can I be qualified to enter your world? Zhang Yi apologized with a smile. You can't find it even if you look for it. The villa is rented, the car is rented, and my phone card is temporary. We will leave Xincheng soon. The man didn't believe Zhang Yi's assurance at all. He knew how charming his wife was. He knew that Zhang Yi must have fallen in love with her and would never forget her. Brother, whether you believe it or not, I will return to Gusa right away and won't worry about you anymore. Zhang Yi's face was full of sincerity. Very sad secretly. If the man was telling the truth, then there would be no way to find Lin Ruobing again. She will disappear from his world from now on. You can only live in your own memories forever. But I really have fallen in love with her and can't forget her. I hope that when I grow up, she will really bring her children to see him as she promised. While Zhang Yi was daydreaming, they soon arrived at the airport. When Zhang Yi got off the car, the man said coldly, I have blocked you. Goodbye. He drove away, blending into the rolling traffic and disappearing without a trace. Zhang Yi also tried to call him, but found that the call was not going through, and they were no longer friends on WeChat. I added him on WeChat again and found that his WeChat account had been cancelled. From then on, he could no longer contact the man, let alone the gentlewoman Lin Ruobing. Because Lin Ruobing never gave him any contact information from beginning to end. It was obvious that she didn't want him to contact her again, didn't want him to intrude into her life and world and disturb them again. After realizing this, Zhang Yi felt very depressed and lonely. Ah, it's like a dream. Zhang Yi sighed deeply. Tears almost came out. Lin Ruobing obviously admired him, but she didn't give him her WeChat ID or contact information. How cruel. So Zhang Yi refunded the plane ticket. Since Luo Ming had a girlfriend and the house they rented was just a one-bedroom apartment, it was not suitable for him to stay overnight. So, Zhang Yi rented a one-bedroom apartment near the airport and lived there. At night, he really couldn't control himself and went to Lin Ruobing's villa again, just wanting to see Lin Ruobing again, but he found that the place was empty. The villa is for rent. There are rental ads. Zhang Yi called to ask, and found out that the owner of the villa was not that man, nor was it Lin Ruobing. He really had no way of finding her. Actually, it's useless to find it. It might also anger Lin Ruobing's husband. I will work hard, I will rise, and one day, I will enter your world, and I will appear in front of you again, with a different identity. Zhang Yi swore in his heart. He spent the next month trying hard to find a job. He really wanted to find a job in a promising industry, but because he did not study a related major and had no work experience, he was ruthlessly rejected. In the end, he had no choice but to apply for a job at a plastic mold factory. Of course, the job content is to make models. Salary is 7,000, no overtime pay. He had already accepted his fate, and from then on he dealt honestly with molds and plastics and became an ordinary person living at the bottom of society. However, a mysterious phone call gave him another chance and changed his fate. To be exact, ever since he slept with Lin Ruobing and Lin Ruobing fell in love with him, his fate had completely changed and his life had been turned upside down. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Zhang Yi suspected it was a scam call and hung up 3 times in a row. He only answered the call when it came for the 4th time. Hello, you must be Mr. Zhang Yi. I have a business to entrust to you and the remuneration is 100,000. A deep male voice came from the phone with a hint of mystery. What's your business? Zhang Yi was a little confused. He was just an ordinary person and had just started working as a model. How could someone come to give him business? But the reward of 100,000 deeply moved him. I am very short of money. I dream of making a lot of money. But the cruel reality is that even if you work hard for a year, you can't earn more than 100,000 yuan. So, he was moved and very polite and expectant. Can we have a face-to-face meeting? The stranger said, I know you are in Gusu, but I can reimburse you for the plane ticket and you can fly directly to Shenzhen. Then you have to tell me first, how do you know me? How do you know that I am qualified for the job you want to give me? Also, is this illegal? Zhang Yi asked seriously. How do I know you? I have to keep it a secret. As for the business, it is somewhat similar to the last time, but also fundamentally different. As for whether it is illegal or not, everyone has their own opinions. Anyway, I think it is not illegal. If you do this business, as long as I don't cause trouble for you, no one will cause trouble for you," the stranger said. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was very excited. Now he is 100% sure that it was Lin Ruobing or Lin Ruobing's husband who recommended him and introduced him to a new business. If we can grasp this clue, we may be able to find Lin Ruobing. Although it is not appropriate to look for her before she rises, it is very necessary to know where she is and how big her world is. Otherwise, if you miss someone but you don't know her address, what she does, or any of her information, it is too vague and too sad, and you can't find the direction to work towards. "Brother, are you sure I can do this?" Zhang Yi suppressed the joy and expectation in his heart and asked seriously. Chapter 13 Absurd Commission. You are handsome and tall, you are also a good person, and you have a strong work ethic. I believe you can do it, and the reward will not be less than 100,000. Because I will also pay you a salary. I will also make you a promise that I will introduce you to new clients in the future. I know a lot of friends," the stranger said. "Then I'll give it a try, and thank you in advance for introducing me to this client. If you trust me, transfer me 1,000 for travel expenses first, and I'll book a flight right away, and I can meet you tomorrow morning to discuss in detail," Zhang Yi said. "I am in Shenzhen now and don't need a plane ticket at all. This $1,000 was earned in vain. Where can I find such a good thing? 1,000 isn't enough, I'll give you 2,000. The stranger was wealthy and generous. So he added Zhang Yi on WeChat, whose nickname was Brother Chow, and transferred 2,000 yuan to him on the spot. Brother Chow should be very rich. This business can be done. Zhang Yi sighed and judged secretly, and then agreed with the other party on the place and time to meet tomorrow. So the conversation stopped. Take a knitting class. I'll talk about it after I earn the 100,000 yuan. Zhang Yi's face was full of joy. Because the other party also promised to introduce new business in the future, not only the reward of 100,000 yuan, but perhaps I can embark on a special career path. Immediately, he began to speculate. What exactly was it that Brother Chow entrusted me with? Is it similar to borrowing seeds? But is it fundamentally different? It seems to be related to women again. Could it be another woman as beautiful and outstanding as Lin Ruobing? An inexplicable excitement and anticipation surged in my heart. Zhang Yi's heart was beating wildly. Shortness of breath. The last time I borrowed sperm, I felt really good and happy, and the rewards were also very good. It was a pity that it only lasted for 7 days. Those were truly the happiest 7 days of my life. Unforgettable and will never be forgotten. In my life, I will always miss that gentle, virtuous, and beautiful woman, and perhaps my own children as well. This time the new business is related to women again, and the reward is higher, 100,000. It's so worth looking forward to and yearning for. So he turned down the job he had finally found and started packing his bags. The next day at noon, Zhang Yi and Brother Chow met in a private room of a private club in Shenzhen. Brother Chow is in his 40s, elegant and graceful. You can tell at first glance that he is an intellectual. Judging from his branded clothes and the Rolls-Royce he drives, he is definitely a wealthy man. It's not something a poor guy like Zhang Yi can compare to. Zhang Yi was very envious and secretly vowed that if he worked hard for more than 10 years in the future, he would become as rich as Brother Chow or Lin Ruobing's husband. Most of these wealthy people probably started from nothing and accumulated their wealth through decades of hard work. Of course, they are all smart people with successful traits or personalities. I have to learn from them. Brother Chow was not in a hurry to tell his intention. He first leisurely made tea, then took out a pack of Heetianxia, drew out 2 cigarettes and gave one to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly took out his lighter and lit the fire for him. But he didn't smoke and put the cigarette on the table. Because I am just a poor loser and have no right to smoke in front of a rich man like Brother Chow. Brother Chow was very satisfied with Zhang Yi's response. He looked Zhang Yi up and down and said, "You are indeed a handsome man of 1.85 meters. You do have the ability to seduce women. But the most important thing is your character. Only those with good character can do this job. Otherwise, your legs will be broken sooner or later. What is this line of work? Which line of work is it?" Zhang Yi really wanted to ask him. But it is difficult to ask, because it would make me look ignorant. I am also afraid that I will lose the business if I speak too much. Once he tells us what he is doing, we will probably know what industry it is in. What I want to entrust you with is actually very simple. It is to seduce my girlfriend and make her fall in love with you and make a mistake." A complex expression emerged on Brother Chow's face. He seemed a little reluctant and helpless, but also a little expectant and excited. "What?" Zhang Yi was stunned and completely dumbfounded. "Pay money to find a handsome guy to seduce your girlfriend? This is ridiculous and unbelievable. Is there something wrong with Chao Dajuan's brain? Did he escape from a mental hospital? Don't worry, listen to me." Brother Chao smiled bitterly, took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled a thick smoke ring, and then began to tell the story. It turns out that he is a successful businessman who has worked hard for decades and is a billionaire. Of course, his girlfriend is very outstanding and beautiful. She also has her own career and is worth more than him, billions. He loves her very much. She loves him too. They have reached the stage of discussing marriage. But all successful men have one thing in common: they like to have beautiful secretaries. But he couldn't resist the beautiful secretary's charm and temptation, and slept with her. But the beautiful secretary was not one to be trifled with. She went to confront his girlfriend and wanted to get promoted. Of course, his girlfriend was angry. Find a way to get rid of his secretary. From then on, my relationship with him became indifferent and was no longer as close as before. Anyway, it's changed. He was very sad and in pain. He wanted to make amends, but he couldn't do it. So she racked her brains and came up with a plan, which was to find a handsome guy to seduce her and make her make the same mistake. Then the relationship should be able to return to normal. Can this really restore everything to normal? Don't make things worse. Zhang Yi touched his forehead, a little reluctant to agree. But after thinking about it, I really can't think of a better way. So he finally understood Brother Chow's absurd behavior. She still loves me deeply. After all, we have loved each other for many years, sharing joys and sorrows, and we have a deep affection for each other. That's why she doesn't want a divorce, but it's also hard for her to forgive me. Brother Chow explained. If she realizes her mistake after cheating on you, understands your mistake, and is willing to get back together with you, but at that time, can you still be sincere to her? Because many men cannot tolerate their girlfriends cheating on them. Zhang Yi asked again seriously. He was very worried. He was worried that even if he completed the commission, Brother Chow would despise her for cheating on him and would be very upset with him, a handsome guy who seduced his girlfriend. Then, not only would he not get paid, but he would also have his legs broken. Therefore, he didn't dare to accept it without asking clearly. Brother Chow glanced at Zhang Yi with appreciation, but the person she cheated with was arranged by me, and she has professional ethics. After she succeeded, she would leave her world and never contact her again. Of course, I don't have the kind of thoughts you worry about. Of course I have professional ethics, and I will do whatever my employer asks me to do. But Zhang Yi was still a little hesitant and wavering. I don't want to agree. But I don't want to refuse. The reward is 100,000. My girlfriend is only 26 years old. Her figure and face are far better than those of popular female stars. She is definitely a natural beauty. She is also a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman with a net worth of billions. If I hadn't hired you, you would never be able to meet her in your life, let alone pursue her. This is a photo. Brother Chow took out a large stack of photos of beautiful women in scantily clad clothes from his bag and handed them over. Chapter 14, Professional Male God, Taking Office. Zhang Yi took it expectantly, and admired it carefully with eyes wide open. This comes from men's instinct. Once you see these private photos of beautiful women that cannot be circulated, you will want to take a closer look at them. There are a lot of photos. There are photos of him sitting in the boss chair, looking extremely domineering. There are photos of her leaning on a Porsche, looking charming and arrogant. There are photos of sitting on the windowsill of a luxurious villa and enjoying the sunshine. There are also photos of her walking on the beach in a swimsuit. In all the photos, she has fair skin and beautiful looks, as pretty as a flower. The most outstanding thing is her figure. With the golden ratio, it is no exaggeration to say that she is stunningly beautiful and charming. It is so beautiful, just like a beauty carved out of white jade. So the thought of refusing was reduced a lot. No man would want to refuse to seduce such a top beauty. Brother Chow, your girlfriend is so beautiful. I finally understand why you want to save your relationship with her. You are so lucky. Zhang Yi exclaimed in admiration. He tried his best to hide his emotions, not to lose his composure, not to be frivolous, not to expect anything bad. I'm not bragging, but among all the friends I know, my girlfriend is the most beautiful and is envied by countless people. Brother Chow couldn't help but say proudly, once a friend asked me for a photo of my girlfriend, saying that he wanted to admire it. Later I found out that he used it to do bad things. I was so angry. Ha, your friend is really interesting. Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing. But I don't think he is bragging, it must be true. Let's get back to the point. Do you agree to this? Brother Chow stopped talking and asked seriously. Let me think about it. Zhang Yi pretended to be thinking hard. You must never agree to it happily, as that would be too frivolous and would make people dislike you. You must be very reluctant in your heart. I was forced to do this. Pay half of the 100,000 yuan reward first, and the other half after the task is completed. Brother Chow was even more satisfied with Zhang Yi's performance. He took out 50,000 yuan in cash from his bag and put it on the table. Poor Zhang Yi had never seen 50,000 yuan in cash. So, my eyes were dazzled. My heartbeat quickened as well. My breathing also became rapid. It's not that I love money, but I really want to help Brother Chow. I am moved by your deep love for each other. I hope you can stay together forever and grow old together, so I accept this commission. Zhang Yi no longer hesitated and agreed. Don't be so pretentious. I know you are poor and need money, and I don't lack it. So, let's each get what we need and then part ways. Brother Chow was not moved by Zhang Yi's words. Well, we have nothing to do with each other after this. I will never appear in your world again. Zhang Yi knew that Brother Chow was actually warning him, so he made the promise seriously. If you perform well and your work ethic satisfies me, I will definitely introduce clients to you afterwards. And you will be able to go further and further on the path of a professional male god, which is much better than working part-time. Brother Chow tempted again. You just want to control me so that I won't lose control. That's why you painted a rosy picture for me. Zhang Yi muttered secretly, showing a very eager look and said, Brother Chow, don't be afraid of you laughing at me. It's hard for me to find a legitimate job with a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan, so of course I want to be a professional male god. I will work hard and put professional ethics first. I was secretly curious in my heart, is there really such a position as a professional male god in society? You can't be a professional male god without professional ethics. Your end will be very miserable. It's not impossible to be beaten to death. Brother Chow continued to warn. Of course Zhang Yi knew that he was not trying to scare him, but was serious. If he lost his professional ethics and offended any rich and powerful boss, he would not end up well. So, he was secretly alert. Even thought of quitting. After completing this order, do I need to find a legitimate job? Because professional ethics is difficult to guarantee. For example, the last time I helped Lin Ruobing and his wife, I violated my professional ethics and developed feelings for Lin Ruobing. I still miss it now. And how can the women of these rich bosses not be outstanding? Brother Chow's girlfriend is so beautiful. Maybe I would develop feelings for her too. If Brother Chow finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. This is like walking a tightrope. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss. There will be no recovery from now on. Originally, Zhang Yi wanted to ask Brother Chow about Lin Ruobing's address and news, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Maybe Brother Chow's wife knows Lin Ruobing. I can ask indirectly then. I will arrange for you to be my girlfriend's secretary. Do you have experience as a secretary to a female boss? Brother Chow seemed to have been planning this for some time, so he was confident and asked. I dare not lie to you. I don't have this kind of experience. Zhang Yi said honestly. No problem. I'll find someone to train you for a month. I won't leave you without an income. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Brother Chow took out another 10,000 from his bag and placed it in front of Zhang Yi. Thank you, boss. Zhang Yi was secretly happy. You can get training to become a male secretary and get subsidies. This is certainly a great thing that we have been longing for. If you go to a training institution to study, you will have to pay 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in tuition, or even more. From then on, I had one more professional skill male secretary. It would be of great benefit to me in the future. So Brother Chow took out an agreement that had been prepared long ago and asked Zhang Yi to sign it. Various terms and conditions are stated above. But it's not complicated. He just asked Zhang Yi to seduce his girlfriend, and then left after succeeding, and had no further contact with her. Of course, the remuneration was also made clear. The penalties for violating professional ethics are also terrible. This kind of contract cannot be seen by anyone and has absolutely no legal effect. But it must be signed, otherwise Brother Chow would not let him sign it. So Zhang Yi signed his name obediently. I'll keep the contract. I'll destroy it when you complete the commission. Brother Chow put away the signed contract. After clapping their hands, a young and beautiful woman walked in from outside the door. This is Luo Xin, the training teacher I hired for you with great effort. She will train you for a month and make you a qualified male secretary. Brother Chow said. Understood. Zhang Yi nodded. He shook hands with Luo Xin again. Hello. Her hands are as soft as cotton and feel very good. She is indeed a beautiful woman with a very high appearance value. Hello, you are handsome and have a good temperament. You are very suitable to be a male secretary. Come with me. The training starts today. Luo Xian looked Zhang Yi up and down, smiled slightly, twisted her slender waist that could be held in one hand, stepped with her sexy long legs, and walked out with Zhang Yi. Chapter 15 Training. Luo Xian took Zhang Yi to the 9th floor and entered a very spacious office. No, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a small company. Because there are not only offices and gyms, but also massage rooms, classrooms, and bedrooms that are as luxurious as the presidential suite. But the strange thing was that although it was spotless, there was no one there. Doesn't seem like a normal company. I will train you here for this month. You will eat and live here. Luo Xian took Zhang Yi on a tour. Good. Zhang Yi was very satisfied. I kind of regret renting a house. It wasted a lot of money. 1 month is a bit tight, so the course is very intensive and a bit tiring. I hope you can stick to it. Luo Xian said. I will. Zhang Yi looked at this beautiful and sexy woman and felt secretly happy. It's one-on-one training, and the teacher is a very beautiful lady. The specifications are really high. If you can't persist, you deserve to die in poverty. Then let's start the class. Luo Xian walked up to the podium, while Zhang Yi sat in the first row, holding a notebook and a pen, and began to listen to the class like a student. To become a qualified male secretary, you need to have the following abilities: understanding and judgment, communication and interpersonal skills, organization and coordination, information collection and selection, oral and written expression, and operation and handling skills. Luo Xian wrote it down on the blackboard. In the next 20 days, she trained Zhang Yi in these aspects, which made Zhang Yi gain a lot and admire her knowledge and ability very much. This woman is definitely not simple. Very good. In the past 20 days, you have learned a lot of knowledge and also learned how to make tea and coffee. I am satisfied. As soon as Luo Xian started class that day, he announced, in the next 10 days, I will give you special training so that you can become a qualified male secretary. I wonder what special training it is. Zhang Yi was a little curious. Male secretary, you must also be good at massage. I will give you special training in massage in the next 10 days. Are you ready? Luo Xian said. I'm ready. Zhang Yi was very happy. If the quality is similar to the previous courses, then you will make a lot of money. You may even choose the massage industry in the future. That has quite a lot of income. So Luo Xian took Zhang Yi into the massage room. Zhang Yi was lying on the massage bed. She began to massage Zhang Yi. You should experience it first and remember my massage techniques. Then you can practice on me. I will correct any mistakes you make and teach you various techniques. Yeah, I see. Zhang Yi nodded seriously. Then he was completely lost in this wonderful massage because her technique was so good and made him feel extremely comfortable. But she is as beautiful as a flower and her smile is extremely charming. Her clothes were cool and the perfume she exuded was very pleasant, probably the top-grade perfume. This made Zhang Yi a little eager to try. Whatever thoughts or ideas you have in your mind, just speak them out. This is the effect of massage, and it is also the effect that must be achieved. It's so difficult to master your skills. Zhang Yi said with a wry smile. It's not difficult. Because I'm here to train you. When you give me a massage later, I will tell you any feelings and guide you on how to massage a woman. You will quickly master the trick. The reason why it's difficult for others is that they don't have a master like me to guide them. Luo Xin said. That makes sense. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. I am even more excited and looking forward to it. If you master such amazing massage techniques, you will definitely become a massage expert in a massage parlor. It is possible to earn nearly 1,000 a day. Finally, she finished massaging Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi also basically remembered the general idea. Then it was Zhang Yi's turn to give her a massage. When she changed into loose massage clothes and lay on the massage bed with her legs long and white, Zhang Yi's heart beat faster and his breathing became rapid. You have to control your emotions, resist this beautiful temptation, and suppress your own lustful thoughts. Otherwise, how can you be considered a male secretary? Luo Xin said seriously. Yeah, you're right. Zhang Yi was so ashamed that he felt embarrassed. You don't have to be ashamed. What I mean is that you have to find a way to overcome it. At least you can't let others see that you are moved and have evil thoughts. Do you understand? Luo Xin said. Clear. Zhang Yi nodded seriously. Take a deep breath and try to suppress it. Slowly return to normal. Zhang Yi began to massage her. Neck, head, hands, feet, legs, lower abdomen, chest, and back. Don't miss any part. Well, you have to go slower here, and push upwards slowly. Well, the key to the technique is, well, that's it. Back massage, the area under the ribs is very important. Zhang Yi was already sweating profusely, not because he was tired, for he had great strength and good stamina, but he was mentally exhausted. But his massage skills are improving by leaps and bounds. Others will never get such an opportunity in their lifetime. So, at this moment, Zhang Yi was very grateful to Brother Chow for finding such a great training teacher for him. It was definitely a huge investment. Zhang Yi estimated that the cost of this month's training might be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Soon, a month passed and the training was over. Zhang Yi walked out of the private club. He got into the Rolls Royce of Brother Chow, who was waiting outside the door, and his plan to seduce his girlfriend was officially launched. Chapter 16 First Meeting. Now I'm sending you to my girlfriend's company to interview for the position of male secretary. This is the resume I prepared for you. Take a good look at it and try to memorize it. Brother Chow took out a resume. Zhang Yi took it and looked at it carefully. Then I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Because except for the name, height, weight, and graduation school, the rest do not match. According to his resume, Zhang Yi worked as a male secretary after graduation and had worked in a large company for 2 years. Because I wanted to get a better promotion, I took the initiative to resign. This is complete fabrication. You are applying for a personal secretary, not a work secretary. Only personal secretaries have a chance. My girlfriend is not an ordinary woman. She is very difficult to pursue. It is not easy to seduce her. Don't be impatient. If you are impatient, bad things will happen. Brother Chow gave another serious instruction. Then you have to give me a deadline, right? Zhang Yi nodded to show that he understood, but asked again. Time limit? Just 3 months. Brother Chow thought about it seriously for a while and finally set a deadline. 3 months, is that too long? Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Is his girlfriend so difficult to conquer? You have just started in this industry, right? Although 3 months is a bit long, it is considered a long-term business. If you receive a short-term business of 1 or 2 days, you can take a leave to do it. It will not delay your earning money. Moreover, my girlfriend's personal secretary's salary is not low, starting at least 15,000, and there is a chance to make extra money. Therefore, it will not cause you any loss, and you will also gain experience and resume, which will be beneficial and helpful for you to continue to receive orders in the future. I'm not complaining about the long hours and low income, but I want to know if it's possible to finish it ahead of time? Zhang Yi pretended to be calm. I was secretly very excited. A salary of 15,000? And some extra money? Compared to the job I found in the mechanical industry, it is much better. In the future, you can change your career to become a male secretary, which may be a good way out. It would be better to finish it earlier. I just estimated it would take 3 months. Anyway, you have to be mentally prepared, it will be very difficult. Brother Chow gave Zhang Yi some detailed instructions. Then he drove Zhang Yi to the destination, pointed at the impressive company across the street and said, "That's the Hongyan Advertising Company. My girlfriend is the boss. You can apply for the position of her personal secretary. Okay, just wait for good news." Zhang Yi got off the car with full confidence. I had to be confident. After a month of training, I had the resume prepared by Brother Chow, and Brother Chow had secretly smoothed out the connections, so it was a sure thing that I would be hired. I am the legendary person with connections. And the connections are so strong that it's scary. I told the security guard that I wanted to go for an interview and was allowed in. Zhang Yi walked in and went all the way into the office building. The receptionist is tall, beautiful, and very elegant. Zhang Yi understood that this company was very profitable and was a good place to work. Unfortunately, he was just a fake professional male god. He didn't really come to work, but to seduce the beautiful boss. He had to run away afterwards. Therefore, this place is destined to be a short stop in my life. Hello, what can I do for you? The receptionist asked politely with a smile. The sound is very pleasant. She was attracted by Zhang Yi's handsomeness and had an instinctive liking for him. I'm here to apply for the position of personal secretary. I'll take you there. The receptionist's eyes lit up and she walked out gracefully. Now you can see her full appearance. Wearing a white long skirt, her figure of at least 1.7 meters tall was fully displayed. She has fair skin, beautiful looks and elegant temperament. The fragrance is refreshing. So beautiful? Zhang Yi's heart suddenly beat wildly for no apparent reason. I am even more looking forward to Brother Chow's girlfriend. If Brother Chow's girlfriend wasn't super outstanding, how could he have hired such a beautiful and sexy receptionist? Soon, the receptionist took Zhang Yi to a meeting room on the third floor and brought him a cup of fragrant tea. There is another job applicant, so please wait a moment. Our boss will interview him personally. Then she backed out. Only the elegant fragrance is still lingering, inspiring endless reverie. After a while, several more job seekers arrived. They are all young, handsome, and good-looking guys. But overall, Zhang Yi is more handsome. Zhang Yi is 1.85 meters tall and has a straight body, just like a green pine tree. Some people are taller than their peers, so they have to lower their heads when talking to others. After a long time, they become a little hunchbacked. Zhang Yi is an exception. Perhaps it was because he had been bitten by the golden insects that his body was always in perfect condition. An important reason why Lin Ruobing and his wife chose Zhang Yi was that Zhang Yi was handsome and looked comfortable. Miss Ding, a clerk from the Human Resources Department, also came in. I confirmed it with many handsome guys one by one. She paid special attention to Zhang Yi. He also smiled at Zhang Yi in a friendly manner. Zhang Yi understood that Brother Chow must have secretly smoothed the relationship. Soon, the interview began. They were called away one by the clerk. Zhang Yi is the last one. Save it for the finale. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Anyway, given his limited interview experience, the final interview didn't go very well. However, when Zhang Yi saw the job seekers leaving with their heads down, he felt relieved. They were eliminated. Despite this, Zhang Yi still did not dare to be careless. Because the person who makes the final decision is Brother Chow's girlfriend, the boss of the company, and the rest of the people can only give hints and guidance. However, Brother Chow is so familiar with his girlfriend, and he must have a special reason for choosing Zhang Yi to capture her. So Zhang Yi is still very confident. Zhang Yi, it's your turn. Don't be nervous, our boss is obsessed with looks, so you have a good chance. The clerk whispered. Thanks. Zhang Yi looked at her gratefully. She is not very pretty, at least not as pretty as the receptionist. But she was indeed Brother Chow's accomplice. He is in the same group with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Walk into the interview meeting room. The expectant gaze was cast over immediately. There were two people sitting in the conference room. All women. One of them is super beautiful. Her appearance was extremely delicate, as if it had been slowly carved out by God with magical powers. It is as if a painter slowly depicted it with a brush. Oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, big and bright peach blossom eyes, high nose bridge, and bright red lips. Although he was sitting, he was taller than the woman next to him. He was obviously very tall, definitely over 1.7 meters. Her skin is like milk, smooth, delicate and white. She was wearing a long dress, with her long, shiny black hair cascading down behind her. When you sit there, you will feel elegant, graceful, and have a strong aura. You can tell at first glance that she is a strong woman. And she is a strong woman with top-notch looks. Beautiful, so beautiful. It's so heartwarming. Chapter 17 Interview, Heartbeat. Meeting room. Zhang Yi sat upright in the office chair opposite the two interviewers and answered their questions confidently. But basically, it was the other woman who asked questions. She was the human resources manager. Her surname was Li and her name was Li Wei. She is in her 30s, with an average appearance, but a good figure. But compared with the female boss Zhao Yushu sitting next to her, she completely lost her luster and became just a green leaf next to the flowers, not at all noticeable. She asked very common questions. For example, why did you come to Hongyan Advertising Company for an interview? Why did you leave your last company? What salary do you expect? Can you endure hardship? Zhang Yi answered all the questions one by one without making any mistakes. After training, his answers were very concise, his ideas were clear, and he was neither humble nor arrogant. I have one last question, and that is, do you have a girlfriend? Manager Li asked seriously. No. Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. He guessed that not having a girlfriend was the standard answer, because being the boss's male secretary, especially a personal secretary, meant that one had to obey the boss's call at all times and rarely had free time. It's not appropriate to have a girlfriend. You are so handsome, how come you don't have a girlfriend? Manager, he asked doubtfully. I want to build a career first, then start a family. If I date someone now, it will only slow down my growth. So I rejected many women's pursuit. Zhang Yi pretended to be ambitious. But he was sighing secretly. What is the use of being so handsome without money? No woman wants to be my girlfriend. Life is not as simple and easy as you think. If it weren't for the recommendation of Lin Ruobing or her husband, I would never be qualified to be here in my life. Boss, I'm done asking questions. Do you have anything else to ask? Manager Li nodded, seeming to be very satisfied with Zhang Yi's answer, and looked at Zhao Yushu and asked softly. Can you give massage? How good are you? Zhao Yushu finally spoke. The sound is crisp and pleasant. It's the kind of voice that can be used as a singer. Yes, the craftsmanship is very good. Zhang Yiyan answered concisely. There is no ambiguity. Our boss has been too busy and tired recently, so he wants to find a personal secretary who is good at massage. Of course, massage is only part of the job, there are other jobs, otherwise, just find a massage master. So, if you brag, and my boss is not satisfied after verification in the future, he will fire you without hesitation. Manager Li interrupted with a warning. I'm not bragging, my massage skills are really good. You can verify it on the spot. Zhang Yi was full of confidence again. Of course, if I hadn't been trained, I would definitely be scared now. If you give a massage to a super beautiful woman, would you be tempted? Zhao Yushu didn't give Zhang Yi a chance to verify it with massage, but asked sharply. This question is too tricky and difficult to answer. If you say you are attracted to her, she may not like it and tell you to get lost. If you say you are not attracted to her, she may say you are lying and tell you to get lost too. If she is a woman I can pursue, I will be moved. If not, I won't be moved. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment and replied. Will you react then? Zhao Yushu asked sharply again. Zhang Yi understood that he had passed the previous question, but this question was difficult to answer. This woman was indeed difficult to deal with. My control is excellent. Zhang Yi said confidently. Zhao Yushu didn't comment, and then asked, if the boss takes you to meet an important client, and the client specifically asks you to accompany him because you are very handsome, would you be willing? That depends on what the boss wants. I'll follow his orders. Are you so immoral and without any principles? Zhao Yushu was stunned. Although I am following the boss orders, I would not make such a big sacrifice for the company if the salary and benefits were just this little. So, the boss has to show his sincerity. Zhang Yi said. If I give you a high salary, you will agree to it? You are too money-oriented, right? Is there any difference between you and a male model in a club? Zhao Yushu said with disdain. I'm not a male model for a club, and I won't work in that industry. But life is helpless, and sometimes you have to make choices and compromise. If I refuse my boss's request, I will lose my hard-earned job, and I will lose my job again for the same reason next time, and the cycle will repeat endlessly, and I will accomplish nothing in my life. Life is helpless. Sometimes you have to make choices and compromise. Zhao Yushu was slightly distracted, as if she recalled something. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. Her eyes softened and she said to Manager Li, handle the employment procedures for him. Then she got up and walked out. Zhang Yi also took the opportunity to see her full appearance. As he had guessed, she was very tall, about 1.75 meters, with long legs and a slim waist. It's so beautiful. Zhang Yi was so moved that he couldn't be more excited. After all, he was not an ordinary job seeker, but came with a purpose, which was to seduce her. And it was commissioned by her husband. Therefore, Zhang Yi has the right to be excited and also has the right to look forward to it. Although I can't have her forever, it is possible to have a fate with her. Just like Lin Ruobing, I had a connection with her and we had a bond. Now she should be doing in vitro fertilization, maybe with twins. Congratulations on your application to become our boss's personal secretary. Manager Li shook hands with Zhang Yi, and then took him to the Human Resources Department to complete the entry procedures. He signed a labor contract with a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, but no overtime pay. The probation period is 3 months, after which the salary will increase by 20%, which means it can reach 18,000 yuan. The treatment is very good. What is even more exciting is that food and accommodation are free of charge. Because I eat with the boss and live at his house. Therefore, at night, there is a high probability that Zhang Yi will be able to meet Brother Chao. An exciting life is about to begin. Zhang Yi was very much looking forward to it and was very excited. You can go to work today, right? Manager Li said. Yes. Zhang Yi nodded. Then I'll take you to see the boss. Manager Li said. Can you tell me about my job? Zhang Yi asked. Since our boss didn't have a personal secretary before, I don't know what the specific job content is. So I can't introduce it to you. Manager Li spread his hands. Soon she brought Zhang Yi to the chairman's office and knocked on the door. Zhang Yi once again met the beautiful, charming, and powerful Zhao Yashu. Chapter 18, Award. Zhao Yashu sat gracefully on the office chair, and the mahogany desk was wide and huge, showing the boss's dominance. She was busy working, typing on the keyboard with very nimble fingers. Boss, Zhang Yi's induction is complete. I brought him here. Manager Li said respectfully. Then he left, closing the door gently. Boss, is there any work I can do? Zhang Yi stood in front of her desk for at least 5 minutes, and when he found that she still ignored him, he couldn't help but asked. Sit on the sofa for a while, I'll find you when I'm done. Zhao Yashu raised her head and glanced at Zhang Yi. So Zhang Yi sat down on the sofa and began to wait quietly. She has no assistant or secretary. So, no one really gave Zhang Yi any work to do. But Zhang Yi knew that Hongyan Advertising had a general manager, because just now Zhang Yi saw the general manager's office, where a middle-aged man was working. As the boss, she shouldn't be too busy. Being busy right now may be a special case. So Zhang Yi began to fantasize about spending the next 3 months with this beautiful boss, eating and drinking delicious food, and traveling around the country. Also cultivate good relationships. I'll find another chance to take it then. Even if the mission is completed. But it's best not to get emotional, otherwise you will be hurt. After sitting for a while, Zhang Yi wanted to smoke, but he had to hold it back. I don't dare to smoke. Because there wasn't even an ashtray. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait too long. Zhao Yashu finished her work and walked over with a strong fragrance. Zhang Yi quickly stood up to show his respect. She sat down on the sofa opposite Zhang Yi, asked Zhang Yi to sit down as well, and began to arrange future work. Make tea, coffee, order flights, order meals, and drive her to and from get off work. Of course, most of the time, there is no need to order meals because the villa has a nanny to cook. In the evening, you may have to have dinner with clients, but it is unlikely that you will sleep with them. Also responsible for massage. Once at night. It is possible during the day. Zhang Yi has his own office right next door, and spends most of his time in his office. After all, she is a personal secretary, not a work secretary, and she doesn't care about work matters at all. She took Zhang Yi to the tea room and introduced the teacups she used, her favorite tea leaves, and coffee. Zhang Yi also knew it all. I immediately made tea for her, and of course didn't forget to make a cup for myself as well. Let me prove your massage skills. I hope you're not lying. Zhao Yashu took Zhang Yi into the lounge next door. Lying face down on the massage bed, give me a massage of my neck and shoulders. They've been sore lately. Okay. Zhang Yi was extremely looking forward to it. I've long wanted to have intimate contact with her. She is just too beautiful and sexy. This kind of noble, strong and beautiful female boss cannot be touched without the name of massage. Brother Chow understands her. Zhang Yi began to massage her shoulders and neck with skillful and precise techniques. Her shoulders are as sharp as a knife and very sexy. Her white, delicate swan neck can be touched without any obstruction. So, Zhang Yi held it for a long time. Breathing in the rich fragrance and looking at such a beautiful, sexy and mature woman, Zhang Yi almost got lost. Yeah, very comfortable. You are very good. No less than the master in the massage parlor. Zhao Yashu finally exclaimed in admiration. Boss, you're too kind. Zhang Yi said modestly and changed to massaging her head. Her hair is very thick and the color is very beautiful, just like smooth black satin. The hair that is as beautiful as clouds may be referring to her hair. So the feeling of touching it in the hand is super good. Zhang Yi feels very comfortable and enjoys it. Anyway, giving a beauty like her a massage is definitely not a chore, but a great enjoyment. It's not convenient to get a massage here, I'll do it at night. Zhao Yashu ended the massage. He walked out and found some information about hotels and restaurants that were convenient for ordering meals in the office, and asked Zhang Yi to take it back to his own office. Zhang Yi's office is about 30 square meters in size. Desk, computer, sofa, coffee table, everything is available. There is also an ashtray on the coffee table. Obviously you can smoke. So, Zhang Yi was very satisfied. The work is easy and pleasant, and it doesn't cost a penny. This is a job that anyone would want to get. On this day, Zhang Yi only ordered a meal once. The other thing was to wander around the company. The company has 3 floors in total and employs more than 100 people. It's not a big company, but it's just an advertising company, so it's pretty impressive. It should be the leader in the advertising industry. Zhang Yi also met several colleagues. In addition to Manager Li from the Human Resources Department and Clerk Roy, there is Miss Ding at the front desk. Her name is Ding Ruolin. She was the one who took the initiative to get to know Zhang Yi. Also added Zhang Yi's WeChat. She is interested in Zhang Yi. Because the boss's personal secretary's salary isn't low, he's so handsome, and he has no girlfriend or boyfriend, so she's naturally willing to get close to him. Zhang Yi also met a male colleague, whom he met through smoking. When he was walking around the company, he found a smoking room where a man in his 30s with a weathered look was smoking. He went in and had one too. Hello, I'm Cao Yang, an advertising designer. The man took the initiative to say hello. Hello, I'm Zhang Yi, the boss's personal secretary. Zhang Yi smiled and shook hands with him. So she's the boss' personal secretary. No wonder she wasn't introduced to other departments, because there's no connection. Gao Yang laughed. We both have the word Yang in our names. It's fate. Zhang Yi started chatting with him and getting closer to him. I want to understand the company's situation as soon as possible. After all, he is not only a personal secretary, but also a fake professional mail god. You can also say he is half a spy. Soon he succeeded in finding out some important information. Hongyan Advertising Company has excellent performance, with annual profits exceeding 100 million yuan. The reason why it is so powerful is that the boss Zhao Yashu is very good at advertising creativity. Often come up with some great ideas. So it is very famous and has won advertising business from many big companies. A rich man. Zhang Yi sighed secretly. I am also looking forward to the day when the seduction will be successful. What will she look like when I seduce her? Chapter 19 Living in Zhao Shuya's house. Zhang Yi also found out brother Chao's true identity. His name is Chao Dajuan, he is a director of Poly Department Store, holds 10% of the shares and has a net worth of nearly 2 billion. He is Zhao Yashu's original husband. I have many friends and many connections. Therefore, he is definitely someone Zhang Yi cannot afford to offend. Zhang Yi could only complete the task honestly. And dare not have any greed. After get off work, Zhang Yi drove Zhao Yashu's Porsche 911 with Zhao Yashu sitting in the passenger seat. Under Zhao Yashu's guidance, they returned all the way back to her villa. This is a wealthy area. Entry and exit are very strict. Zhao Yashu also got out of the car to register for Zhang Yi. It will be convenient for Zhang Yi to enter and exit alone in the future. I was originally going to get a beauty treatment with my bestie tonight, but in order to accommodate you, I have to postpone it until tomorrow night. After registering and getting in the car again, Zhao Yashu said lightly again. Thank you for your trouble, boss. Zhang Yi said gratefully while driving. You will meet my boyfriend, Xiao Dajuan, later. Don't worry or be afraid. You are just my personal secretary, not my lover. Besides, he himself has a dirty bottom. Don't be surprised if I don't treat him well. Aha! Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. I feel very peaceful. The situation is basically the same as what Brother Chao said. His strategy may be effective. I shouldn't be in any danger. The prerequisite is that you cannot be greedy, you cannot be obsessed with this woman, and don't even think about getting her forever. Zhao Yashu's villa is very luxurious. There are 3 floors, and the area of each floor is more than 300 square meters. The decoration is very exquisite. Just like the palace where the princess lives. The outdoor area is very spacious and the landscaping work is very well done. There is even a private swimming pool. Sparkling and very beautiful. Zhao Yashu quickly settled Zhang Yi. Let him live in a larger room on the 2nd floor, which has a desk, a sofa, and of course a computer. She lives on the 3rd floor. The servants lived on the 1st floor. She also specifically stated, I bought this villa with my own money, and it has nothing to do with my boyfriend. I didn't want to live with him, but he shamelessly moved in. Therefore, I am the owner of the villa, and you must only listen to my orders, and not to any of his orders. Don't be afraid of him, because you are my personal secretary, and I am behind you. But I also want to warn you, you must not have any unreasonable thoughts about me, otherwise, not only will he kill you, but I will kill you too. Zhang Yi made a serious assurance. I also made up my mind that once the task was completed, I would leave without any delay. The servant prepared the meal. The food was served on the square dining table. Very rich. 5 dishes and 1 soup. Zhang Yi and Zhao Yashu enjoyed it. Zhang Yi didn't dare to sit opposite her, as that was the seat for her boyfriend. So he sat sideways. After dinner, Brother Chao came back. He was very good at acting. When he saw Zhang Yi, he asked with a dark face, Yashu, who is he? Why did you bring a man back? And he is so handsome? I hired you as my personal secretary. You're going to live here from now on. What's wrong with that? Zhao Yashu's tone was cold and very strong. Such a handsome personal secretary? Isn't that good? Xiao Dajuan's face was full of dissatisfaction and suspicion. You have a dirty mind. No wonder you slept with your beautiful secretary and couldn't even clean up your shit. You even came to me to make trouble and asked me to give you to her. Zhao Yashu said angrily. Can you please stop bringing that up? It's been a few months. Can you please stop nagging me? Xiao Dajuan touched his forehead, feeling extremely painful. You were the one who doubted me first. You asked for it. Why do you want to hire a personal secretary? Wasn't it good enough before? Xiao Dajuan asked again. The tone softened a lot. Because I'm very busy at work and too tired. I have shoulder and neck problems, and the doctor said I must have a massage every night, and it's better to have a massage during the day. How can I have so much time to go to the massage parlor? Besides, the technicians in the massage parlor are very lecherous. When I just give me a massage, they have a lecherous look on their faces, which is disgusting. The female technicians are not strong enough. Zhao Yashu explained, so I hired a personal secretary. In addition to massage, she can also order food, book tickets, drive. It makes me feel much more relaxed. He's so handsome, I'm worried you'll fall in love with him. Xiao Dajuan said in a low voice. So, are you in love with your secretary? No, so I let you drive her away. It's the same reason. No matter how handsome he is, he's still a pauper. How could I possibly fall in love with him? Maybe I was just confused for a moment? You think I'm you? For me, such a thing is impossible. What if? Then fire him. Is that even a given? Zhao Yashu said forcefully. All right. Xiao Dajuan nodded and said nothing more. After hearing this, Zhang Yi finally understood that Xiao Jun's method should be useful. Once she made a mistake, she realized that sometimes, not only men, but also women, will make mistakes when faced with temptation. As long as it can be corrected, it can be forgiven. Don't have to dwell on it forever. Go back to your room and don't touch me for this month. I'm still angry. When Zhao Yashu saw that Xiao Dajuan accepted the position of personal secretary, she became even more assertive. Xiao Dajuan was so depressed and miserable that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Such a beautiful girlfriend, I can only look at her, not sleep with her. Can you be in a good mood? He returned to his room depressed and secretly contacted Zhang Yi. You see, her personality is too strong. If I don't find a way to seduce her to make a mistake, she will always be cold and violent to me. But I can't bear to divorce her, so I can only ask you for help. I will try my best, don't worry. Zhang Yi comforted. I felt more and more at peace. Although this business is ridiculous, it is really not dangerous. You can now let go and do your job. However, it will not be quick to seduce such a strong and confident woman. Because she looked down on him at all. This is caused by the gap in status and wealth. The only thing I can boast is that I am handsome. I wonder if it will be useful to her who loves beauty. Here's something you might be able to use. Go to your room first. Come to the 3rd floor at 9 o'clock and give me a massage for 2 hours. Zhao Yashu found a box from the utility room. Okay. Zhang Yi agreed and returned to the room carrying the long box. I opened it curiously and took a look. It turned out to be a very delicate and beautiful inflatable doll. Depend on. Zhang Yi was stunned and immediately contacted Brother Chao. Your girlfriend is a ruthless person. She prepared a beautiful doll for me and said that I could use it after I gave her a massage. He just wanted to let Chao Dajuan know that 100,000 yuan is not easy to earn. The 3 months he estimated was not long. I'll take you to a private club if I have a chance. After a long while, Chao Dajuan replied. He was obviously stunned for a while. Chapter 20 Massage. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yi went to the 3rd floor on time. Standing at the door of Zhao Yashu's room. Didn't go in. But waiting. You don't have to wait at the door of my room anymore. Just go to the massage room next door and wait. Zhao Yashu came out. She had already washed up and washed her hair. Wear loose, soft massage clothing. No makeup, natural look. But her face was still as delicate and white as ever, without a single blemish. Incredibly beautiful. Okay. Zhang Yi agreed. And she walked into the massage room next door. The massage room is spacious and has several massage positions. Separated by curtains. There was actually someone giving a massage at one of the massage seats. Zhang Yi was surprised. It's my boyfriend. He hired a masseuse to come to my house. Don't pay attention to him. We'll massage ourselves. Zhao Yashu whispered in Zhang Yi's ear. Obviously he didn't want Chao Dajuan to hear it. Aha! Zhang Yi nodded. He didn't understand what Chao Dajuan meant. Are you worried about him? If you are not confident, why ask him to do special tasks? Did he want to replicate the ridiculous situation where a couple goes to a massage parlor for a massage, with a curtain between them but the girlfriend is violated by the masseur? Massage my shoulders, neck, head, arms, calves, and waist tonight. No need to massage other parts. Zhao Yashu lay down on the massage bed, closed her eyes and gave the order. Other parts are the back, thighs, chest, and abdomen, right? Zhang Yi muttered secretly. He also realized that this woman was very wary of him. No, probably to guard against any masseur. So Zhang Yi started to massage her. The lighting is a bit dim. Good for sleeping. But under such lighting, it feels even better to look at the beauty. Start by massaging your shoulders and neck through your clothes. The clothes are very loose and the collar is open. After massaging for a while, Zhang Yi added some rose essential oil. Due to her good skills and Zhang Yi's great dedication, she did not dare to slack off or be impatient at all, so Zhao Yashu felt very comfortable. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his slightly frowned brows relaxed. Your girlfriend? At the next massage booth, the charming masseuse whispered in Chao Dajuan's ear. Shoo. Chao Dajuan made a gesture to keep quiet. But he nodded. Chao Dajuan closed his eyes and enjoyed it happily, as if he was not worried at all about being discovered by Zhao Yashu. Zhao Yashu suddenly pulled Zhang Yi down. Zhang Yi thought she wanted to kiss him and was very excited and expectant. But Zhang Yi was wrong. After she pulled Zhang Yi down, she whispered in his ear, "Can you take a look at what they are doing?" Apparently she heard something bad. In doubt. In fact, Zhang Yi also heard the unusual sound, but he didn't care about it, because it was normal to make such a sound during massage. Zhang Yi nodded, stood up, tiptoed towards the curtain, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked over. Then I was stunned. It was not the woman who was giving Chao Dajuan a massage, but Chao Dajuan who was driving. Open unscrupulously. Chao Dajuan also saw Zhang Yi's eyes and made a gesture to Zhang Yi to keep quiet. Zhang Yi also winked at Chao's army. Then he came back and whispered in Zhao Yushu's ear, "I'm giving you an oil massage." Zhao Yushu closed her eyes again and continued to enjoy Zhang Yi's massage. I didn't suspect Zhang Yi was lying, because she never thought from the beginning to the end that Zhang Yi was actually arranged by Chao Dajuan. I thought she hired it herself. She also interviewed him, and it was she who made the final decision to hire Zhang Yi. I had a half-hour neck and shoulder massage. Zhang Yi turned to massaging her head. After 10 minutes or so, massage her arms and hands. This is also a part of her body that Zhang Yi has never massaged before. Therefore, Zhang Yi massaged very carefully, not missing any inch of the area. Zhang Yi had already pulled up the loose sleeves, revealing his snow-white arms, which were so beautiful. There is not even a scar or a black spot. Zhang Yi doubted that he could squeeze out water. Then Zhang Yi massaged her feet. He also rolled up his trouser legs, because it's very loose. The jade feet are crystal clear, with a perfect arch shape, and they are so comfortable to hold in the hands. So the massage lasted a long time. Instead of scolding, Zhao Yushu looked very happy. She also opened her eyes many times and observed Zhang Yi carefully, wanting to see if there was anything abnormal about him. This can be used to judge whether Zhang Yi has professional ethics and whether he is a gentleman. Zhang Yi began to massage his calves. The last step is to massage her waist. Zhang Yi asked her to turn over and lie on the massage bed. 2 hours passed in a flash. Chao's army finished first. Chao Dajuan opened the curtain and walked over. Seeing Zhang Yi massaging his wife's waist, he greeted with a smile, "Yeshu, I'm going to bed first. If you dare to go to my room, I will castrate you." Zhao Yushu said. Well. Chao Dajuan sighed depressedly and left with the female massage technician. As soon as Chao Dajuan left, Zhang Yi and Zhao Yushu were the only ones left in the massage room. "Boss, would you like a back massage?" Zhang Yi said with a smile, "Otherwise, it would be hard to reach 2 hours. Then my job would be too easy. Don't massage my back, massage my shoulders and neck for a while, it feels very comfortable there." Zhao Yushu said. She is very determined and bossy. She does not allow any changes to the massage plan she makes. If I say I want to massage your back, then I want to do it. Okay, boss. Zhang Yi agreed and gave her a gentle massage of her shoulders and neck. Zhao Yushu hummed again, and her whole body completely relaxed again. When 2 hours had passed, Zhao Yushu said calmly, "Let's stop here tonight. You did a great job. I'm very satisfied." She turned over and got off the massage bed. Zhang Yi, who was still unsatisfied, felt like he was stuck in mid-air. His heart was empty and he felt very uncomfortable. He was eager to continue massaging her. He wasn't tired at all, really. On the contrary, it is particularly enjoyable and extremely intoxicating. Zhao Yushu was really too beautiful, too sexy, and too charming. But he could only pretend nothing had happened and followed Zhao Yushu out. Chapter 21. Zhao Shiya's girlfriend is so charming. Wait a moment. Zhao Yushu walked into the bedroom, took out 1,000 yuan and stuffed it into Zhang Yi's pocket. "Boss, you've already paid me a salary, so there's no need to give me a tip." Of course Zhang Yi wanted it very much, but he still refused firmly. "Here." The woman glared at Zhang Yi. "Thank you, boss." Zhang Yi obediently took the money and walked out. This time I felt at ease with the result. Because I have declined. Zhao Yushu insisted on giving it to me. Could this be the extra income that Chao Dajuan mentioned? The treatment for this commission is really good. Not only is there a reward of 100,000 yuan, but there is also a considerable salary and even tips. You can also give massage to such a beautiful and sexy boss. So happy. It seems that the career of professional male god has great prospects. Unfortunately, I can only be considered a fake. Back in the room, Zhang Yi lay on the bed, his mind full of the beautiful scenes of the massage just now, his heart pounding and his breathing rapid. He kind of wants to use the doll Zhao Yushu gave him. Boom boom boom. Chao Dajuan knocked on the door and walked in, closing the door and asking in a low voice, "How is the situation? Is there any hope?" She is very conservative. She can't find any opportunities now. She can only take it slowly. Yes, don't be impatient. My girlfriend is not that easy to seduce. So you have to be patient. Chao Dajuan nodded in agreement. Then he asked again, how is it? Have you seen her beauty and grace now? Is she very charming? Your girlfriend is so beautiful, so pretty, and so sexy, peerless. I almost lost my composure. Brother, you are so lucky. Zhang Yi exclaimed with envy. Chao Dajuan laughed triumphantly. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yi reminded her, don't do the same thing you did tonight next time. Once you are exposed, not only will you be in trouble, but she will also kick me out, and my plan will fail completely. That's because you made a mistake. You should have told her the truth instead of lying. That would have helped you seduce her. Chao Dajuan disagreed. Aren't you worried that she'll break up with you? Chao Dajuan said, she won't care. How could they break up? You're overthinking it. Time quickly moved forward 10 days. Zhang Yi was completely familiar with the job. I play almost all day long. After get off work, Zhao Yashu spent most of her time playing with her best friends. Never bring Zhang Yi along. So, Zhang Yi is also free at night. As for Saturday and Sunday, they are Zhang Yi's days off and he doesn't need to give Zhao Yashu a massage. So, the work is very easy. However, there was no progress in seducing Zhao Yashu. She always gave tips of 300, 500, 700 or 800. The first time I gave 1,000, probably because it was my first time. But Zhang Yi was also very satisfied. Because extra income is no less than monthly salary. The total monthly salary is 30,000. And I eat and live at the boss's place. Basically, you don't have to spend your own money. Such good treatment, such an easy and beautiful job. Of course, Zhang Yi hopes to be able to work for at least 3 months. That would earn you nearly 200,000. Therefore, Zhang Yi is not in a hurry to complete the task. But seeing that Zhang Yi had not made any progress, Chao's army became a little anxious and urged Zhang Yi many times to speed up. After get off work on Friday, Zhao Yashu actually took Zhang Yi to the club for the first time. He didn't let Zhang Yi drive, but drove the car himself, with Zhang Yi sitting in the passenger seat. Maybe she thought this was not Zhang Yi's job. Or maybe the road conditions are complicated. Soon, she brought Zhang Yi to a very high-standard private club, Lanxiang Club. Entered a luxurious private room. Not only can you sing, you can also give massages because there is a massage bed. You can even rest because there are 3 rooms specifically for sleeping, with luxurious beds. Zhao Yashu sat down on the sofa, stretched, and then pointed to the menu on the coffee table and said, Zhang Yi, you order the dishes. Just order whatever you want. Boss, are there any other friends coming? Zhang Yi picked up the menu and asked. It is easier to order food if you know the number of people. It's just one best friend and her boyfriend, no one else. Zhao Yashu said, they don't like spicy food. Understood. Zhang Yi ordered the dishes immediately, and of course also ordered red wine and Sprite. Waited for a moment. Zhao Yashu's best friend came over with her boyfriend. She is very beautiful, no, she is very charming. She is naturally charming and her peach blossom eyes are endlessly alluring. Every glance at you seems to be electrified. Her beauty is no less than Zhao Yashu. She is the kind of woman who can make men bleed from their noses at the first sight of her. My best friend Lu Qinglan is a supermodel. This is her boyfriend Duan Jie, a billionaire. This is my personal secretary Zhang Yi. Zhao Yashu respected Zhang Yi very much and introduced him formally. But Zhang Yi knew that Zhao Yashu actually looked down on him. Because the gap between him and her is too big. But this kind of contempt will only be reflected in major decisions. For example, when she chooses a boyfriend, she certainly would not consider Zhang Yi, but Chao Dajuan, who is a good match for her. Zhang Yi chatted with the two of them for a while. Although Duan Jie was also polite to Zhang Yi felt that he was being perfunctory. As for Lu Qinglan, she was actually quite interested in Zhang Yi. She asked curiously, I heard from Yashu that you are very good at massage? Her shoulders and neck don't hurt much now, it's all thanks to you. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Yi took a step back and kept a distance from her. Then they started drinking, singing and eating. Then comes the foot washing and massage session. Yashu, can you ask your personal secretary to give me a massage? My ankle has always been in bad condition, and my waist often hurts. Lu Qinglan said. It's after get off work. I can only bring him here. You have to ask him if he wants to. Zhao Yashu smiled. There is no doubt that the two of them had communicated in advance. That's why Zhao Yashu brought Zhang Yi here. Otherwise, how could Zhang Yi have the qualifications to be here? If Zhao Yashu wants to bring someone, she will also bring her boyfriend Chao Dajuan. Zhang Yi, I would like to ask you to give me a massage. If the effect is good, I will trouble you again in the future. But it will not take up your working time. I will not treat you unfairly. Lu Qinglan asked coquettishly. Brother, please help me, please. Duan Jie climbed onto Zhang Yi's shoulders to get closer to him. No problem. Zhang Yi agreed. One is to save Zhao Yashu's face. The second one is that I really want to press it. Any man would want to press such a charming, sexy, and beautiful supermodel. What Zhang Yi was worried about was that her boyfriend might not agree. But he agreed and was still begging him, so of course I wasn't worried. Chapter 22. The supermodel lies before your eyes. We're going to sleep here tonight, so it doesn't matter if the massage takes a little longer. Brother, if my girlfriend falls asleep during a massage, don't wake her up, let her sleep until dawn. Zhao Yashu and Duan Jie said one after another. What about you? Zhang Yi asked. Of course I washed my feet, and then found a masseuse to massage me in the room until I fell asleep. Duan Jie said. I also wash feet and massage on the bed, but I use a female technician. Zhao Yashu said, my boyfriend will come over later and wants to sleep in the same room with me. Ha, I'm dreaming. You each have a room, and you take up all 3 rooms. Where should I sleep? Zhang Yi was a little confused. Do you also sleep in the massage room? Although there are several massage beds, I am in the same room with Lu Qinglan. Aren't you worried about me? But I'm embarrassed to say it out loud. 9 times out of 10, this is how it was arranged. I don't worry at all about what his little personal secretary might do. Soon, the two of them called a beautiful foot washing technician. Zhao Yashu didn't call a male technician, probably because she was worried that Chao Dajuan would come over. Maybe you are not used to having your feet washed by a male technician. I have to say that this private club is high-end and the female technicians are very beautiful. Although not as good as Zhao Yashu and Lu Qinglan. But she also has good looks, a good figure, and is very charming. Zhang Yi felt itchy when he saw it and wanted to enjoy it himself. Unfortunately, I am not qualified. I can only give Lu Qinglan a massage. Fortunately, Lu Qinglan is a famous model, so massage is not a chore. Otherwise it would be too tragic. Zhang Yi, let's wash our feet too, and then have a massage later. I just wonder if the massage will make you stay up late and then be too tired? Lu Qinglan was very smart and understood what Zhang Yi was thinking, so she gave a suggestion. It's 9 o'clock now. After washing my feet it will be less than 11 o'clock. After another 2 hours of massage, it will only be 1 o'clock in the morning. I won't be tired. Zhang Yi was very happy. Then let's wash our feet together first, it will be lively. Duan Jie laughed. Zhao Yashu was even more direct and ordered 2 more beautiful technicians. Cool. When Zhang Yi sat on the luxurious sofa, he felt extremely comfortable when he saw the beautiful technician holding his feet in her arms and starting to wash his feet vigorously. This kind of happiness cannot be enjoyed by ordinary people. Anyway, the massage parlors outside are definitely not this high-end. The technicians are definitely not that pretty and charming, and their service is definitely not that good. After a while, Zhao's army arrived excitedly. He greeted Duan Jie and Lu Qinglan warmly. He even hugged Zhao Yashu boldly, but was slapped loudly in the face. You are so rude. But it was his fault that he made a mistake. He slept with the beautiful secretary and couldn't control her, so she came to his house to make trouble. Therefore, Chao Dajuan did not dare to lose his temper. He stepped aside awkwardly and ordered a beautiful technician to start washing his feet. After washing your feet, 3 little massage princesses are already in place. Any one of them is prettier than a foot massage technician. Only slightly inferior to Zhao Yashu and Lu Qinglan. Zhang Yi saw the expressions on Chao Dajuan and Duan Jie's faces. Suddenly I realized that these masseuses could stay overnight. The massage is not for 2 hours, but for a whole night. That's why Duan Jie told him not to wake up Lu Qinglan, who fell asleep during the massage. Lu Qinglan and Zhao Yashu also knew it well. But they don't mind. Just don't take it home. Chao Dajuan's mistake was that his female secretary came to his house and made trouble. It's so great to be rich. They live like kings. After realizing this, Zhang Yi felt infinite admiration and envy in his heart. It's beautiful. I like it. Zhao Yashu hugged an exceptionally beautiful little princess and kissed her on her red lips. Then he hugged her affectionately and went into the room. Apparently the little princess she chose was special, and might be specially assigned to serve the female boss. Chao Dajuan and Duan Jie also hugged one each and went back to the room. Of course, Zhang Yi went into the massage room with the supermodel Lu Qinglan. The massage room has 5 massage seats. Any one of them is extremely luxurious, no less than a bed. There are also very clean quilts. It is indeed possible to stay here overnight. Don't worry about not sleeping well. Lu Qinglan chose the massage bed at the innermost part. Lie down on it. Under the dim light, it is simply a beautiful picture. You haven't changed your clothes yet, Zhang Yi said after a moment of hesitation. Of course there are massage suits here, and they are disposable, so you don't have to worry about others wearing them. No, just massage my ankles and waist. Doesn't my waist happen to be exposed? Lu Qinglan said. She didn't want Zhang Yi to take any advantage. Only the waist and ankles are open. He looked down upon a personal secretary like Zhang Yi. Despite knowing this, Zhang Yi was too sad to get angry. And I especially want to give her a massage. Her feet are so beautiful, and her exposed waist is very sexy and charming. Maybe she is a noble princess, opening these 2 parts to Zhang Yi, a poor man at the bottom of society, and Zhang Yi is very satisfied. So sad. Zhang Yi laughed at himself in his heart. Since she had just washed her feet, Lu Qinglan's feet were crystal clear and warm, and felt very good to hold in her hands. Zhang Yi began to press hard. Used all your strength. A look of satisfaction appeared on Lu Qinglan's face. After massaging her feet, Zhang Yi did not massage other parts of her body and went straight to massaging her waist. This time it feels even better. Zhang Yi couldn't put it down. It's very comfortable. Your technique is very good. I'll change my clothes, and you can massage my shoulders, neck, head, back, and arms. Lu Qinglan changed her mind. She didn't even wait for Zhang Yi to answer because she believed that he would get his consent. No man would refuse such a good thing. She waved her hand to let Zhang Yi retreat to another massage position, pulled the curtain, and changed into a set of massage clothes. He called Zhang Yi in again and asked him to continue. Zhang Yi dripped rose essential oil on her shoulders and neck, inserted his hot hands into the loose collar, rubbed the oil all over, and began to pinch her shoulders that were as smooth as a knife. Comfortable. Lu Qinglan and Zhang Yi sighed in their hearts almost at the same time. Chapter 23 Fishing Enforcement. After lovingly massaging Lu Qinglan's shoulders, neck and head, Zhang Yi began to massage her back, but it was not very convenient because she was wearing clothes. Although you can also press through clothes. But the effect won't be very good. So he suggested expectantly, it would be better to take off your clothes. Is that okay with you? Can. Lu Qinglan agreed and took off her clothes generously. She also wore a set of black lingerie. She lay prone again. Wow, it's beautiful. Zhang Yi secretly admired. My eyes are a little straight. This woman is indeed a supermodel. But it is not something ordinary people can have. Although her back is beautiful, Zhang Yi has undergone special training and did not get lost or lose her composure. Would you like a leg massage? It's very comfortable. The most beautiful thing about supermodels is their long, white legs. Lu Qinglan couldn't help but nodded. How do you feel? After the massage was over, Lu Qinglan looked at Zhang Yi seductively and asked. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there is good news? I am just a poor loser, as weak as an ant, and others can crush me to death with ease, so of course I have to be extra careful. Especially during a mission. An accident happened, and the road to becoming this so-called professional male god came to an end. However, this woman's temptation to him was extremely huge. Zhang Yi couldn't bear it any longer. But he got a hard slap in the face. He was beaten so hard that he saw stars and was completely confused. You. Zhang Yi covered his face and looked at her in confusion. I'm just teasing you, why are you so brave? Lu Qinglan's eyes turned cold, and the shyness on her face had long disappeared? From a seductive fairy, she turned into a female Shura. Zhang Yi felt horrified and his hair stood on end. I secretly groaned and regretted it endlessly. When I received training in the past, I was slapped and warned. Now I'm at a disadvantage again. This gorgeous supermodel was so mean. She seduced him on purpose. It was simply a trap. This is a big trouble. Why don't you get out of here? Lu Qinglan's voice was icy cold. Zhang Yi had no choice but to say aggrievely, "You are too beautiful and charming. Any man will like and love you. I am not brave, it is you who seduced me. I have rejected you many times, but you persuaded me again and again. I have teased other massage technicians before, and the situation is similar to this time, but they are not as bold as you. Only you are bold and reckless. You are not suitable to be my best friend's personal secretary. I will let her fire you tomorrow." Zhang Yi's face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "My heart is full of despair." Once Lu Qinglan did this, her mission would fail, and she would no longer be a professional male god. She might even lose her job as a personal secretary due to her bad reputation. If you want to rise up and become a boss-level existence, it is simply impossible to enter the world where Lin Ruobing is. I could only return to the bottom of society and work in a mold and plastic factory, earning a few thousand yuan a month. You can only make ends meet in this life. One careless move actually changed my life and sent me from heaven to hell. Tell me, if my boyfriend knew about this, would he kill you? The corners of Lu Qinglan's mouth curled up, and she seemed very happy and proud. Meeting. Zhang Yi was even more desperate. His body began to tremble constantly and his face turned as pale as a deathly person. It turns out that it's not just as simple as ruining your future. There is also the possibility that your life may be in danger. What awaits me tomorrow will be eternal damnation. How about just putting her to sleep completely? A bold idea appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. Chapter 24, The Most Vicious Woman's Heart. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Can you give me a chance? Although he had evil thoughts in his mind, Zhang Yi still didn't dare to carry them out because he was not sure. What if he couldn't sleep well? Isn't that even more miserable? Why should I give you a chance? Just because you gave me a massage before, you kept pushing it too far, massaging my back, and now you want to massage my legs. It turns out she knows everything. Zhang Yi's heart sank into a dark abyss. These top white, rich and beautiful women go in and out of various high-end romantic places every day. What kind of scenes have they not seen? How could they not know his massage skills? What's more, she learned the massage skills under the arrangement of Chao Dajuan. Perhaps, Zhao Yushu and Lu Qinglan both knew Luo Xian and understood the content of her training, especially her quick learning massage techniques. I was too naive. In fact, the only thing I can boast is that I am handsome. I was wrong, can you forgive me? Zhang Yi pleaded again. I also swore in my heart that this lesson was a bloody one and I must keep it in mind in the future. Never make the same mistake again. But, is there still a chance to make mistakes? Will she forgive him? I can forgive you, but from now on you must listen to me and do whatever I tell you to do. You must not resist or refuse. Lu Qinglan's mouth corners curled up high. Will you let me do something extreme? Zhang Yi felt helpless and angry. I feel that I am under Lu Qinglan's firm control. Will I be completely controlled by her from now on? He was kind enough to give her a massage, but she treated him like this? Too bad. Too toxic. It is true that women have the most vicious hearts. Not necessarily. Lu Qinglan smiled happily. Then she asked Zhang Yi to add her on WeChat and save her number in her phone book, saying, "From now on, I will contact you if I have any questions. You can't pretend to obey me but do not do it. Otherwise, you will be chopped into pieces and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. As long as it's not too much, I will do my best." Zhang Yi promised honestly. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He agrees first and then finds a way to get rid of her control later. In fact, as long as I delay until the day when the task is completed, I won't be afraid of her threats, because I will be far away from her from then on. That's good. Lu Qinglan smiled with satisfaction and began to gently stroke Zhang Yi's face, and then drew circles on his chest and asked with seductive eyes, "Do you miss it very much?" No. Zhang Yi shook his head. Then continue to massage me until I fall asleep. Lu Qinglan gave a wicked smile and lay back on the bed. Zhang Yi could only continue massaging her vigorously. I hope she falls asleep soon. Wait until I fall asleep, then make a facial mask for me. Lu Qinglan made another request. Where is the mask? Zhang Yi was very reluctant. This woman has too many demands. Even her boss Xiao Yashu has never let her apply a facial mask. If she hadn't held my vital point in her hands, I really wouldn't want to agree. There really isn't any facial mask, so give me some cucumber slices. Lu Qinglan said, there was half a cucumber and a small fruit knife in my bag. Sister Lan, why are you putting cucumber slices on your face so late at night? Can you fall asleep with them on? Don't sleep badly or you'll have dark circles under your eyes the next day. Zhang Yi questioned. In fact, he just didn't want to do it and hoped that she would cancel it. I can only sleep after I put it on, what do you know? Lu Qinglan glared at Zhang Yi and said, I'm warning you. If I wake up and find that there are no cucumber slices on my face, I will make you pay. How can men understand women's crazy pursuit of beauty? Applying cucumber slices can make your skin better. I wish I could apply them all the time. It is necessary to apply them during sleeping time. Okay. Zhang Yi was even more shocked. Continue massaging her, focusing on those areas that relax her mind. It was indeed useful. After only about 20 minutes, Lu Qinglan fell asleep and breathed evenly. Zhang Yi used less and less force, just like caressing her gently. Finally it stopped completely. Intoxicated by the charm and beauty of a beautiful woman sleeping in spring. Breathing in the refreshing fragrance. Slowly, his eyes fell on her beautiful face. He didn't like Lu Qinglan, who loved to tease him, and he would never fall in love with her. But he had to admit that she was very sexy, beautiful and charming, like a vixen, and was very tempting to him. So while she is asleep, take a good look at her beauty. He was also very curious, how could this girl be so beautiful? How did it grow? After admiring it for a while, he opened Lu Qinglan's bag and looked at it carefully. I found that there was indeed half a cucumber and a small fruit knife inside a plastic bag. Take the cucumber and cut it into slices. Ready to put it on her. I realized that Lu Qinglan had changed her sleeping position to side at some point. The quilt also slipped off his body. A pair of slender and sexy long legs were also fully revealed, sparkling under the light. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Yi gently turned her over and let her lie flat. Her face was so delicate that it seemed fragile. Every time Zhang Yi put on a piece, he would tremble secretly. It really feels like an electric shock. After applying it, Zhang Yi was still reluctant to leave, but stared at her beautiful red lips in a daze. I had already kissed her tonight, but got slapped. There is no time to taste what it tastes like. How about another kiss? Anyway, she was asleep and had no way of knowing. Such a good opportunity, if you lose it, you will never get it again. Chapter 25 Good Intentions. He stayed for 3 seconds, still a little reluctant to leave. But Lu Qinglan's eyelashes suddenly moved, and her eyelids also moved, as if she was about to open. Zhang Yi was so frightened that he immediately wanted to retreat and flee the scene. Otherwise it could be disastrous. But a slender hand suddenly grabbed him. Lu Qinglan grabbed Zhang Yi, opened her charming eyes, and looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. Sister Lan, are you awake? Zhang Yi was embarrassed, and a little nervous and guilty. What were you doing? I was just putting cucumber patches on you. I just put them on and you woke up. I've already told you that putting cucumber patches on you may make it harder to fall asleep. Zhang Yi said confidently. Tell me honestly what bad thing you did just now, then I might be able to forgive you. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Lu Qinglan's voice turned cold, and she was obviously really angry. It's over. She might have woken up when I put the cucumber patch on her just now. She must have known it when I kissed her. Zhang Yi lamented in his heart. I regret it so much. I was blinded by lust and did things I shouldn't have done. This is a big trouble. He could only hang his head and admit, Sister Lan, when I was putting the cucumber slices on you just now, I found that you were so beautiful. You must be a fairy from heaven, a beauty that does not belong to this world, so I boldly kissed you for 3 seconds, but I really just touched your lips and did nothing else. Since you are so honest, I will forgive you. I can still kiss you again. You can be bolder and not so cautious. I am not a tiger. I will not eat you. Lu Qinglan is very generous. Real? Zhang Yi was surprised and happy. Unfortunately, Lu Qinglan quickly pushed him away and said, Okay, go and have a rest. I'm sleepy too. The implication is that he should get out of here right away. Good night, Sister Lan. At this moment, Zhang Yi had a slight liking for this enchanting woman. At least he didn't hate her as much as before. He covered her with a blanket and walked out happily and contentedly. Went to the bathroom to take a shower. Lie on another massage bed. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled a thick smoke ring. I just felt extremely comfortable. This night was truly thrilling. Even if I tell others about this experience, no one will believe it. It's ridiculous and unbelievable. But he didn't drift either. Instead, he quickly calmed down. Lu Qinglan is such a terrible woman. She obviously wanted it so much, but she just held back in front of such a handsome guy like him. Just fell asleep like that. As Lu Qinglan's best friend, Zhao Yushu is probably of the same kind and her will must be unbreakable. It must be extremely difficult to seduce her. It's hard to say whether it can be completed. He put out his cigarette, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Suddenly he was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He picked up the phone and found that it was Zhao Yushu calling. He quickly answered the call and Zhao Yushu's charming and beautiful voice came from the phone. Is Qinglan asleep? I fell asleep a long time ago. Zhang Yi glanced at the massage areas inside and replied. Go check on her again to see if she's covered with the quilt. She likes to kick it when she sleeps. Then come over to my side. Okay. Zhang Yi agreed and hung up the phone. He got out of bed in a daze, looked at the time again, and found that it was exactly 3 o'clock in the morning. He was so angry that he felt like vomiting blood. Call him in the middle of the night. It's so inhumane. Alas, the poor are bound to be bullied. He went to the bathroom to wash his face and woke up completely. I walked into the massage area and took a look, and found that Lu Qinglan had indeed kicked the quilt away. The beautiful body lies on the massage bed, as beautiful as a flower and extremely gorgeous. He covered her with the quilt again. Only then did he walk out reluctantly. Pushed the door and entered Zhao Yushu's room. Zhao Yushu was not sleeping, but sitting on the sofa in the room. The little princess from the club who was responsible for giving her massage was sleeping on the wide bed, looking very beautiful and attractive. Zhao Yushu saw Zhang Yi coming in and motioned for him to sit on the sofa opposite her. She asked calmly, Where did you press Qinglan? Zhang Yi didn't dare to hide anything and could only tell the truth. Because she was worried that Zhao Yushu would ask Lu Qinglan to verify it tomorrow. You're not sleeping in the middle of the night like a night owl, calling me over to talk about this? My best friend is so pretty and beautiful. You pressed her in so many positions. She must be very uncomfortable. Don't hide it. Zhao Yushu said. Zhang Yi nodded in approval, and his heart began to beat faster. The beauty on the bed is yours. I'm going to sleep in the massage room. Zhao Yushu stood up and was about to go out. Boss, thank you for your concern. I'm not feeling that bad. You should sleep here and I'll continue to sleep in the massage room. Zhang Yi was shocked, quickly blocked her, and ran out. But Zhao Yushu grabbed her and said, This woman's name is Qiu Shui, she's one of the top girls, she charges 100,000 a night. I just enjoyed the massage, so I have to let you come, and I've already agreed with her. If you refuse, it would be a waste. What? Top pick? 100,000? Zhang Yi was stunned. In the past, his annual salary was about 100,000 yuan, and after deducting expenses, he could save 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. It would take nearly 10 years of work to accumulate enough wealth to afford one night's sleep with He Ji. Even though he has become a professional male god now, things are different now. Even if he works hard for a year, he can probably only sleep with her a few times. So sad. After calming down, Zhang Yi asked, What about the other two women? Same here. Zhao Yushu said. Zhang Yi was shocked again. So this is how rich people spend money? The money squandered in one night is what the poor cannot earn in several years or even more than 10 years? Now there is only one question, do you want to accept the boss's kindness and experience and enjoy the happiness of being rich? Chapter 26 Professional Elite Network. Boss, no matter how much she is worth, I don't want to sleep with her. I'm leaving. Zhang Yi refused without hesitation. He is also a man, of course he wants to indulge himself. But how will Zhao Yushu look at him afterwards? Will definitely despise it. I just won't say it out loud. How could Zhao Yushu still like him? How could he seduce her? This mission can be declared a failure. He didn't want to be a poor man of low status forever. He wants to seize any opportunity to rise. but he knew that he had revealed a flaw. It was when he was giving Lu Qinglan a massage that he couldn't resist the temptation and didn't stand his ground. He is definitely not Yanagisawa, who can remain unmoved in the face of top beauties. But if Lu Qinglan wants to control him, she should keep it a secret. My husband and my best friend's husband are enjoying massages in the next room. My best friend and I don't have any bad thoughts about them, and we don't look down on them. If you don't enjoy your money, what's the point of making it? Why are you, a poor man, pretending to be noble? Do you want me to look at you with new eyes? Zhao Yashu got angry and said coldly. Boss, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. I'm a poor man, and I can't afford to be treated like this by a beautiful woman. If you pay for it tonight, who will I ask to pay for it in the future? So, I'm not being aloof, nor am I trying to impress you, but I know my own worth. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out. Faced with a beauty of this level, you are not tempted? Do you really have great ambitions? Zhao Yasha looked at Zhang Yi's back and was slightly surprised. We played at the club until the afternoon on Saturday and then went home. Lu Qinglan didn't tell on anyone. He also gave Zhang Yi a tip of 1,000. He said he gave a good massage and I will go to him for a massage again in the future. For the next week, Lu Qinglan did not contact Zhang Yi and did not ask him to do anything, as if her control over Zhang Yi was just a joke. Zhao Yashu didn't look at Zhang Yi with new eyes, nor did she let Zhang Yi massage more parts of her body. There was no progress in the seduction. That night, Zhao Yashu's massage was completed. Zhang Yi returned to his room and lay on the bed to rest. Suddenly, I received a strange call. Hello, I am the customer service representative of the Professional Male God section of the Professional Elite website. Can I answer the phone? Convenient, you say. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These days, he has been thinking about the profession of Professional Male God and has searched it on Baidu, but found no information. He really wanted to ask Chao Dajuan, but was afraid of revealing any flaws. Because he himself doesn't know how he became a professional male god. He even worried that there might be some misunderstanding. He became a fake professional male god. Now he has received a call from the customer service of the Professional Elite Network, which may be able to answer his questions. You haven't logged into our Professional Elite website recently. Did something unexpected happen? The customer service said. I've been a bit busy lately and forgot to log in. Zhang Yi said hesitantly. The website changes every 2 weeks. How can I know the new website address if I don't log in? I heard that it's okay not to log in, and the customer service will notify you. I've been really busy lately, so I was careless. I must be more careful next time. I'm sorry. Could you please send me the new URL? Zhang Yi's mind worked quickly and his answer was flawless. Okay. The customer didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Then Zhang Yi received a text message, which was of course a website address. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. He immediately copied the URL and opened the website. Start browsing and studying carefully. This is truly a hidden network of professional elites. It is divided into 2 major groups, one is male and the other is female. Single elites with good looks are called professional male gods or professional goddesses. The rest are collectively referred to as professional elites. Since the Professional Elite Network involves too many secrets that ordinary people cannot know, it is not open to the general public. If you want to register your information on the Professional Elite website, you have to pay a registration fee of 1 million. This threshold blocks almost all ordinary people. But Zhang Yi completely misunderstood the professional male god. It wasn't as disgusting as he thought. Once you register as a professional man, you can go on blind dates and look for jobs. The women who know about the Professional Elite Network are all fair, wealthy and beautiful, so you can often find an excellent girlfriend. As for job hunting, it is even more amazing because you can get a high-paying job. An annual salary of 1 million is common, and an annual salary of several million is not a dream. The recruiting company will notify you for an interview based on your expertise. For example, Zhang Yi can now apply for positions such as boss secretary, boss assistant, private masseur, etc. It's just that some high-paying jobs have special requirements for you. For example, this time, Chao Dajuan approached Zhang Yi, actually to ask him to be Zhao Yashu's secretary, but he gave him a special request, which was to ask him to seduce Zhao Yashu. There are 9 levels of professional male gods, from 1 star to 9 stars. Recruiting companies or individuals who hire professional men or go on blind dates through the Professional Elite Network must pay a certain deposit. 1-star male god, deposit 100,000. 2 stars, 200,000. 9 stars is of course 900,000. After paying, you can get the phone number of the professional male god. Once the blind date or employment is successful, the deposit will not be refunded. But the website will provide follow-up services, such as guaranteeing loyalty, punishing unethical behavior, etc. The punishment includes but is not limited to removing you from the elite network, causing trouble for you in real life, etc. Zhang Yi's name was listed prominently in the column of 1-star professional male god. He clicked it curiously. The detailed information appears. Name, height, weight, skin color, nationality, education level. They are all exactly the same as his. There are also reviews below. Appearance, 95 points. Personality, extrovert. Specialties, great strength and good physical strength. Resilience, good. Health, very healthy, free from any disease. Vision, very good. Hobbies, games, novels, music. Job search times, 2 times first customer rating was 9 stars, second time currently working. If it is a recruiting company, they can look up detailed information and evaluations of your previous job applications, such as Zhang Yi's first job search. Zhang Yi was stunned. How come all my information appears here? Almost no mistakes. Who registered and evaluated it? Immediately, he studied it carefully. Finally discovered the secret. Anyone can apply to become a professional male god. But getting past is not easy. In addition to the $1 million registration fee, the appearance score must be above 90 points. The height must be between 1.8 and 1.88 meters. There cannot be any physical defects or diseases. Of course, there are many more regulations. Even if you pass the review and become a professional male god, it is very easy to be eliminated. Each failure will reduce 1 star. If he is a 1-star professional male god, he will be eliminated after failing once and demoted to a professional elite, making it more difficult to find a job. But to upgrade 1 star, you must complete 3 job applications and get good reviews. You can't cheat either. Because after you quit, your employer will give you a good or bad review. Who on earth registered himself as a professional male god? Zhang Yi was extremely curious and confused. Chapter 27 touched. Zhang Yi continued to search and soon found out that he registered as a professional male god on the 3rd day after accompanying Lin Ruobing. The registrant was not himself, but Lin Ruobing. Needless to say, after Lin Ruobing registered Zhang Yi, she placed an order with the website and gave it a 9-star rating. This enabled him to complete his first job search. Of course, it is also because Zhang Yi meets the requirements. Otherwise, the registration will fail. How is the website verified? Zhang Yi also guessed it. It was probably because Lin Ruobing provided very detailed information, or maybe the website sent someone to secretly verify it, but he just didn't know about it. Lin Ruobing also left him a text message, Zhang Yi, this is the best job hunting platform. It's easy to find a job. There's a lot of knowledge to learn here. It would be best if you could learn a super powerful skill. You must work hard. Sister. At this moment, Zhang Yi was so moved that tears came to his eyes. I originally thought that it was Lin Ruobing's husband who introduced the business, but I didn't know that it was Lin Ruobing who spent 1 million to register him on the Professional Elite Network, and he was a popular professional male god. She is so nice to him. If Lin Ruobing hadn't registered him as a professional male god, given his situation and abilities, he would have been stuck in the mold industry forever and would never make any money. Always poor and destitute. However, the professional male god among the professional elites has enormous potential. Even for a 1-star star, the annual salary can reach more than 300,000. As you gain more experience, improve your abilities, and broaden your horizons, you can be upgraded to become a 2-star, 3-star, or even higher level professional male god. A 2-star professional male god can earn up to 500,000 yuan a year. Samsung, an annual salary of 1 million is guaranteed. For 9 stars, the annual salary can even exceed 5 million. Zhang Yi could figure it out with his toes that Lin Ruobing wanted him to use his identity as a professional male god to make his first pot of gold, while also accumulating abilities, experience, knowledge, and connections. Maybe he could start his own business in the future. Anyway, it's much better than working in a plastic mold factory, and the prospects are much brighter. Sister, I miss you so much, where are you? Zhang Yi murmured. I thought I could get information about Lin Ruobing from Chao Dajuan and Jia Yushu, but now I know that they don't know Lin Ruobing at all. Chao Dajuan hired him by finding him on the Professional Elite website. Lin Ruobing and her husband may not necessarily live in Shenzhen, because they have made all the preparations and just don't want him to interfere in their lives again. However, Zhang Yi was not desperate. Judging from this situation, Lin Ruobing must be secretly watching him. As long as she can grow up, she will contact him. Like making a phone call, sending a message or something like that. After all, deeply in love. Even though we can't live together for a few days like before, it's still okay to say hello. Then there is certainly a possibility of finding her. That night, Zhang Yi continued to study the Professional Male God website, especially the information of those high-star level professional male gods, and paid more attention to them. Those high-star professional male gods are indeed much better than him. For example, there are more than 10 or 20 kinds of specialties. Management, research, computer technology, hacking, piano, dancing, singing, swordsmanship, boxing, fighting, memory, calligraphy, painting, chess, go, eloquence, massage, medical skills, driving, diving, wilderness survival, language, and of course various professional skills. Since it is a specialty, it is certainly at the master level. And they have extensive job hunting experience. It has received a lot of positive reviews. Therefore, all high-star professional male gods are top talents. But they are not born that awesome. Instead, they registered as elites and learned from professional elites online. There are multiple forums here where you can learn a lot of skills. Give you a huge boost. I still lack a lot, and I must find a way to improve myself. Zhang Yi seemed to be thinking about something. He began to browse and study voraciously. Soon I found that many people on a spiritual practice forum had posted lamenting. Oh my god, I didn't register as a professional elite until I was 25, and then I knew that cultivation is real, and that you can really cultivate to gain power. After testing, my cultivation talent reached 3. If I practiced for 1 year, I could gain 3 years of cultivation. If I started practicing at the age of 3, I would have 66 years of cultivation now, which would make me a 6th level warrior, or even a 7th level warrior. I can easily earn 3 million a year as a bodyguard. After the age of 30, my body started to deteriorate and I could no longer improve my cultivation. So I only had 5 years left to practice and could only get 15 years of cultivation. I could only be considered a first-level warrior, and my annual salary could only reach more than 1 million. What a waste of my extraordinary talent. Who are you? I'm even worse off. My cultivation talent is 4. I can gain 4 years of cultivation for every year of cultivation. I can become a 9th level warrior at the age of 25, and then I can open up my life meridians. If I open up one, I can live 10 more years. If I open up 36, I can live 360 more years. But when I registered as an elite, I was already 26 years old. I only had 4 years left to practice, so I could only get 16 years of cultivation. How sad. Do I have a talent for cultivation? Zhang Yi's heart began to beat wildly. Now he is 100% sure that the secret of cultivation is the most valuable on the Professional Elite Network. Knowing this secret, the $1 million registration fee is not wasted. If I have a good talent for cultivation, I still have at least 6 years of training time, and perhaps I can become a warrior. Then I will have a specialty, and my salary will definitely increase dramatically. It must be tested immediately. Zhang Yi was extremely excited. I immediately purchased the Tai Chi practice secrets and the equipment to test my cultivation level from Elite Online. It was very expensive and it used up all his savings. It was delivered very quickly the next morning. A small device the size of a USB flash drive and a chess piece. Today is Sunday, I don't have to go to work, nor do I have to go give Jia Yushu a massage. So, Zhang Yi immediately inserted the USB drive into the computer interface. There is only one file in it. Click it and it's a video. A young man is practicing Tai Chi. It is slightly different from ordinary Tai Chi, except for the different mental methods. Zhang Yi imitated and practiced. After practicing it more than 10 times, I became almost familiar with it. Start practicing it over and over again. Starting posture, wild horses spread their manes, white cranes spread their wings, hugging the knees and twisting the steps, waving the pipa, rolling the arms backwards, and embracing the peacock's tail. Gradually, Zhang Yi was immersed in it. Completely entered the world of Tai Chi. It seems to be isolated from everything. The special place on Zhang Yi began to heat up, and then a heat line appeared, connecting to the dantian in his lower abdomen. What's going on? Zhang Yi suddenly woke up and came out of that magical state. He touched his dantian, which was still slightly hot, feeling confused and uncertain. According to the young man's teaching in the USB flash drive, the true energy gathers in the dantian from the pores all over the body, and the feeling is very slight. If you don't have good talent, you won't have any feelings and won't be able to achieve anything. Why am I different? It turns out that he gained cultivation by absorbing the mysterious energy from that place? Could it be because he was bitten by the golden insect? Chapter 28. You don't look ambitious. Without thinking anymore, Zhang Yi continued to practice Tai Chi. Slowly, he entered that magical realm again, where the mysterious energy of heaven and earth was once again absorbed, turning into a hot current that flowed into his dantian. It lasted for a full half hour before it was completely interrupted. After that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not absorb the mysterious energy of heaven and earth. Zhang Yi searched the cultivation forum again. Only then did I realize that everyone's effective practice time is different. Some are long, some are short. The longest can be up to 2 hours, and the shortest is only a few minutes. And there is no doubt that the better the talent, the longer the effective practice time. It's over. My training talent is very average, because I only have half an hour of effective training time. Zhang Yi's face immediately fell. However, he still picked up the cultivation tester, placed it on his dantian, and pressed the switch. A clear voice sounded, 12 days of cultivation. What? 12 days of cultivation? Zhang Yi's face was filled with shock and a little bit of disbelief. Doesn't that mean my cultivation talent is 12? Can I gain 12 years of cultivation by practicing for 1 year? Isn't this too scary? The forum said that the best talent will not exceed 9. Because 9 is the ultimate number. From ancient times to the present, there are only a few people with a talent level of 9. For example, my cultivation talent is 9. Is your talent better than mine? It's impossible? Is there something wrong with the instrument? Logically, the instrument should be fine, but I had an adventure. I was bitten by a golden insect when I was 15. It might be an insect from outer space. Zhang Yi became secretly excited. I still have 6 years of golden training time left, which means I can get 72 years of training, and I can become a level 7 warrior when I am 30 years old. Then as long as you practice hard for 6 years, you can apply for a bodyguard job with an annual salary of 3 million. The annual salary is 3 million. Even if you work in a plastic mold factory for your whole life, you may not be able to earn this much, but you can earn it in 1 year. It's really worth looking forward to. With this specialty, I will finally live up to Lin Ruobing's expectations. In the future, perhaps I can really enter Lin Ruobing's world. Sister, thank you for registering me as a professional male god among professional elites, and letting me enter a new world. Zhang Yi shouted excitedly in his heart. You don't look like someone with big ambitions. On Friday afternoon, at Hongyan Advertising Company, Zhao Yushu was lying on the massage bed, enjoying Zhang Yi's shoulder massage, when she suddenly said coldly, "Why?" Zhang Yi was stunned. Because I've been observing you this week. You have a lot of free time, but you didn't try to improve yourself. Instead, you smoked, played games, read novels, wasted your time, and waited for death. Zhao Yushu said, "You rejected my kindness that night just to show off in front of me and win my favor, so that I can give you a raise? Boss, I haven't found the direction yet. I don't know where to start working hard. So I can only give up. After all, if the direction is not chosen well, all efforts will be in vain." Zhang Yi retorted calmly. Looking for ways to improve yourself? It sounds inspiring. But it's actually a huge joke. Just like a frog in a well, no matter how hard it tries, it can't jump out of the well. So, I have always been confused. It was Lin Ruobing who registered him as a professional male god, and he could browse many forums on the Professional Elite website. I found the direction from the practice forum. First, he applied for a job through the Professional Elite website, and at the same time, he practiced hard, then became a high-level warrior, and sought a bodyguard position with an annual salary of 3 million. In the future, when I have more experience and a broader horizon, perhaps I will be able to develop in other ways. Who can tell what the future holds? In other areas, such as piano, calligraphy, painting, music, etc., if you have no talent, you basically cannot improve, so there is no need to waste time and money on it. So, this week, he browsed forums on his mobile phone and practiced Tai Chi every morning or evening. In fact, there are better skills, but he can't afford them. Because he is too poor. So, it seemed that he did not learn or improve himself at all, which led Zhao Yashu to misunderstand him. Without direction, all efforts are in vain. Zhao Yashu glanced at Zhang Yi and said, "Yes, you are quite smart. You didn't choose a direction so easily. That might be an extremely difficult and dangerous situation. You would achieve nothing even if you worked hard all your life. If you choose the wrong direction, you might as well just eat and wait for death." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Your horizons are too narrow, and you've seen too little of the world, so it's hard to find a good direction. You have to find a way to broaden your horizons. The best way is to get to know all kinds of successful people, especially super successful bosses. I'll give you a chance. Come with me tonight to meet a very wealthy and knowledgeable client. Maybe she can give you some pointers. Zhao Yashu said. Thank you, boss. Zhang Yi nodded gratefully. Looking forward to it too. The top billionaires are very powerful. A word of advice from them may change the fate of ordinary people and put them on the road to prosperity. Although, I have found the direction. But it will not change the current reality that I am a poor loser, and it will take many years of hard work to achieve it. If you can get guidance and make money or grow faster and better, that would of course be a great thing. In the evening, Zhang Yi and Zhao Yashu came to the Lanxiang Club where they had been last time. This is the favorite place for the rich. Zhang Yi also met the female client that Zhao Yashu mentioned, who was very wealthy and knowledgeable. It is indeed very unusual. She turned out to be a super beauty named Zhao Yi, and her beauty was no less than Zhao Yashu and Lu Qinglan. Her figure is also extremely hot, plump and straight. She has a huge aura and is arrogant and confident. She looks like a noble queen. Compared with her, Zhao Yashu is like a dwarf meeting a giant, and is completely no match for her. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little straight and he almost couldn't retract his gaze. When has he ever seen such a top-notch, beautiful and strong woman? As soon as they met, Zhao Yi said to Zhao Yashu with a half smile, "You brought such a handsome guy with you today. His clothes are all brand new, and you can tell at a glance that he bought them on the street. Did you find this hunk from that club? Do you want to capture me?" On the way, Zhao Yashu did take Zhang Yi to buy a set of clothes, changed them from head to toe, and even got her hair cut. Make Zhang Yi more handsome than ever before. Obviously, it is to attract the attention of the beautiful customer in front of you. But Zhao Yi's eyes were too sharp and she saw through him at a glance. She was really not an ordinary woman, she was very powerful and scary. "Sister Yi, you wronged me. His name is Zhang Yi, and he is my personal secretary. He has great ambitions, so I brought him here to meet a business tycoon like you. It can be regarded as a kind of training for him." Zhao Yashu said. "Your little lover? But I don't believe it. Unless you two kiss to prove it." Zhao Yi looked at Zhao Yashu with eyes that could see through people's hearts. Chapter 29 Proof. What's the point of this? Are you suspicious right away? Zhang Yi was surprised and confused, and of course inspired. It seems that Zhao Yi was right. Some bosses' personal secretaries are really their mistresses. So in Zhao Yashu's mind, am I her little lover? Sister Yi, you misunderstood again. He is just my personal secretary, not my lover. I have shoulder and neck problems, and he is good at massage, so I hired him so that he can massage my shoulder and neck at any time. A blush also rose on Zhao Yashu's face. A little shy. Since she is not your lover, but an ordinary personal secretary, who is only giving you a massage, why does she need to be so handsome? Why did she dress up in a hurry on the way? You still want him to conquer me. Zhao Yi's face turned cold, and she might lose her temper in the next second. Well, he is indeed my favorite lover, but I am embarrassed to admit it. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Yashu's forehead. Then prove it. Zhao Yi said lightly. Zhao Yashu turned around and looked at Zhang Yi and gave him a wink. Fuck, Zhao Yi is so powerful, she can make Zhao Yashu unable to move forward or backward with just a few words? Zhang Yi was shocked, but also very excited and excited. His fiery gaze had long been on Zhao Yashu's beautiful red lips. He had always been looking forward to it, but there was no way Zhao Yashu would give him any chance. But unexpectedly, I would have the opportunity now. Zhang Yi took a trembling step forward and hugged Zhao Yashu's slender waist like a willow branch. Zhao Yashu also shyly hugged Zhang Yi's neck, stood on tiptoe, raised her pretty face, closed her beautiful eyes slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered. At this moment, she regretted bringing Zhang Yilai to see Zhao Yi. I knew Zhao Yi was difficult to deal with and I was mentally prepared, but I didn't expect her to be so difficult. She got herself involved. Although kissing does not mean losing one's virginity, it is a position that only belongs to a boyfriend or a future husband and will not be occupied by other men. Alas, it was just because I saw Zhang Yi rejected my kindness that night and I believed that he had great ambitions. I didn't want to waste such a talent, so I wanted to help him. I went to discuss business with Zhao Yi and asked her for some advice. Could it be that I had fallen in love with Zhang Yi without realizing it? Because he was so handsome, because he was ambitious and different? Could it be that, as Zhao Yi said, she regarded Zhang Yi as her little lover? So I hope he can achieve something in his lifetime? It's so beautiful. I love it so much. Zhang Yi looked at such a beautiful woman who took the initiative to ask for a kiss. His heart was trembling, his heart was beating wildly, and his blood was boiling. He kissed those lips slowly as if he was on a pilgrimage. They both shuddered at the same time. An electric current is generated out of nowhere and quickly transmits from the point of contact to any cell in the body. It seemed as if even my hair was electrified, and my scalp became numb and I lost all feeling. What's wrong with me? Zhao Yashu could no longer control herself. A strong feeling of shame surged in my heart, and I wished there was a hole in the ground so I could crawl into it and hide. She personally recruited Zhang Yi because, apart from his massage skills, she was attracted by one other characteristic: he was handsome. She is obsessed with looks. What I like most is handsome guys. All the male employees in the company that she personally recruited are good looking. The head of the Human Resources Department also knows her preferences and likes to recruit employees with good looks. Originally, Zhao Yashu was worried that she would not be able to resist the temptation of the good-looking personal secretary beside her, so she was always on guard. But today, Zhao Yi was forcing me to lose control. They were in a state of utter loss. Be obsessed and fascinated, forgetting both myself and the world. They forgot that they were in a private room in the club and that Zhao Yi was still watching the show. One is a handsome man, the other is a beautiful woman. We both like each other secretly and look forward to breaking free from the shackles and having some intimate things happen to you one day. Now you have achieved your wish with my help. How can you thank me? Zhao Yi, who had been watching the fun on the side, couldn't help but joked. In an instant, Zhao Yashu came to her senses. She was filled with shame and indignation. She pushed away Zhang Yi, who was still reluctant to stop. So exciting! Zhao Yashu is not an ordinary woman after all. She is a strong woman who has successfully started a business with her own strength. She quickly calmed down and said coquettishly, "Sister Yi, now you should believe that I didn't arrange for him to capture you, and I'm not using my beauty to lure you, right?" "Well, now I believe it." Zhao Yi said jokingly, "I didn't expect that he really is your little lover. No wonder he is so handsome, it's comfortable to look at him. This is Zhao Yi, the boss of Tianmei Cosmetics Company, Limited, and this is Zhang Yi, my personal secretary." Zhao Yashu introduced formally. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Zhang Yi shook hands with her respectfully. It's not okay to be disrespectful. Zhao Yashu had explained to him on the way that the market value of Tianmei Cosmetics Company is at least 10 billion. This is before it goes on the market. Once it goes public, it will be worth more than tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Zhao Yi founded Tianmei Company at the age of 20. At that time, the registered capital was 100,000 yuan, which was just a small workshop. She spent 10 years to run the company into a behemoth worth tens of billions. How can it not be amazing? Isn't it amazing? Of course, he is the best of the best and the most outstanding of the best. That's why he made Zhao Yashu at a loss with just a few words, allowing Zhang Yi to get a big advantage. Nice little handsome boy. Zhao Yi held Zhang Yi's hand for a moment and then let go. Very indifferent. The temperament and attitude are perfectly grasped. To her, who is worth tens of billions, the man in front of her is like an ant, an insignificant little person. She shrugged it off. I didn't take it seriously at all. If it weren't for Zhao Yashu, he wouldn't even be qualified to see her. Does this beautiful boss have a boyfriend? If so, how awesome would he be? Zhang Yi couldn't help but let his mind wander. He could figure out with his toes that if he wanted to pursue a top-notch, rich and beautiful woman like Zhao Yi, who was extremely intelligent and capable, he had to be the best among men. Now I feel extremely humble in front of Zhao Yi. Can only look up. Don't dare to have any blasphemy or disrespect. I dare not even imagine blasphemy in my heart. The gap between the two is really too big, like the gap between heaven and earth. Chapter 30 Mediocrity. The three of them sat down separately. Order food and serve wine. Two super pretty little princesses were called over to add to the fun. Next is drinking, singing, and dancing. Living a life of luxury and debauchery. Better than ever. You brought your little lover to see me, so that I can take care of him? As night fell, Zhao Yi, who had a great time, finally asked Zhao Yushu indifferently. He has some ambitions, and he just wants you, Sister Yi, to give him some pointers. Zhao Yushu said. How can you tell that he has ambition? I don't see it. The last time was also in this club. Zhao Yushu told Zhang Yi about his rejection of her kindness. Let him give me a massage tonight, and I'll talk to him. You won't be reluctant, will you? Zhao Yi said without comment. It's an honor for him and for me that you can give him the opportunity to communicate. How could I be reluctant to do so? Zhao Yushu was overjoyed. Pulling Zhang Yi aside, he instructed, Tonight you will give Sister Yi a massage. You must serve her carefully and don't be lost in her beauty. If you can make her satisfied with your massage, she may give you some advice, which will be of great benefit to your life. Maybe it can change your destiny. What should I do if she wants to sleep with me? Zhang Yi said. No. Zhao Yushu rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi and asked, Do you ever dream of eating swan meat? What if? Then it's as she wishes. Zhao Yushu's face was full of joking. I will even reward you with 1 million. Not only will I not look down on you, I will even look at you differently, because you are just like a commoner, and she is the queen who is high above. The fact that you can sleep with her is your ability. It shows that you are extraordinary. Zhang Yi's heart was beating wildly. For me now, 1 million is an astronomical figure. Now there is a chance to get 1 million? Handsome guy, come on, give me a massage. Zhao Yi waved at Zhang Yi. Boss, I'm going then. Zhang Yi followed Zhao Yi into the room with anticipation on his face. Zhao Yi did not choose the massage room but the room, which obviously had some intention. You come in too. Zhao Yi said to a super beautiful little princess again. Yes. The little princess was surprised and delighted, and walked in with the rich fragrance. The door was closed. With the help of the little princess, Zhao Yi took a bath and changed into a thin and loose massage dress. Lie in bed. The little princess began to massage her. Then let Zhang Yi take a bath. Zhang Yi, lie down next to me and chat with me. Zhao Yi said lightly. Isn't this too testing? Zhang Yi climbed onto the bed with his heart pounding and lay down. But he grabbed the quilt and covered himself with it. Tell me about your life, from childhood to today. Zhao Yi said lightly. Zhang Yi started talking, hiding nothing. However, Lin Ruobing helped him point out the direction to work towards, and he also registered on the Professional Elite website, and he also had a level 12 talent for cultivation, so of course he wouldn't tell anyone about it. I just talked about my previous situation. He wanted to see how this seemingly intelligent female billionaire Zhao Yi could guide him. You are very ordinary and plain. Apart from your good looks, you don't have any advantages that catch people's eyes. Zhao Yi said, to sum it up in 2 words, it's mediocre. So it's hard for you to stand out. Although people with advantages and distinctive characteristics may not necessarily succeed, any successful person has their advantages and distinctive personality. Mediocre? I also got into university, and it's a key university, Central South University, ranked first in Hunan province, but the major I studied is not good. Zhang Yi retorted unconvinced. That only shows that your IQ is just so-so. Mediocre means ordinary. There are so many college students nowadays, and there are many college students delivering couriers and takeouts. So college students are ordinary people, and only those with higher education can be considered excellent. Zhao Yi said coldly, for mediocre people like you who have no characteristics, you should be content with a small fortune. Don't pursue too much, and don't be too ambitious. That's just asking for trouble. Zhang Yi's heart sank. Although he was still a little unconvinced, he knew that Zhao Yi was very capable, her analysis was correct, and her conclusion was equivalent to sentencing him to death. Perhaps, Lin Ruobing was once troubled by his mediocrity, and he didn't know how to give him guidance so that he could quickly accumulate his first pot of gold. In the end, she must have weighed the pros and cons again and again before spending 1 million to register him on the professional elite website as a professional male god and applying for a job. Otherwise, even if Zhang Yi knew that he had top-level talent for cultivation, he had no money to buy the skills. If he went to a martial arts school to learn, it would cost even more. That would be a waste of several years, and after he turns 30, he would be useless forever. Immediately, at the little princess's signal, Zhao Yi began to lie on her back. The little princess continued to massage her vigorously. Zhao Yi glanced at Zhang Yi again and found that Zhang Yi was not depressed at all, as if he had not been hit. She felt that he had a good character, so she became slightly interested and said lightly, "I'll give you a suggestion. You are not suitable for starting a business, but you can start a business with others, that is, with the right person. But Zhao Yushu was not suitable for you. If you continue to be ambiguous with her and really develop into her little lover, her boyfriend Chao Dajuan will definitely kill you." With the right person? Zhang Yi seemed to be thinking about something. What it means is that you don't have enough ability, so you can't accomplish great things, but if you can follow someone who can accomplish great things, you can also achieve success in your career. This is indeed good advice. However, it is not easy to follow the right person. God knows who can accomplish it? I am not a god, it is impossible for me to see through the future. Maybe this is something to comfort him. Maybe it's because I'm too mediocre and have no characteristics. Even Zhao Yi couldn't see what future he had or what achievements he could make. It seemed that Zhao Yi was of no help to him, but instead sentenced him to death. Therefore, there is really no shortcut to making the first pot of gold. You can only follow Lin Ruobing's arrangement and continue to be a professional male god. And he became more and more grateful to Lin Ruobing. Even Zhao Yi couldn't give him any good advice. But Lin Ruobing did it. "Now both of you should massage me together until I feel comfortable and then let me fall asleep. Then you two can go to another room to rest. I like to sleep alone. Don't disturb me." After Zhao Yi finished speaking, she closed her eyes and ignored Zhang Yi. "I have no interest in him at all. Such a mediocre man, although very handsome, is just an embroidered pillow in her eyes. Perhaps only someone like Zhao Yushu, who is obsessed with looks, would like this." Chapter 31 Despised. Zhang Yi started to massage Zhao Yi's head, shoulders, neck, chest and back, and the little princess massaged her waist, hips and legs. The two of them cooperated in the massage, and Zhao Yi was of course very comfortable. It can also save a lot of massage time. 1 million is gone, and there is no chance at all. Zhang Yi felt a little regretful, and now he finally understood that a billionaire female billionaire like Zhao Yi would never be impressed by his looks. I had hoped to be noticed by her, indulge myself with her for a night, and then Zhao Yushu would reward me with 1 million. There is no such good thing in the world. But he was still very grateful to Zhao Yi. Because her advice can't be wrong, just follow the right person. Just like Han Xian following Lu Bang, his future was bright. If we follow Xiang Yu, there will be no future. If you use Elite.com to look for a job and find a super powerful boss to work for, maybe you can really take advantage of the opportunity and become a small wealthy man. So, Zhang Yi gave her a massage very diligently. Press very carefully. In fact, the massage effect of the two people working together was very good, which made Zhao Yi very satisfied. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi finally relaxed completely, released all the fatigue in her body, fell into a sweet dream, and breathed evenly. Zhang Yi and the little princess carefully wiped the rose essential oil off Zhao Yi, covered her with a quilt, and then tiptoed to the third room. They were all sweating, so they all went to take a shower. Then we sat on the sofa and chatted. Because it was still early, just after midnight. One of them is a night owl, and the other has been sleeping very well recently, so neither of them is sleepy. He couldn't understand why he was so poor. "I'm so poor that I have to eat dirt." Zhao Yushu couldn't bear to see him so poor that she bought him a set of clothes. Only then did I dare to bring him to see Zhao Yi. The little princess looked sympathetic and suggested, "You are actually very pretty. You can come to work in our club. It will be no problem for you to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. If you are lucky, you can earn even more." "I can't do it, sorry." Zhang Yi refused without hesitation. "Although I can earn nearly 1 million a month. But I have to serve so many rich women. I should continue to do my legitimate job, and after leaving Zhao Yushu, I will look for a better job on the professional elite website. He has added massage to his specialties. Of course it needs to be reviewed. But it passed quickly. I guess he has confirmed it with the client Chao Dajuan." Zhang Yi also marked in the status column, looking for a part-time job. Based on my expertise, I can do any part-time job, such as a masseur. Being Zhao Yashu's secretary is very easy now, and practicing only takes half an hour every day. He has a lot of time, so he can do a part-time job. Maybe you can make a lot more money. Then you deserve to die poor. The little princess's face was full of contempt and disdain. You even looked down on Zhang Yi. I gave you a good opportunity, but you didn't know how to seize it? So stupid. It's okay to be poor. I'm used to it. Zhang Yi made a self-deprecating remark, stood up listlessly, walked out, and went into the massage room, ready to spend the long night alone. Chapter 32. Lu Qinglan finally called. Zhang Yi lay on the massage bed, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled a smoke ring. At this moment, he was a little unable to sleep. I was just looked down upon by a little princess. Alas, when people are poor, they have low aspirations. When will I be able to rise? To become rich? Only then are you qualified to enter Lin Ruobing's world? The next morning, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yashu chatted for a while about Zhang Yi and advertising cooperation. Then Zhao Yi left. Zhang Yi, don't be discouraged even though Sister Yi doesn't think highly of you. There are few geniuses in this world, but many ordinary people. Zhao Yashu comforted. It's okay. I'll continue to be your personal secretary. Zhang Yi felt a little aggrieved and depressed. He was secretly grateful. Zhao Yashu was very good. He asked Zhao Yi to give him some advice. Even though it was just by the way. It can be seen that she has a great liking for him. The persona that I created for myself worked. After all, I left a trace in her heart. The kiss must be kept secret. You must not reveal it at all. You must also completely forget about it. You are not allowed to mention it again, and you are not allowed to kiss me again. Do you understand? Zhao Yashu warned shyly. Clear. Zhang Yi pretended to be frightened. I was secretly a little worried. There are still more than 2 months left. We must find a way to break the impasse. The sooner this inauguration is completed, the better. Next time, I will find a serious job through Elite.com, and while accumulating experience and qualifications, I will work hard to practice and improve my cultivation. My future is still worth looking forward to. Anyway, he didn't want to look for this kind of job with tasks anymore. It was too stressful and had too many limitations. During this job, he met Zhao Yashu and Lu Qinglan, both of whom were actually very good people, but the tasks they were assigned made it difficult for him to get along well with them in the future, and the accumulation of personal connections became empty talk. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the jobs of professional male gods all come with special tasks, so they can get high salaries. Then I will have no choice but to continue doing the assigned work. After lunch, Zhao Yashu also took Zhang Yi back to the villa. Today is Saturday. There is no need to give Zhao Yashu a massage at night. So, as soon as he got back, Zhang Yi went out, wandering outside the villa area. Finally, I sat on a wooden chair in the park to rest. Light a cigarette. Start thinking carefully about your next plan of action. It is still possible as long as more parts can be massaged. Therefore, we need to find a way to get Zhao Yashu to unlock it. Don't wait passively. Zhang Yi. A charming voice sounded. Ding Rulan, the company's receptionist, appeared in front of Zhang Yi with a strong fragrance, and looked at Zhang Yi with both shyness and joy. She was wearing a tight skirt and high heels. Tall and slender, with fair skin and beautiful appearance. The temperament is elegant and the scent is like orchid. She is no less than the top little princess in a private club. Rulan, you look very beautiful today. Why are you alone? Don't you have your boyfriend with you? Zhang Yi stood up and greeted with a smile. I don't have a boyfriend. What should I do if I'm alone? Ding Rulan said coquettishly. You are so beautiful, there must be a lot of people pursuing you. As long as you are willing, you can make one of them your boyfriend at any time. Zhang Yi smiled. What about you? Why don't you bring your girlfriend to play with you? Ding Rulan changed the subject. I'm a single guy, where can I get a girlfriend? Zhang Yi said with a helpless smile. I don't believe it. How come you don't have a girlfriend when you're so handsome? If you have a girlfriend, you won't be able to apply for the job of personal secretary to the boss. Zhang Yi said seriously. Then you can date one now. There are many beautiful women in our company. I live and eat with my boss now, so it's not the right time for me to find a girlfriend. If I'm not careful, I'll be fired. Zhang Yi said half-truthfully. He couldn't keep this job for long, and he was deeply in love with another woman, Lin Ruobing. How can I find a girlfriend? If I were still an ordinary person like before, when I met a beautiful woman like Ding Roland, I would of course try to pursue her. But with that kind of self, Ding Roland would never be attracted to him. Where are you from? Ding Roland pulled Zhang Yi to sit on the chair and asked curiously. Zhang Yi started chatting with her. The wind blew, and her long hair fluttered onto Zhang Yi's face, bringing a faint and elegant fragrance. A breath of it was refreshing and also made people feel warm. Ding Roland is a plump beauty, very sexy, and extremely attractive to men, especially those who have experienced the beauty of women. So, it felt very good to sit on a park chair and chat with Ding Roland. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Qinglan calling. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly walked to the side and answered the call. Zhang Yi, do you miss your sister? The charming and beautiful voice coming from the phone is so captivating that it makes people's bones go weak and their scalp tingle. She is definitely the kind of vixen that can seduce people to death. Zhang Yi suddenly felt dry mouth, his heartbeat and breathing quickened, and his blood was boiling. Of course he had no feelings for Lu Qinglan, but he could not resist her beauty and vixen-like charm. Sister Lan, please stop teasing me. What's the matter? How could Zhang Yi dare to answer whether he wanted to or not? If she wasn't married, he would still dare to cooperate and flirt with her. I know you miss me, so I'll give you a chance. Come to my villa now and spend a lonely night with me. I've sent you the address via WeChat. Come quickly and don't keep me waiting too long, or I'll make an appointment with another man. Lu Qinglan said in a delicate voice. Okay, I'll be right there. Although Zhang Yi was a little bit looking forward to it, he was more resistant. Because he didn't believe that there would be any good thing for her to see him, and it was nonsense to accompany her through a lonely night. Just teasing him. Perhaps, she just had a sudden impulse and wanted to tease him again. But there was no way. The last time I gave him a massage, she had set me up as a trap and had me at my vital point. An unequal treaty was signed. At least he didn't dare to offend her until he completed this inauguration. So, I had to agree. Roland, my friend wants to talk to me about something, I need to go over. Zhang Yi greeted Ding Roland apologetically. I took a taxi to Lu Qinglan's villa. It is not far from Zhao Yashu's villa and belongs to the villa area next door. The security guard stopped Zhang Yi, questioned him, and asked the owner Lu Qinglan for permission before allowing Zhang Yi to enter. Chapter 33, Make Up the Numbers. When you walk into the villa area, you will see prosperity and beautiful scenery. Any villa here is worth tens of millions, or even over 100 million. The people who live here are all social elites and successful people. They are either rich or noble. He was immediately extremely envious. I envy anyone who lives here, and I also envy any dog in the villa area. Because dogs are better than him, living in a wealthy home, a prosperous place, and a place with beautiful scenery. I am a poor loser. The total deposit is only over 1,000. Who is worthy of walking into such a villa area? No wonder the security guard stopped us from entering. It was Zhao Yashu's villa complex. If Zhao Yashu hadn't helped him register, he would never have been able to set foot in. He doesn't belong to this world. Soon, he found Lu Qinglan's villa and rang the doorbell. The door opened. A woman in a housekeeper's uniform came out to greet them. She looked to be in her 20s, with a pretty face and a good figure. She said calmly, "You must be Zhang Yi, come in, our boss is waiting for you to have dinner." Zhang Yi walked in with a little hesitation. Lu Qinglan was sitting on the sofa chatting with a few friends. These friends are all women, and each of them has a great figure and good looks. On the sofa on the other side, there were several well-dressed and handsome men sitting, including Duan Jia. Meet Sister Qinglan. Zhang Yi greeted respectfully. We invited a lot of friends to a party today, but your boss couldn't attend because he had other things to do. So he called you over to make up the number. Lu Qinglan said lightly. A rich man's party, let me attend? Zhang Yi was a little confused and at a loss. He was not used to such scenes. Because he was poor. In fact, he is not qualified to attend such a party. Tonight is a masked party, you are lucky. If you are lucky, you may be able to spend the night with me, your sister. Lu Qinglan whispered in Zhang Yi's ear, "How about it, sister treats you well?" "What the hell, a masked party?" Zhang Yi was stunned and looked around. "I found that there were a total of 5 women tonight, and each one of them was a model-level figure, with looks and figures no less than Lu Qinglan. As for men, there are only 4. I guess they asked him to make up the number because the number was not right. Zhang Yi, I'm counting on you tonight. My girlfriend has recovered a lot after you gave her a massage last time. I'm going to trouble you again this time." Duan Jia pulled Zhang Yi aside and said apologetically, "It's my honor to give Sister Qinglan a massage. Besides, I can eat and drink delicious food, and there are so many beautiful women to look at." Zhang Yi was very disappointed. "You misunderstood me. Tonight is indeed a masked party. Those men are all wealthy people, and those beauties are their women. Later, both men and women will wear masks and enjoy wine and food together. Then they will enter the room. Men will enjoy massages from women, but they are not allowed to remove their masks or talk. Tomorrow, men and women will gather together and remove their masks together. However, you are the exception. Once you enter the room, you must remove your mask. Massage the masked beauty properly and properly." "Understood." Zhang Yi nodded. "I never thought that such a wonderful thing would happen, so I am not disappointed when I hear about such an arrangement." But he still felt a little uncomfortable, and stammered, "Brother Duan, Sister Qinglan is your girlfriend, and there is a high possibility that she will be paired with another man. Aren't you afraid that she will suffer? She is so beautiful and sexy, which man can resist her? We have agreed that it is limited to massage and nothing else is allowed. If you break it, the punishment will be terrible. If they like each other and keep it a secret, there won't be any punishment, right? Aren't you worried?" Zhang Yi still didn't dare to agree and couldn't help asking. "I have confidence in my girlfriend, and I think they also have confidence in their women." Duan Jia's face was full of confidence and he wasn't worried at all. "That was just my worry." Zhang Yi muttered secretly. "It seems that I was judging others by my own standards. These wealthy men have confidence in their women, and their women are not simple or ordinary women. Perhaps they will not act as promiscuous as I thought. Alas, my poor thinking is so pitiful. Zhang Yi, if the woman you match with, after you remove the mask, she will definitely not sleep with you and will enjoy your massage. However, even if she is willing, or even seduces and tempts you, you must not agree. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble, understand?" Duan Jia gave another serious instruction. "Clear." Zhang Yi agreed seriously. He also has self-awareness. If any news leaks out or any flaws are discovered, these 5 rich men will kill him. He offended 5 wealthy people in one breath. The end is absolutely miserable. Soon, the masked party began. Everyone, including Zhang Yi, put on special headgear and changed into the same clothes. Only the mouth and eyes are exposed. And no talking is allowed. Men basically become like terrorists, but women are different because their clothes are very cool, revealing her snow-white long legs and slim waist. Therefore, they look very beautiful and charming, and the masks add a strong sense of mystery to them. Even if you are paired with your own woman, it will definitely be extremely fresh and exciting because you don't know and are not allowed to speak. So, everyone looked at each other carefully, estimating and guessing. Given their daily familiarity, there is a certain possibility that they will recognize each other. However, the light was too dim and it was difficult to see clearly. This also increases the difficulty. Since it was a masked party, no one was allowed to talk. So everyone was drinking and eating. They had to eat enough so that they would have the energy to have fun later. It must be a happy night. Zhang Yi was also eating and drinking heartily. Now he is very open, no one knows who he is anyway. Because the players for this game were carefully selected. The women were almost the same height, all over 1.7 meters, and all in their 20s. The heights of the men are similar, all over 1.8 meters, and their ages are basically no more than 35 years old. Zhang Yi also searched carefully, trying to recognize Lu Qinglan. He still wanted to give Lu Qinglan a massage. At least nothing will happen then. But it's hard to say about other women. But they are all beautiful and have hot bodies. If they tempt and seduce him, he may not be able to resist. Unfortunately, after these beauties changed their clothes, they all looked almost the same, so he couldn't recognize who was Lu Qinglan. Chapter 34 Single, Rich, and Beautiful. The deafening music sounded in the villa hall. The blurry lights began to shake and the atmosphere became hot. Many men and women also began to dance enthusiastically. First, a solo dance. Then it's time to pair up and dance. Zhang Yi was also enthusiastically pulled into the dance floor by a beautiful woman. Fortunately, there were dances at school during college, and Zhang Yi learned and mastered them. And his dancing skills are not bad. So, he did not show any weakness, nor did he reveal any flaws. He looks like a tall, handsome, and skilled masked tycoon. He also noticed that a man and a woman were dancing passionately while hugging each other. That was of course very charming. The two of them had no concerns because they were masked. No one knows who they are. Besides, it's just dancing, which means nothing to them. Or maybe, the two of them are actually a couple, and they have already recognized each other, and they are confusing people and messing up the situation, and are also misleading and playing tricks on others. The other couples were of course just dancing very politely, including Zhang Yi and his wife. Zhang Yi focused all his attention on his dance partner. Although I couldn't see her face, I could still see the rest of her body. Her skin was very fair, a bit like Lu Qinglan's skin. But Zhang Yi instinctively felt that she seemed not as tall as Lu Qinglan, about half an inch shorter. So, there is a high possibility that she is not Lu Qinglan. But her figure is no less beautiful than Lu Qinglan's, tall, slender and graceful. She exudes a rich fragrance, which is refreshing and very comfortable to take a breath of. Since it had been a week, Zhang Yi couldn't remember the characteristics of Lu Qinglan's perfume. Therefore, it is impossible to tell whether she is Lu Qinglan based on the smell of perfume. But it felt really good to dance with her. Such a hot beauty, no matter whether she is Lu Qinglan or not, must be the woman brought by the rich man. It is something that a poor loser like Zhang Yi will never be able to come into contact with in his entire life. But now he has got such a good opportunity, dancing with a top white, rich and beautiful woman, and the atmosphere is very ambiguous. She looks at him with a smile, and there seems to be a sense of expectation and desire. So, it feels really good. Zhang Yi felt very comfortable, relaxed, and enjoying himself, and was in a very good mood. He really liked this kind of time. He wished he could keep jumping like this and enjoy the beauty that he couldn't enjoy because of his status. Unfortunately, we only danced for half an hour. Everyone walked into the room of the villa hand in hand one by one. Zhang Yi was also pulled into a very luxurious and exquisite room by his dance partner. The door was closed and locked. The woman looked at Zhang Yi with strange eyes. Zhang Yi also looked at the woman with fiery eyes. She is so beautiful. However, Duan Jie's warning made him dare not act rashly. The woman still didn't say anything, just pointed to the bathroom. Zhang Yi understood what she meant and nodded. So the woman went to take a bath. She walked out gracefully in a loose pajamas. The mask was still not removed. So, I still can't tell who she is. But it is precisely because we don't know who she is that there is a sense of mystery about her that gives people endless expectations and endless imagination. You can imagine that she is any beauty you like. The woman smiled shyly at Zhang Yi, got on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. Obviously he was waiting for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi did not take off his hood immediately, nor did he rush to go to bed. Instead, he went into the bathroom to take a bath. She also came out wearing brand new pajamas. The two stared at each other for a while. The woman made a gesture, meaning that Zhang Yi should lie down and she was going to start giving him a massage. It seems like it's really just a masked massage game, there's nothing ambiguous about it. Zhang Yi muttered secretly. He was a little disappointed, as he had been expecting the woman to throw herself into his arms and reveal her true identity. Now I know there is no hope. So he untied the hood without hesitation and said with a smile, "I am Zhang Yi, let me give you a massage." A look of surprise appeared on the woman's face. Zhang Yi began to massage her. Since women are not allowed to show their faces, they are also not allowed to speak. Therefore, Zhang Yi didn't ask him which part he wanted to massage. Anyway, it's the full set. Not bad, Zhang Yi, your massage skills are very good. The woman couldn't help but praise him. Thanks for the compliment. In fact, we are destined to meet. You were dragged here to make up the numbers, and I was also here to make up the numbers. The two of us who were here to make up the numbers just happened to bump into each other. The woman whispered. Are you here to make up the numbers, too? So, you're single, too? Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly. Yes. I'm only 25 years old and I don't have a boyfriend yet. It's not that I can't find one, but because my family's situation is special, we need to find a live-in son-in-law, and he must be an excellent and talented live-in son-in-law, so it's been delayed. The woman said softly. Sister, people of our age have many brothers and sisters. Zhang Yi continued to test and inquire about her information. There are always exceptions. I really don't have any brothers or sisters. I am the only daughter. My parents put all their love on me. The family business is also huge, so they don't let me get married. They want to find a son-in-law to inherit the family business. Do you think I meet the requirements? Zhang Yi couldn't help it and asked jokingly. Now he could figure out with his toes that this woman must be extremely wealthy, definitely richer than Duanjia, Lu Qinglan, Zhao Yeshu and others. That's why she is looking for a son-in-law. And I am so lucky that I met a single, white, rich and beautiful woman. He was originally wondering why 6 women and 5 men had to find a poor loser like him to make up the numbers. Now he finally understood that one of the women was single like him. You have the right appearance, but I don't think you're good enough for anything else. At least my parents don't like you. The woman smiled and said. You look down on me either, so don't use your parents as an excuse. Zhang Yi muttered in his heart, but he was not disappointed, because he didn't dare to hope for it in the first place. How could such a good thing happen to him? But it was still possible to make friends with this woman, so I asked expectantly, can you tell me your name and contact information? No, I can't tell you, at least not now. The woman smiled and refused. If we are destined to meet in the future, you will know. Then you can take off the mask, right? Zhang Yi lay down beside her and tilted his head to look at her. Tonight is a masked game, I can't take off my mask. The woman gently refused. Chapter 35. I'm not a casual woman. The woman is very romantic and well educated. Chatting with Zhang Yi made him feel as if there was spring breeze, and it felt extremely good. It seemed that she didn't mind at all that Zhang Yi was a poor loser with nothing. She didn't look down on poor people like Zhang Yi at all. Zhang Yi knew very well that he had met a super special, rich, white and beautiful girl who would definitely be a good wife and mother. The fact that he could have such a little connection with the woman in this way tonight was a blessing from his ancestors, and he was just lucky. Otherwise, if he meets a beautiful, rich and domineering girl who looks down on him, that night will be very difficult to endure. After the massage, the woman's body was covered with rose essential oil which was difficult to wipe off, and Zhang Yi was sweating, so they both went to take a bath. Lie side by side in bed. He was originally very unhappy about being held by Lu Qinglan's neck, but at this moment, all the dissatisfaction and unhappiness in his heart disappeared, and he even began to be grateful to Lu Qinglan. If Lu Qinglan hadn't controlled him, how would he have had the chance to meet this single, super white, rich and beautiful woman? So you are gifted, a man among men. Zhao Yeshu has good taste. She actually found a man with such a talent like you to be her personal secretary. She must be enjoying it, right? Sister, you misunderstood. Zhao Yeshu and I don't have any ambiguous relationship. I am her personal secretary. My main job is to give her massages. She has shoulder and neck problems. It's like hiring a masseur to take care of her. Zhang Yi explained seriously. She is so beautiful, sexy and gorgeous, you must like her very much, right? The woman asked with a smile. In my mind, she is my boss and I respect her. Zhang Yi said. The woman smiled and didn't ask any more questions. The two prepared to go to bed. It is very difficult for a single man and a single woman to fall asleep. No. Of course the woman understood what Zhang Yi wanted to do. She gave Zhang Yi a coquettish look with a flirtatious look. But it had no effect on Zhang Yi. Because a woman has no husband or boyfriend and is free. So Zhang Yi kissed her anyway. The woman shyly dodged several times, but finally couldn't resist the temptation. Of course, because of the mask, Zhang Yi couldn't see her expression. Don't mess around. Do you think I'm a casual woman? Sister, I know you're not a casual woman, but we're both single and don't have to be responsible for anyone. We met by chance. If we just sleep through this long night, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste? I didn't expect that you look so honest, but in fact you are an old hand in the love field. The woman pushed Zhang Yi away. Go to sleep over there, and sleep well, or I'll make you pay. Sister, you wronged me. I'm really honest and not an old hand in the love field. Zhang Yi retorted, don't worry, if you don't want me to, I will definitely not mess around, but I'm curious, why are you holding back so hard? Is it because you look down on a poor loser like me? No. The woman rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi and said coquettishly, "I've never had a boyfriend." What? Zhang Yi was stunned and a little bit unbelievable. He looked at the woman as if she were a monster, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. In modern society, it is as rare as a giant panda to have such a beautiful young woman who has never been in a relationship. Is it strange? The woman glared at Zhang Yi. "Sis, you are a good woman, why do you want to participate in the masked game?" Zhang Yi's face was full of confusion and puzzlement. "This game is just a massage, it's nothing. If I don't want to, no man can force me. Besides, I just came here to play and happened to run into their masked game. They invited me to join, and I couldn't refuse, so they invited you to join in. Sister, I won't force you, and I definitely won't dare to have any random thoughts. Let's go to sleep." A deep pain surged in Zhang Yi's heart. Because he suddenly found that he seemed to fall in love with this woman, a woman who was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, with a strong personality, and also very sexy and beautiful. Unfortunately, I am a poor loser and it is difficult for me to get into her heart. After tonight, we will go our separate ways and never have the chance to meet again. The sad thing is, I don't even know who she is. I only know that she is one of the 6 beauties. There is no way to know which one it is. Because when they were at Lu Qinglan's place, they didn't chat or interact with her husband at all, but just gathered together chattering. He didn't even know her name. Of course, he could ask Lu Qinglan about it later, but Lu Qinglan might not be willing to tell him. Although he didn't know who this woman was, Zhang Yi still knew that she was absolutely top-notch. She has a very good personality and doesn't have the condescending attitude of those top white, rich and beautiful girls. Seeing that he was Zhang Yi who came to make up the numbers, she didn't say anything, nor did she despise or look down on him. The next day at noon, Zhang Yi and the woman walked out of the room. From beginning to end, the woman never took off her mask, so Zhang Yi certainly didn't know who she was. He was of course filled with regret. And this wonderful night is destined to remain in his memory forever, unforgettable. Are you satisfied with our masseur skills? For masked men just happened to walk out of their room. Looking at the woman who came out with Zhang Yi, one of them asked. "Better than the average masseur." The woman pretended to be nonchalant. Chapter 36. Thank you for your hard work. Soon the 5 women also mixed in. Went to a room and took off the mask. Then they walked out one by one in graceful manner. The same thing happened to the 4 men. "You worked hard last night." Duan Jie also patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. The other 3 men also smiled at Zhang Yi in a friendly manner. "It's your reward." Lu Qinglan gave Zhang Yi a tip of 1,000 on the spot. "Thank you, boss." Zhang Yi pretended to be very happy and cheerful. Ha ha ha. The 4 men couldn't help laughing and were laughing happily. The other women also started to giggle. Such laughter was absolutely a humiliation for Zhang Yi. But he pretended not to know. He even smiled innocently. "Ha, you are laughing at me. But I laugh at you too." He knew why these wealthy people looked down on him. It was because he was poor and an ordinary person, not on the same level as them. They could order him to do this and that with just a tip of 1,000 yuan. He might even be grateful. Therefore, he was even more eager to make money as quickly as possible, find a way to get rich, and one day become a wealthy man like them. "Wife, who did you serve last night?" A rich man hugged a beautiful woman's slim waist and smacked her on the face. "You look very tired. Didn't that bastard make you massage all night?" I didn't recognize who he was. He was afraid that I would know his identity and scold him half to death, so he never took off his mask. And of course I didn't let him know who I was, but I did massage him all night, so I was very tired. The woman said in a delicate voice, "This game is not fun, I won't play it anymore." "It's fun, why isn't it fun anymore?" The rich man was surprised. "Yeah, it's really fun, let's continue next month." The other men echoed. "It's fun for you because you are the ones who enjoy the massage, but it's not fun for us. We are exhausted." 4 women also began to show their support. "At least one of you has enjoyed Zhang Yi's massage and is also a beneficiary." Someone laughed. The atmosphere was very good and everyone was talking and laughing. Obviously, they were basically satisfied with this masked party. Especially men. Although the woman was not very satisfied, women are hypocritical and cannot be relied upon. Zhang Yi had been secretly observing the 5 women, but he still couldn't recognize them. It seems like every one of them is possible. They didn't pay any attention to him. It seemed as if he was regarded as an insignificant little person. And in fact, he is. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. They were all hungry. He devoured the food without caring about his rich manners. Zhang Yi is no exception, and of course he needs to replenish himself now. After the meal, these wealthy people left one by one. Men and women drove away in their Mercedes-Benz, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Ferrari. No one was willing to give Zhang Yi a ride. They never took him seriously, just a small person. Sister Qinglan, Boss Duan, thank you for thinking highly of me and letting me participate in this game. I'm going back now. Zhang Yi also said goodbye immediately. Zhang Yi, you did a good job this time. Let's play together again next time. Duan Jia yawned. Brother Jia, I'll take Zhang Yi back and visit Yashu. Lu Qinglan said. Okay. Duan Jia didn't stop him. So Lu Shanglan put on delicate makeup, wore a white suspender skirt, pink high heels and black stockings. Her black hair was like clouds, fluttering behind her, her snow-white skin was glowing, she looked really beautiful. After getting into her Porsche, Zhang Yi sat in the passenger seat reluctantly. He had waited too long just now. If he were alone, he would have returned to Jia Yashu's villa long ago and would be lying on the bed resting now. It's troublesome for women to put on makeup. You look so reluctant, do you dislike me driving you? Lu Qinglan gave Zhang Yi a fierce look. No, I'm just scared and can't afford for you to send me back in person. In fact, I can just take a taxi back by myself. Zhang Yi quickly denied it. You also know that I sent you there on purpose? Lu Qinglan glanced at Zhang Yi with slight surprise. Fuck, did you send me off on purpose? Aren't you going to see your bestie? Zhang Yi was flattered and a little bit unbelievable. But she followed her words and explained, today is Sunday, and it's already afternoon. I have to go to work tomorrow, so it's not suitable to go out and play with my girlfriends. So I guess you sent me there on purpose. Sister Lan, why are you so nice to me? Because you are very obedient, you came when I asked you to. Lu Qinglan's lips curled up, not only do I want to give it to you, I also want to reward you. What reward do you have for me? Zhang Yi looked at this enchanting woman with a strange look. Could it be that this woman had changed her character? What reward do you want? Lu Qinglan looked at Zhang Yi with her bewitching eyes. I have no idea. Zhang Yi stuttered, his breathing became a little rapid, and his heart began to beat wildly. Lu Qinglan was too beautiful and too charming, she was simply a top vixen. Then think about it carefully. I will satisfy you with any prize you want. Lu Qinglan said this with a sweet smile, started the car, drove out of the parking space, and headed towards the exit of the community. Your gift to me is the greatest reward, I'm so grateful. Are you so polite today? You were not polite at all last night. Lu Qinglan said coquettishly. Is it you? Zhang Yi's heart was beating wildly, his voice was trembling, and his breathing became rapid. She said she didn't have a boyfriend and wasn't married. Were they all lies? Who else could it be but me? Do you think I can't recognize you? I chose you on purpose. Lu Qinglan said coquettishly, by the way, let me explain this to you, so that you don't have any wild thoughts about other women, which would make you laugh. Chapter 37 Absurdity. The corners of Lu Qinglan's mouth curled up, seeming very proud. This girl is really good at acting. I almost fell for it. Zhang Yi was secretly afraid. He immediately understood that the woman last night was not Lu Qinglan at all, and she was just trying to trick him. That's too bad. Once you understand this, all the pressure like a mountain will disappear. Did you and that guy really have a massage last night? Did anything else happen? Zhang Yi took the initiative and asked curiously. You guess. Lu Shanglan said with a wicked smile. Your sister, I guess. Zhang Yi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Can't you guess this? Last night was a prank I played on them. This is my house, it's too easy to cheat, so last night I chose my husband, the one who hugged and danced together. But, they may have chosen someone else's woman or man. I am also curious about what happened to them last night. Lu Qinglan smiled evilly and said, this is a secret, don't tell anyone. You're too bad, aren't you? Zhang Yi was stunned and completely dumbfounded. It seems that Lu Qinglan likes to tease others. She even teased a little secretary like him. It's not strange that she teased her bestie and friends. I really want to give you a reward. Tell me, what do you want? You can ask boldly, don't be stingy, and don't be polite to me at all. Lu Qinglan said while driving with a sweet smile. I don't want any prizes. Zhang Yi said immediately. He suspected that this girl was teasing him again. Is the biggest reward in your mind that I sleep with you? Lu Qinglan's face was full of teasing. No. Zhang Yi was embarrassed and his face turned red. That's exactly what he thought. But also know that such a reward is impossible. Lu Qinglan is a famous model, how could she give him such a prize? He is just a poor guy with nothing, a loser. Even if he becomes a warrior in the future and can apply for a bodyguard job with an annual salary of over $1 million, he will still be a pauper compared to her. It's not true. You have to believe me. Perhaps seeing Lu Qinglan's face full of disbelief and weird expression, Zhang Yi became anxious and emphasized again. You are a person whose head is full of evil thoughts. What can I say about you? Can't you have a bigger picture? Can't you have your own ideals? Don't you want to change your current situation and take steps towards success? Lu Qinglan said unhappily. Sister Lan, you mean, can you give me some advice? Let me live a good life? Zhang Yi said in astonishment. You're smart. Sister Lan, it's not that I look down on you, but I'm just too mediocre. So, my boss took me to meet Zhao Yi, but Zhao Yi couldn't give me any advice. She sentenced me to death and said that I was not destined to be a boss and that I should just be content with a small fortune for the rest of my life. Zhao Yi can't give you advice, but I can. I can give you a bright future. Lu Qinglan said confidently, it's not that I'm better than her, she's much better than me, but even the wisest people can make mistakes. She didn't see your true strengths and advantages. Then the prize I want is to ask Sister Lan for your guidance. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he said expectantly. You are so tall, handsome, and have a good figure. Being a male secretary is the wrong path. How much money can you make? You should become a movie star. Movie star? Zhang Yi became slightly interested. Because Lu Qinglan helped him develop a new career. Secretary, masseur, and after a while, you can also apply for a bodyguard. It turns out you can also consider becoming a celebrity. Thank you, Sister Lan, for giving me such good advice. Zhang Yi really took a new look at Lu Qinglan. She focused on appearance and figure. If she could make good use of this, she would indeed have a bright future. If you can become a star, you will make a lot of money. However, becoming a star must be very difficult and requires many years of suffering. Moreover, since I have never studied acting, I must find a way to make up for it. In other words, you need to work hard on your acting skills and may even need to go to a film and television academy to study. But I am a pauper, how can I afford to go to school? The important thing is that I am already 24 years old. A bit older. It's a bit too late. So, although the advice is good, it is not suitable for me. Lin Ruobing has already registered herself on the Professional Elite website. If she doesn't use this platform and goes out on her own, she is a fool. It seems that you are not very interested. You are wasting your extraordinary talent. It's a pity. Lu Qinglan glanced at Zhang Yi. It's too late now. Zhang Yi also said with regret. Yeah, that's right. Lu Qinglan nodded and said no more. She quickly sent Zhang Yi to Jia Yushu's villa community, which took only about 10 minutes. Stopping the car, she hooked her finger at Zhang Yi, come here. What? Zhang Yi leaned over hesitantly. Then Lu Qinglan hooked her arms around his neck. My God, you are so brave, aren't you? Zhang Yi was almost frightened to death. This happened at the entrance of the residential complex, in broad daylight. If someone saw him and Duan Jie heard about it, his life would be in danger. Unfortunately, Lu Qinglan immediately pushed him away and said coquettishly, it's just a small reward for you. It was just a suggestion before, not a reward. But you are so greedy, I won't reward you next time. Get out of the car quickly. Lu Qinglan urged. Zhang Yi quickly opened the car door and walked out. Sister Lan, thank you for sending me back, and thank you for the reward. Lu Qinglan waved at Zhang Yi, and after Zhang Yi closed the car door, she started the car and drove away quickly. But it seemed to have taken away Zhang Yi's soul. He stood there blankly, not moving for a long time, as if he was still recalling the beauty of what had just happened. I felt extremely absurd in my heart that I, a poor loser, was inexplicably hanging out with these top white, rich and beautiful girls. Seems to be quite popular? Chapter 38 Envy. It is very hot today. So, in the afternoon, Zhao Yashu was wearing a 3-point bikini and swimming in the villa's swimming pool. She looks like a sexy and beautiful mermaid. So, as soon as Zhang Yi returned to the villa, he couldn't move. He stood on the grass of the villa, admiring the scenery in fascination. I wish I could go in and swim with her. How wonderful would that be? Unfortunately, I am just a personal secretary and am not qualified to swim in Zhao Yashu's swimming pool. How about it, isn't my girlfriend beautiful? Xiao Dajuan appeared beside Zhang Yi, handed him a cigarette, and took one himself. Zhang Yi took out his lighter and lit the cigarette for him, but he didn't smoke it himself, and put the cigarette between his ears. Then he nodded and said, "Brother, you are a rich man. If your girlfriend is not beautiful, then is the girlfriend of a poor man beautiful?" Ha ha ha. Xiao Dajuan laughed triumphantly, then lowered his voice and said, "But I haven't touched her for 3 months, and she has never forgiven me, so you have to hurry up." Isn't there still more than 2 months? Zhang Yi disagreed. Although I gave you 3 months, you'd better finish it ahead of time. If I also give you a 9-star rating, then you can also change to a better paid job, right? Xiao Dajuan said. Today he went to the Professional Elite website and saw that Zhang Yi had modified his specialties and status and was still looking for a part-time job. He understood that Zhang Yi was very short of money. Using this to tempt Zhang Yi will definitely work harder. Brother, I will try my best. Zhang Yi promised reluctantly. But I secretly decided that I would try not to do this kind of task-based work in the future because it was too stressful. Alas, you are only a 1-star professional male god. You have no experience in the past. Even your massage skills are the result of my training. Xiao Dajuan sighed, your only advantage is that you are handsome, but since being handsome doesn't work on my girlfriend, it will be difficult for you to complete the task. Now I regret it a little. I shouldn't have hired a 1-star professional male god like you. I should have hired a 5-star or even a 9-star one. Then why did you hire me in the first place? And why did you take the trouble to train me? Because you are a 1-star male god, and I have only applied for a job once. I was attracted by your cleanliness, health, and purity. But now I know that I am just a kind of psychological cleanliness. It is better to ask a high-star male god to do it, because it can complete the task quickly. Xiao Dajuan said, I'll give you another month. If you don't finish it, I'll ask my girlfriend to fire you and hire someone else. Brother Qiao, didn't you give me 3 months? Why did you change your mind now? Zhang Yi said dissatisfiedly. I made a private agreement with you for 3 months, but you haven't made any progress, which makes me lose hope. After 3 months, you will probably still not be able to complete it, and then I will be miserable. So, I won't keep my word with you. Xiao Dajuan had a stern face. These wealthy people are really ruthless and can change the rules at will. I must be careful. Zhang Yi was daunted, but he remained calm and said, Brother Qiao, you don't have to be anxious. Now you just need to wait and see. When you get to a certain point, you will succeed. So, 3 months is really not enough. She can go to the club and find a male model for a massage. Xiao Dajuan retorted. Did she really look for a male model in the club? Zhang Yi asked. I've been there with her twice, but she didn't look for it. She probably didn't want you to know, or me to know. She certainly wouldn't know when we were there. Brother, other rich and beautiful girls may have such hobbies, but I don't think she is that kind of person. Don't let your imagination run wild. Zhang Yi retorted. I like what you said, but your method of enduring may not work. Xiao Dajuan still disagreed. Wait for the day when she can't stand it anymore. Maybe she will forgive you without me having to do anything. That makes sense. Xiao Dajuan's eyes lit up and he patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. You have successfully convinced me. Then I will maintain the original agreement and give you 3 months. Aha! Zhang Yi was also slightly happy, as long as he didn't change his mind. I noticed that you've been practicing Tai Chi recently. I think that's the method you bought from Professional Elite Online, right? Xiao Dajuan changed the subject. Yes. Zhang Yi did not hide anything and admitted it honestly. So, you have cultivated true Qi? You have taken the talent test, right? What is it? Xiao Dajuan asked anxiously. My talent is just so-so, about 3. Zhang Yi was downplaying the situation. Talent 3 means talent level 3. There are 9 levels of cultivation talent, from level 1 to level 9. Level 1 is the lowest and level 9 is the highest.
So he said that talent 3 should not attract attention.
Amazing, so amazing. I didn't expect you to be a genius in inner cultivation. It's a pity that you have only just started practicing. You can only become a level 2 warrior at best. But it's not bad.
You can be a bodyguard with an annual salary of over 1 million. Chao Dajuan said enviously, you must cherish your talent for cultivation and practice hard.
In the future, your son will be blessed.
He can start practicing from a young age and has a great chance of becoming a 9th level warrior.
You can rely on your son for wealth and honor. Depending on your son to become rich?
Zhang Yi was a little confused, but, I'm so poor, I may not be able to marry a wife, so how can I have a son?
However, my talent is a bit weird, which may be related to the bite by the golden insect. Will my son inherit this talent? It is still uncertain.
What's more, it is unknown whether I can see my son in this life, and I may not recognize him even if I see him.
So don't count on your son, you can only count on yourself.
You are 24 years old this year, and you will be 27 in 3 years. By that time, you will have cultivated for about 10 years, and will be considered a first-level warrior.
Your annual salary can reach 1 million. You can't find a wife with $1 million annual salary? Are you kidding me? Chao Dajuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. That's not necessarily true. I have very high standards. I won't be attracted by just any woman. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. After meeting Lin Ruobing, Zhao Yushu, Lu Shanglan, and that woman whose name I don't know, how could I still be interested in such mediocre women? With $1 million annual salary, you can marry a beautiful woman of very good quality. You don't have to worry about it. Chao Dajuan pulled Zhang Yi into the villa and sat down on the sofa in the second-floor hall. He was very enthusiastic, which was very different from before.
It was not only because Zhang Yi moved him with his words, but also because Zhang Yi showed a good talent for cultivation.
No longer useless.
Zhang Yi may not achieve much in his life, but it's hard to say about his children.
Chapter 39, The Inner Canon of Longevity.
Chao Dajuan said enviously, as long as you are a wealthy person with a net worth of over 50 million, the customer service of Professional Elite Network will proactively send you the website address.
I knew about Professional Elite Network 10 years ago.
Many of my friends are the same, so we quickly realized that cultivation is real, and we also learned that there are powerful 9th level warriors in this world, and even masters who have opened up their life meridians. We have all bought cultivation techniques and tried to practice them, but we have no talent and our cultivation levels have not improved at all. This shows how precious cultivation talent is, especially your cultivation talent of level 3, which is extremely rare and can be compared to a giant panda.
Is it so rare? Zhang Yi was slightly surprised.
It seems that the 3rd level of talent is not easy at all, and become the object of envy of others.
If I say that my talent is 12, wouldn't Chao's army be so envious that their eyes turn red?
Now you are practicing a kind of exercise Tai Chi. This is just a dynamic exercise.
What about static exercise? Have you practiced it? Chao Dajuan asked with concern.
I bought the Tai Chi exercises and testing equipment, and used up all my savings.
I can't afford the static exercises anymore. Zhang Yi felt ashamed and embarrassed. Jing Gong is the internal classic of immortality.
It costs 100,000 on Elite.com.
Don't you even have 100,000? Chao Dajuan touched his forehead. Brother, not everyone is as rich as you.
I was born in poverty, and it's not easy for me to get to where I am today.
How can I get 100,000?
Zhang Yi said with a wry smile. Well, you spent 1 million to register on the Professional Elite website and bought the dynamic exercises. It's understandable that you can't afford the static exercises, but static exercises are very important and are the foundation of cultivation. You must practice static exercises as soon as possible. Chao Dajuan said, I have bought the Changxing Neijing before, but I am not allowed to teach it privately. I have to buy it from the Professional Elite Network.
I could lend you money, but you are nominally my girlfriend's personal secretary.
She doesn't know about our secret relationship, so I have no reason to help you. So, go to her and tell her that you have a 3rd level cultivation talent and don't have money to buy the Tai Chi Neijing.
She will definitely help you solve it.
Brother, there's no need to go through so much trouble.
You can just lend me the money and I'll pay you back in the future.
Your girlfriend isn't a deity, so it's impossible for her to know about this. Besides, if she knows I want to buy the Changxing Neijing, how could she not know that I've registered on the Professional Elite website?
She might even expose our agreement. Zhang Yi said. Not bad, your thinking is quite meticulous. Zhao Dajun looked at Zhang Yi with appreciation and said, okay, I'll lend you 100,000. If you complete the commission I gave you and restore the relationship between me and my girlfriend, you don't have to pay it back. Brother, I will definitely pay you back. I will pay you back within this year. Zhang Yi promised seriously. He didn't want to take advantage of this, nor did he want to bear too much favor from Chao's army. He was very grateful that he was willing to lend him the money. Chao Dajun nodded slightly, becoming more and more satisfied with Zhang Yi's performance. He transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhang Yi on the spot. Zhang Yi immediately used it to purchase the internal classic of immortality. I received an email with a file in it, the inner canon of the longevity. It also contained a lot of instructions on dynamic and static exercises, plus a lot of knowledge on cultivation. Thank you, brother. I will go back to my room to study the technique. Zhang Yi couldn't wait. Go ahead. Chao Dajun smiled slightly. Back in the room, Zhang Yi eagerly read the Changxing Neijing and many other contents related to spiritual practice. In the past, he was very poor and could only afford dynamic exercises such as Tai Chi. The dynamic exercises are mainly for physical training, so there is not much content about spiritual practice. Static exercises are different. It is the foundation of spiritual practice. Not only does it contain the secret method of sitting cross-legged with eyes closed and meditating, but it also marks the locations of the life meridians, 36 of them, clearly. After becoming a 9th level warrior, you can open up your meridians. If you open up one meridian, you can live 10 years longer. If you open up 36 meridians, you can live 360 years longer. It is also specifically stated that one must first practice static exercises every day, and after the effective practice time is used up, one can then practice dynamic exercises. If one persists every day, then effective practice time will also appear for the dynamic exercises. In other words, it can increase the effective practice time. Talent 3. Practice both dynamic and static techniques together for a few months, and your talent will increase, eventually stabilizing at around 4.0. Very good. Zhang Yi was ecstatic, because if his talent could be improved by another 30%, he could reach level 16. With 6 years of golden training time, there is a great possibility that he will be promoted to the 9th level warrior, and his position as a bodyguard with an annual salary of 3 million will be secured. He immediately began to practice the Changxing Neijing. He hasn't practiced dynamic exercises today. It was indeed magical. After just a short while of meditation, he entered the state and his body began to absorb the mysterious energy of heaven and earth and send it into his dantian. But it only lasted half an hour. After testing it with instruments, it was found that the cultivation level also increased by 12 days. It has the same effect as practicing dynamic exercises. It can be seen that my effective practice time is only half an hour. He immediately started practicing Tai Chi for half an hour and absorbed about a minute of mysterious energy from heaven and earth, which increased his cultivation. From now on, I will do half an hour of static exercises and half an hour of dynamic exercises every day, without fail. In a few months, my talent can reach level 16, which is absolutely unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Zhang Yi was overjoyed and full of expectations for the future. But he soon became depressed again. Because he learned from the instructions of the exercises that he could take ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Polygonum multiflorum, and some other natural treasures to improve his cultivation. If you don't have good talent, you can make up for it with natural resources. Therefore, for wealthy people who have a talent for spiritual practice, improving their cultivation may not be slow. Because they have money. Of course, what limits them is that such natural treasures cannot be bought just because they want to. Because it is too rare. Alas, how did I end up like this? After becoming a male secretary, not only did I not make any money, but I also owed Chao Dajun 100,000 yuan. Immediately, Zhang Yi began to sigh in frustration again. The salary hasn't been paid yet, and even if it has been paid, it's only 15,000. It's just a drop in the bucket. Got to find a way to make money. So at 7:30 in the evening, Zhang Yi sent a WeChat message to Zhao Yashu, "Boss, do you want me to give you a massage? I see you didn't go out today, and I'm fine, what do you think? Why are you so active today? You weren't like this before. Who told you to tip me every time? I just want to earn some tips. You are useless. Come up in half an hour. Okay, there must be some breakthroughs tonight." Zhang Yi was very happy and looking forward to it.
In fact, he doesn't care too much about the tip, because it is a drop in the bucket, so he wants to finish this job as soon as possible, get praise and compensation, and then find a job with higher salary.
Otherwise, I will really die of poverty.
He took a shower first, and when he thought the time was about right, he went upstairs.
Tonight should be a good opportunity.
Because Chao Dajuan drove out, he probably went to the club again.
Chapter 40 Unlocked.
When Zhang Yi arrived at the door of Zhao Yushu's room, he saw Zhao Yushu waving at him. "Come to my room, I'll give you a massage on the bed tonight, and I'll go to sleep right after the massage."
Good. Zhang Yi walked in, closed the door and locked it.
Then he began to look around the room carefully. The area is at least 70 square meters and is decorated in an extremely luxurious way.
There is a rich fragrance unique to women floating in the air.
One breath of it is refreshing and makes people feel particularly happy.
Why did you lock the door? Zhao Yushu rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi in annoyance. I just don't want anyone to bother you. Zhang Yi's face was filled with embarrassment.
He did have different thoughts in mind. He not only wanted to unlock more massage parts, but also hoped that something intimate or beautiful would happen. It was not just that he wanted to complete the task as quickly as possible, but also because they had been together for such a long time, he was really attracted by Zhao Shuya's beauty and charm, and had already fallen in love with her. It's a pity that she is someone else's girlfriend, and it's a pity that he is just a poor loser with nothing and has no qualifications to pursue her.
Don't lock it, just close the door. Zhao Yushu didn't want to listen to Zhang Yi's explanation and gave the order. Okay.
Zhang Yi had no choice but to unlock the door obediently.
Walked over. Zhao Yushu was already lying on her back on the very wide bed.
She was wearing a satin nightgown, but it was very loose. Now she has long been accustomed to the way Zhang Yi massages her.
There is almost no clothing between them.
The massage effect is really good.
Zhang Yi also climbed onto the bed.
I knelt on the bed and massaged her shoulders and neck, but she gradually became a little dishonest. Zhao Yushu held Zhang Yi's hands in shame and annoyance. You are not allowed to press more here, but you can press one more part, the back.
The back is nice too. Zhang Yi was secretly happy.
I've been wanting to massage some new areas for a long time, and now I can finally do so. The massage of shoulders, neck, head, hands, feet and calves was completed quickly.
Zhao Yushu cooperated and changed to lying prone.
Her beautiful back, as crystal clear as snow and as delicate as fine porcelain, sparkled under the light.
How beautiful! Zhang Yi secretly took a breath.
Forcefully suppressing the beauty in his heart, he dripped rose essential oil on her back, dissolved it with his hot hands, and skillfully pinched, patted, moved and pressed quickly, as if moving on solidified fat, accompanied by a rich and subtle fragrance. Both of them fell into an extremely beautiful situation.
Good times pass by fast.
The alarm on Zhao Yushu's cell phone suddenly rang, indicating that the 2-hour massage was about to begin.
Zhang Yi had to stop reluctantly.
Zhao Yushu put on her clothes, turned over and sat up, looked at Zhang Yi meaningfully, and asked with a smile, "What will you do when you return to your room later?"
Zhang Yi touched his forehead, feeling very embarrassed.
Seeing that Zhao Yushu didn't laugh at him, but rather understood him, and even hesitated to speak, as if she wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to say it, Zhang Yi's brain got hot, and he asked expectantly, "Boss, can you help me?"
Roll.
Zhao Yushu was stunned for a moment, then scolded in shame and anger. Zhang Yi covered his face in embarrassment and ran away with his head in his hands.
He secretly regretted it. Why did he get so hot-headed as to make such an absurd request to Zhao Yushu?
But it was she who took the initiative to talk about this matter, thus misleading herself.
Alas, this time she was completely offended. There is a long way to go to complete the task.
Returning to his room, Zhang Yi looked at the time and found that it was just after 10 o'clock.
After washing up, I lay on the bed and browsed my phone. He won't go to bed before 11 o'clock. I can't sleep either. He quickly clicked into the Professional Elite Network and searched for the information he wanted on the Warrior Forum.
Now he had a big question. That is, the rich can use natural treasures to improve their cultivation.
Can it really be improved without limit?
Not finding any answers, he couldn't help but bring up this topic himself.
Sure enough, someone quickly responded to the post.
Although it is said that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts, talent is more important in martial arts. If you don't have enough talent, you may be able to use the genius treasure to become a 4th-level warrior, but it will be very difficult to advance to the 5th-level warrior. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are even more difficult.
Ninth level talent, it's like a smooth road ahead. If you don't have enough talent, you will be stuck at a bottleneck and it will be very difficult to break through. You may not be able to break through for several years. Only those with talent and wealth can achieve a breakthrough with overwhelming force, but there are too few such people. If I encounter any difficulties in cultivation in the future, I can post here and get answers. The Professional Elite Network is really awesome and will be of great help to me. Zhang Yi was secretly happy. I know very well that if I am not good at martial arts but hacking technology, I can also post on the hacker forum to get answers to various technical problems. After paying 1 million to register, the benefits are very obvious. Lin Ruobing is truly his benefactor. I don't know if she is pregnant? Now I have found my specialty, which is my excellent talent for cultivation. I will quickly become stronger in advance to become a 9th level warrior, or even a martial arts master, and then find a way to make money. Zhang Yi shouted excitedly in his heart. His face was full of desire and anticipation. His favorite woman is Lin Ruobing. All other women have to stand aside. Lin Ruobing is the eternal goddess in his mind. The kind that left a lasting impression on him. Chapter 41 Beauty Club. Another week has flown by. There was no breakthrough in the relationship between Zhang Yi and Jia Yushu. Instead, it has regressed. She no longer let him massage her back and other parts of her body, but instead massaged her calves, arms, shoulders, neck, and head. Obviously, Zhang Yi made excessive demands that night and made her very angry. On the contrary, his practice has made great progress. By combining the dynamic and static techniques in his practice, his talent has now risen to level 13. One day of practice can increase his cultivation by 13 days. If I stick with it for a few more months, I will probably be able to stabilize at level 16. Now he has been practicing for more than half a year. His strength has increased a lot, and his speed and reaction ability have also been improved to a certain extent. After work on Friday, Zhang Yi returned to the villa, had dinner, and went back to his room to visit the Professional Elite Network, read various forums, and look for something useful. Chao Dajuan pushed the door open and walked in. The situation is not good. My girlfriend and some of her besties went to the beauty club. They looked sneaky. They might be looking for a male model. This is great news. Hurry up and go over there and stop her. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. She must be very upset if she didn't achieve her goal. Maybe you have got your chance. My chances are slim. I know her too well, and I'm far from satisfied. I can only rely on you. Chao Dajuan agreed to the plan. However, I may not be able to bring her back, but I have to keep an eye on her. If Jia Yushu forgives Chao Dajuan, then my mission can be considered completed, right? While Chao Dajuan hurried to the club, Zhang Yi was secretly looking forward to it. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. If it was before, he would have hung up without hesitation, but now he was looking for a part-time job on the Professional Elite website. Any unfamiliar call could be a notification for an interview, so he waited for the phone to ring 3 times before answering it. A charming and sweet voice came out of the phone. Zhang Yi, do you know who my sister is? You're the woman I gave a massage last Saturday night. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. It seems that you haven't forgotten me yet. Come to the beauty club to find me. I want you to come and give a massage to a certain customer. The woman said coquettishly. I have something to do and can't go. Zhang Yi refused without hesitation. He didn't want to go to the club to give people massages because he would be seen as a male model in the club. If he were to date her, he would be willing. The guests are super beautiful ladies, the ones you saw that night, and your boss Jia Yushu. You won't be treated unfairly, and you don't have to worry about your identity being exposed. I'll prepare a butterfly mask and a set of clothes for you. The woman began to seduce Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was a little hesitant. Where can I find such a good thing? But he and Jia Yushu have been together day and night, and she is very familiar with him. Even if I wore male model clothes and a butterfly mask, she could still recognize me. Then there will be no chance of completing the task. On the contrary, if he waited at home until Chao Dajuan brought Jia Yushu back and gave her a massage, the opportunity would come. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi refused again. Sister, I'm sorry, I really can't leave, please find someone else. Then I'll give you a short-term part-time job. You, a professional male god, won't refuse it, right? The woman remained calm and teased in a delicate voice. How do you know I'm a professional male god? Zhang Yi was surprised. But I'm not too worried. Because the Professional Elite Network is legal.
Of course, professional male gods are also legal.
Who told you to use your real name on the Professional Elite website? You should have a code name.
The woman said, I'm going to hire you right now, you can't refuse.
The part-time salary is no less than 30,000. If you perform well, I will give you a good review.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. Because this part-time job is easy to complete. If you get good reviews, your resume will look much better. Zhao Dajuan also said that he might not be able to bring Zhao Yashu back.
Therefore, it was very likely that Zhao Yashu had called a female massage therapist and spent the night in the club. It would be in vain for her to wait at home.
It's better to take the risk and complete a part-time job.
As long as she is careful and doesn't make obvious habitual movements, perhaps Zhao Yashu won't recognize her.
Well, having said so much, the fact is that he was deeply moved by the reward of 30,000 yuan.
He owed Zhao Dajuan 100,000 yuan, and he just wanted to pay him back as soon as possible. But he did not set off immediately, but joined the Professional Elite Network.
Waited quietly for a while. Sure enough, I found a new temporary part-time job on my taskbar, home massage service. Zhang Yi took a shower, took a taxi and went to the beauty club.
On the way, he used Baidu on his mobile phone to search for the owner of the beauty club. He guessed that the woman who placed the order was the owner or the owner's wife of the beauty club.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed to go for a massage.
It was soon discovered that the owner of the beauty club was named Ouyang Shuiyan, 25 years old.
Unfortunately, no photo of Ouyang Shuiyan was found, so Zhang Yi still didn't know which woman Ouyang Shuiyan was that night. Dude, what are you doing at the beauty club? The DD driver glanced at Zhang Yi ambiguously. Go have fun with friends. Zhang Yi replied calmly. You're pretty handsome, you make a lot of money, right? The driver asked again enviously.
Zhang Yi was at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond.
If I were as handsome and tall as you, I would do your business.
I know several guys who are in the same business as you and they make tens of thousands of dollars a month.
The driver said enviously, are you rushing to help out?
The business at the beauty club is so good.
You know the beauty club well?
Zhang Yi changed the subject and asked. I often take orders near the beauty club, and I know the club very well.
The owner is Ouyang Shuiyan, she is super beautiful and very capable.
If anyone can marry her, it will be a direct rise to fame.
You mean, Ouyang Shuiyan is not married yet?
Yes, I'm still single.
I heard that I'm looking for a live-in son-in-law.
While chatting with the driver, Zhang Yi logged into the Professional Elite Network and changed his name to a codename Handsome God. The reason why Lin Ruobing didn't give him a replacement name before was because she was afraid that he would be confused and afraid to accept the order.
He doesn't want to be exposed by acquaintances again. Chapter 42 Guest.
10 minutes later, they arrived at the door of the beauty club. Zhang Yi stepped out of the car, walked into the door of the club, called the woman, and then went all the way to the chairman's office and knocked on the door.
Boom boom boom.
Soon, the door opened. The person who opened the door was one of the 6 beauties that night. She was dressed more beautifully than ever tonight. Her black hair fell on her shoulders like black satin. She has a delicate face and fair skin. She has an elegant temperament and a warm smile.
A truly stunning beauty. Hello, Sister Yan.
Zhang Yi looked at her with complicated eyes, and the beauty of that night came to his mind again. I've said before that if fate allows you to know my name and origins, it seems that you already know it now. But I still want to introduce myself.
My name is Ouyang Shuiyan, the owner of the beauty club.
Since I'm too young, I'm only in charge of this family business, and the other businesses have not been handed over to me to manage.
Ouyang Shuiyan pulled Zhang Yi in with a smile.
Sister Yan, I am so lucky to meet a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman like you.
Zhang Yi sighed. My club is actually only open to women.
Men are almost never allowed in, so there are no male models or hunks. But today, a group of girlfriends came and insisted that I find a male model to give them a massage.
And they wanted the best one.
I had no choice, so I contacted you, that is, to find someone to make up the number.
Ouyang Shuiyan explained softly. He immediately took out a set of clothes and a mask and said, put them on. Don't talk or take off your mask.
Just give massages to the customers.
Aha! Zhang Yi nodded, quickly changed into the clothes and put on the butterfly mask.
Yeah, you're handsome, but it's hard to tell who you are.
Ouyang Shuiyan looked at it carefully and nodded with satisfaction.
Then she took Zhang Yi to a private room. The private room is spacious and luxurious. Sure enough, it was the 5 super beauties from last Saturday, plus Xiao Yashu.
6 in total.
They are now sitting on the sofa, eating snacks and fruits, laughing and chatting. Xiao Dajuan and Duan Jie sat aside dejectedly, smoking with dark faces, looking very unhappy. There are no other male models.
There is only Zhang Yi. Ouyang Shuiyan did not lie. Everyone, the male model you've been waiting for is here.
He is absolutely clean and healthy, and is definitely an expert in massage.
I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ouyang Shuiyan took Zhang Yi to stand in front of many beauties and introduced them with a smile.
Duan Jie and Xiao Dajuan looked at Zhang Yi angrily as if they were facing a great enemy. The 5 beauties were just the opposite. They all looked at Zhang Yi with curiosity and interest. Wearing a male model suit, Zhang Yi looks tall and mighty, with a perfect body. Plus his skin is also very white. Even with the butterfly mask on, judging from his outline, he must be a rare handsome man.
Shuiyan, he is the number 1 male model in your club?
He's not from our club, but he's definitely one of the top male models in Shenzhen, and even in the country.
He won't let you down.
Let's go to the massage parlor and call a few female masseurs.
Call some male technicians. The female technicians aren't strong enough. Male technicians are not good enough. Didn't you see that the 2 flower protectors were almost about to hit someone? There are no male technicians in the beauty club. There is no choice.
Several beauties were discussing and joking with each other with laughter.
Then we'll have 5 more female massage technicians. Xiao Yashu made the final decision.
I want to go to the massage parlor for a massage, too.
Me too. Duan Jie and Xiao Dajuan muttered. Xiao Dajuan, since you don't trust me, there's nothing to say. Let's break up. Xiao Yashu said angrily.
Yashu, I believe you, absolutely. If I don't go to the massage room for massage, I will massage in the room.
Chao's army shrank back in fear. Duan Jie, you don't believe me either? Lu Qinglan looked at Duan Jie. Duan Jie hesitated, not knowing what to say. You men are so hypocritical.
You can find a female massage therapist to give you a massage at will, but you are always on guard against your girlfriends and don't let them find a male massage therapist?
What I found is actually a massage therapist. Ouyang Shuiyan said unhappily.
I have no doubts, nor do I care.
He is just an emotionless male massage technician. As long as my wife is happy, that's all that matters. Duan Jie, bathed in the contemptuous gazes of many beauties and with sweat on his forehead, quickly expressed his opinion.
Soon, Ouyang Shuiyan arranged for 7 super beautiful female technicians to come in. Duan Jie and Xiao Dajuan each picked a female technician they liked, entered the room, and began to enjoy the happiness of a rich man's weekend.
The 6 beauties plus Ouyang Shuiyan brought the 5 little princesses and Zhang Yi into the massage room. The massage room here is amazing. There are 6 small rooms, each with a bathroom, which is very luxurious. Let's give the male model to Yashu.
She hasn't had a man by her side for several months. Lu Qinglan said with a wicked smile.
I'd better give it to you, Qinglan. Don't you always blame your husband? Zhao Yashu declined.
Yes, give Qinglan a chance. The other women also agreed with a sly smile.
Qinglan, you must not miss this opportunity, otherwise it will be too late to regret it. Ouyang Shuiyan also laughed.
I was just joking before, but I didn't know you would really call a male model, Shuiyan. Besides, my husband is waiting outside, and I can only ask him to give me a massage.
But that would be a waste.
I'd better give it to you guys.
Don't worry if your men don't come.
Lu Qinglan said shyly.
It's just a waste, it's not like we don't have money.
A beautiful lady said. Yes. The other beauties were nodding.
All right then. Lu Qinglan did not refuse and pulled Zhang Yi into the innermost room.
The door was also closed gently.
Lock.
Zhang Yi's heart began to beat rapidly.
Breathing also becomes rapid. But things are different today. Chapter 43 See-Through.
Zhang Yi first took a shower and changed into a set of work clothes, which fully revealed his muscular and upright figure. Of course, he still wore the butterfly mask to hide his features. Lu Qinglan looked Zhang Yi up and down for a while, nodded with satisfaction, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and came out wearing a thin, loose, sexy and cool massage suit. She had washed her hair and it was wet. She sat on a stool without a backrest and waved to Zhang Yi to help her blow dry her hair. Zhang Yi readily agreed. I stood behind her holding a hairdryer and blew it gently. Her hair was of very good quality, dark, shiny, long and straight. Holding it in your hand feels like holding smooth silk. Gently rubbing it makes a rustling sound and it feels great. She actually asked me to blow dry my hair. This is a very intimate thing that only husbands and boyfriends can do. This is a drama. Zhang Yi secretly sighed and looked forward to it. It turns out that Lu Qinglan is so open-minded? I couldn't help myself and became a little unrestrained and a little unstable. After drying her hair, Lu Qinglan frowned and glanced at Zhang Yi, who was still clinging to her. You are too bold. Zhang Yi remained silent. One is the rules, and the other is that he didn't dare to speak, because if he spoke, Lu Qinglan might recognize him as Zhang Yi. That could be trouble. Remember this from now on. Women looking for male models don't necessarily want to indulge themselves. They may just want a massage. Lu Qinglan said in a teaching tone. Zhang Yi nodded. I felt a little relieved. It turned out that I was wrong. You don't dare to speak? Don't be afraid, I allow you to speak. Lu Qinglan stood up, lifted Zhang Yi's chin and said. Zhang Yi still shook his head quickly. Still no words. It's boring. Lu Qinglan was not interested anymore and went to the massage bed. Give me a massage. Zhang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, found the rose essential oil, applied it on her, and began to massage her. Massage techniques were all similar anyway, so he was not worried that she would recognize him based on his techniques. Gradually, Lu Qinglan felt better. Of course Zhang Yi was encouraged and he massaged more attentively, not daring to be careless or perfunctory. 2 hours passed quickly. Zhang Yi was so tired that he was out of breath. It's not that I'm physically tired, but that I'm mentally tired. Just lie down and get some rest. Lu Qinglan hesitated and said, I feel like you look familiar to me. Have we met before? Zhang Yi was shocked. He thought this girl must have recognized him. He lowered his voice and denied it quietly. No, I haven't seen you before. This is the first time I see you. Then take off your mask and let me see? I suspect you are Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi deliberately lowered his voice and made it vague, Lu Qinglan still heard it and joked. No, no. Zhang Yi almost fainted and even called out his name. It seems that he really recognized him. I shouldn't talk. Don't deny it. I never thought that my best friend's personal secretary actually has a part-time job. What is the relationship between you and Ouyang Xueyan? Why don't you tell the truth quickly? Lu Qinglan sneered and said this. Seeing that Zhang Yi still wanted to deny it, she put one hand around Zhang Yi's neck and raised her other hand to grab the mask and pulled it off with a fierce force. Zhang Yi didn't even have time to cover his face, which turned blood red. He said awkwardly, Sister Lan, it's against the rules for you to pull off the mask. Zhang Yi, why don't you explain clearly quickly? Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Lu Qinglan is vicious and ferocious. It was all because of the masked party you organized. The woman I gave a massage to that night was Ouyang Xueyan, so I got to know her. Today she called me to come and make a guest appearance, and I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. Zhang Yi explained hesitantly. Why does she think so highly of you? She even said that you are the best. Lu Qinglan became interested. She instinctively felt that there was a big secret in it, so she wanted to dig deeper. I don't know either. Maybe she thought I'm handsome and tall, and suitable to be a male model. How could Zhang Yi admit that he had such an ambiguous relationship with Ouyang Xueyan? You won't tell me, right? Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you. Lu Qinglan was furious and immediately looked for her cell phone, obviously wanting to call someone to deal with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was so scared that he quickly hugged him and begged for mercy. Sister Lan, I'll tell you, isn't that enough? That night I gave her a very comfortable massage and she was very satisfied, so she helped me once. She said I was a man among men. Maybe that's why she asked me to be a male model. Remember this. I have another handle on you. You must obey me from now on. You must do whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise, I will expose you and make you pay for it. It won't just be a simple loss of your job. The corners of Lu Qinglan's mouth curled up, showing great pride and excitement. I will definitely listen to you and will never dare to go against your will. Zhang Yi could only hang his head and surrender, there was nothing he could do.
Now he discovered that Lu Qinglan was his nemesis. Nothing good ever happens when you meet her.
This time, he shouldn't have come to play the male model, otherwise she wouldn't have caught him with evidence again.
It's so miserable. Very good.
Lu Qinglan's lips curled up, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Now, you go and serve Zhao Yushu.
Sister Lan, do you want to kill me? Even you recognized me, how could she not recognize me? If she recognizes me, how can I have a good ending? I will be fired directly by her, and I will really be unemployed.
Zhang Yi was almost scared to death. Why are you afraid of losing your job?
At worst, I can support you. It's much better than you working.
Lu Qinglan pinched Zhang Yi's incredibly handsome face and said with a wicked smile. Then your husband will tear me apart. I still want to live a few more years.
Sister Lan, can I give you a massage?
Zhang Yi touched his forehead, feeling at a loss.
I don't want a massage now. Lu Qinglan said coldly, are you going or not?
If you don't go, you will be exposed immediately and you will be unemployed tomorrow.
If you go, then maybe you can still conceal it.
Chapter 44 Lu Qinglan plays with fire and gets burned.
Is it not okay for me to go?
Zhang Yi had a sad face and hung his head. His eyes were darting around.
Even though he agreed, he absolutely couldn't go.
You will die if you go.
That's more like it. Lu Qinglan was very satisfied and kissed Zhang Yi. This is a reward for you. You will be rewarded if you are obedient, understand? Zhang Yi took the opportunity to hug her tightly.
If he was forced to serve Zhao Yushu, his identity would be exposed. Zhao Yushu would definitely not tolerate this, and he would inevitably become unemployed. It is inevitable to get bad reviews. The losses were heavy.
What are you doing? Lu Qinglan trembled and her face turned red unnaturally. Everything just happened naturally.
An hour and a half later, Lu Qinglan collapsed into Zhang Yi's arms, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and she sighed in shock. It turns out that I have lived in vain for so many years. But her expression changed quickly, and she looked at Zhang Yi fiercely. How dare you?
Aren't you afraid of being chopped up and fed to dogs? Sister Lan, you are so beautiful and charming, how can I resist you?
Zhang Yi said cautiously, and found that she was still very angry, very unhappy, and very ashamed.
The day finally dawned.
Lu Qinglan looked at Zhang Yi with complicated eyes. Little bastard, listen to me, this matter must be kept secret and cannot be told to anyone.
We are of the same opinion, it is massage. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly.
I breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing the test. Otherwise, if Lu Qinglan forced her to give Zhao Yushu a massage, her identity would be exposed and her end would be miserable. And it seems that Lu Qinglan is also moved, and she has a place in the heart of this supermodel.
But there may never be another chance. Lu Qinglan doesn't belong to him after all.
Of course, if he were as wealthy as Duan Jia, he could compete with Duan Jia and snatch Lu Qinglan away from him.
It's a pity that I'm just a poor loser with nothing. But there is a saying, I don't envy eternity, I only care about having it once. You should be satisfied. Sister Lan, I have to go. Zhang Yi wanted to leave early to avoid running into Duan Jia. He always feels frightened. You go now. Lu Qinglan nodded and watched Zhang Yi walk out with a complicated expression on her face.
Zhang Yi opened the door and walked out, then closed it and found that the other room was quiet. It was obvious that many beauties were sleeping. So he tiptoed to the door of the massage room, opened it gently and walked out. Then his heart skipped a beat. Duan Jie and Chao Dajuan, who were supposed to be enjoying a massage from a beautiful lady in another room, were sitting on the sofa smoking with gloomy faces. There were two burly men standing on one side. They are all over 1.9 meters tall, wearing only black vests, with extremely developed chest muscles, biceps and abdominal muscles. You can tell at first glance that he is a very capable martial artist. Seeing Zhang Yi coming out, the two big men took a step forward quickly and grabbed his arms, one on the left and one on the right.
Zhang Yi didn't struggle or say anything. As if frightened. Not bad, not bad. Very honest. Take him away.
Duan Jia gave Zhang Yi a cold look and waved his hand.
Soon, the four of them escorted Zhang Yi out of the club.
Taking Zhang Yi to a deserted alley nearby, Duan Jia said with a grim smile, "Tell me, what happened last night?"
"I just gave your girlfriend a massage." "What you thought didn't happen." Zhang Yi pretended to be very scared, his voice intermittent.
It's very different from the sound of the past. Of course, I was afraid they would hear it.
That makes things even more complicated. Do you think we are fools?
You'd better confess obediently, otherwise, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Duan Jie and Chao Dajuan both sneered and were filled with murderous intent. They were all veterans in the world of love and knew too much about this kind of thing, so they didn't believe Zhang Yi.
Don't you know what kind of person your girlfriend is? She's actually very conservative. She didn't even give me a chance.
She even lectured me, saying that when a woman looks for a male model, it doesn't necessarily mean she wants to sleep with him, but she just wants you to give her a massage.
Zhang Yi stuttered again, imitating Lu Qinglan's tone and voice. It seems like you wanted to sleep with my girlfriend, but got rejected, right?
Duan Jie believed it, let out a long sigh, and asked with a sneer. She was so beautiful that I was a little overwhelmed and couldn't help but make a suggestion, but was rejected. Someone like me would never dare to force anything, so I just massaged her obediently.
Zhang Yi admitted. The voice sounds familiar, could it be someone I know? Take off your hood.
Chao Dajuan, who had more contact with Zhang Yi, said suspiciously.
Brother, this is the first time I've met you. There are many people with similar voices. Don't be suspicious. Zhang Yi held the hood tightly. Are you afraid that we will beat you up after we get to know you? Chao's army sneered disdainfully.
Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of fear and terror, and begged for mercy. Brother, this is my job, it's just for a living.
Can you forgive me this time?
I'm willing to forgive you, after all, you didn't offend me.
But I don't know if my brother is willing to do so. Chao Dajuan did not insist on taking off Zhang Yi's mask. I'm warning you.
Next time, don't accept orders from Ouyang Shuiyan, or from me or Lao Chao's wife.
Otherwise, you won't see the sun tomorrow.
Duan Jie said viciously.
Aha! Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly.
Although you are very cooperative, you actually wanted to sleep with my girlfriend.
You must be taught a lesson.
Beat him so hard that his mother can't recognize him.
Duan Jie gave orders to the two bodyguards.
Without even looking at the result, he laughed and left with Chao's army.
Chapter 45. Showing weakness does not mean I am really weak. Two big brothers, can you please forgive me this time? Zhang Yi said pitifully to the two big men.
That's impossible. The boss told us to beat you so hard that your mother can't recognize you.
We must achieve that effect. You actually touched my boss's woman and you still want to beg for mercy? You are dreaming.
The two big men sneered and punched Zhang Yi hard in the face and chest at the same time. There was a whistling sound. It can be seen how terrifying the strength is.
That depends on whether you have the ability.
Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hands and blocked their fists like lightning, then he lowered his body and rushed into a big man like a bull.
Bang! There was a loud bang.
The big man was knocked flying, then hit the wall behind him hard and fell down like a painting. The other big man became furious and kicked Zhang Yi hard in the abdomen.
But Zhang Yi's reaction was too fast. He reached down with his left hand, grabbed his ankle, and threw him into the air.
The big man flew up into the air like a cloud, and crashed into the wall fiercely.
He bounced back and fell down. He was smashed to pieces. The two men lay on the ground, groaning, their faces full of pain, and they couldn't get up. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?
Zhang Yi clapped his hands, his face full of mockery.
Showing weakness means you don't want to cause trouble. It doesn't mean that you can't fight. Now that I have been cultivating for more than half a year, I am no longer what I used to be. Who are you anyway? You can't be a male model in a club with such great skills? Am I good at it? Zhang Yi asked calmly. You can easily defeat the two of us, so you must be very skilled. You should be a first-level warrior. I'm a shitty first-level warrior.
Zhang Yi retorted in his heart.
From the practice forum of the Professional Elite Network, I learned that warriors are divided into 9 levels.
Level 1 has 10 years of cultivation.
Level 2 has 20 years of cultivation. The 9th level has 90 years of cultivation.
I have only been practicing for 7 months and can only be considered a level 0.07 warrior.
You just said you beat me up. You wouldn't be so stupid as to say I beat you up, right? Zhang Yi said.
Of course, we are not fools. The two big men climbed up with grimace in their mouths.
See you later. Zhang Yi didn't delay any longer and slipped out of the alley. I found a snack stand and ordered a rice noodle roll. Just after I finished eating, I received a call from Ouyang Shuayan. Were you taken away by Duan Jia and Chao's army just now? Were you beaten? Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Those two big guys let me go. The beating wasn't serious. Zhang Yi lied. I'm so sorry for getting you into trouble. Ouyang Shuayan said apologetically. I'm working part-time to earn money. Getting beaten is my own business. It has nothing to do with you, sister. Zhang Yi comforted. Where are you? I'll bring your clothes over and check on you. Ouyang Shuayan said. That's a piece of junk. I was going to throw it away. Stop talking nonsense and tell me the location. Ouyang Shuayan said in an unquestionable tone. Zhang Yi had no choice but to tell him. Soon, Ouyang Shuayan drove over in a Porsche. As soon as she got out of the car, she observed Zhang Yi carefully. She was relieved when she found that he was really not injured. Get in the car. Ouyang Shuayan greeted Zhang Yi. Sister, are you going to take me home? There's really no need. I can take the bus back by myself. You're such a big boss, you must be very busy. Zhang Yi said. Hurry up. Ouyang Shuayan glared at Zhang Yi. Under the envious and jealous gaze of the breakfast shop owner, Zhang Yi walked over, opened the car door and got in. That handsome guy's girlfriend is so beautiful, so happy. Even at the moment when the car door was closed, Zhang Yi heard someone sighing with envy. It would be nice if she was really my girlfriend. Zhang Yi couldn't help but glance at Ouyang Shuayan. A faint blush appeared on Ouyang Shuayan's face, and she obviously heard other people's discussions. While driving, Ouyang Shuayan said angrily, My club does not accept men. We accepted Chao Dajuan and Duan Jia last night, which was an exception. They both bothered you, which pissed me off. Don't let them enter my club from now on. Sister Yan, don't be embarrassed, I'm fine. Zhang Yi was very moved and said softly. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Shuayan drove to a luxurious villa. This villa was whiter and more luxurious than Zhao Yashu's villa, exuding a strong atmosphere of wealth. He took Zhang Yi out of the car and said with a smile, I live here. If you have no place to live in the future, you can stay here. Today I am just taking you to get to know the place. After a pause, he continued, You were beaten, but you didn't come to me to complain. You are a very good person. So from today on, you are my friend, Ouyang Shuayan. I don't have many male friends, and even fewer who are recognized by me. And you are the first male friend who has entered my house. Ouyang Shuayan took Zhang Yi to visit the villa and said seriously. Zhang Yi was silent, not knowing what to say. I didn't really dare to consider myself her friend. Ouyang Shuayan is a super rich and beautiful lady. Why should I, a poor loser, be her friend? Just because of that one night and such a small thing? Don't be naive. She is being polite to you. If you take it seriously, you will lose your sense of self. She brought him to the villa, probably just to find a place to talk. Your part-time job is now complete. As expected, Ouyang Shuayan quickly changed the subject, transferred 30,000 yuan in compensation to Zhang Yi, and went to the professional elite website to give Zhang Yi a 9-star rating. So Zhang Yi's resume was enriched again. A resume with 2 9-star reviews. That is not easy. However, if you want to get a high salary in your next job, it is not just about having a good resume, but also about improving your abilities. Therefore, improving his cultivation became Zhang Yi's top priority. That is the foundation of life. Last night, besides asking you for a massage, did Lu Qinglan have any other requests? Ouyang Shuayan asked. She wants me to serve Zhao Yashu, so how can I not reveal my identity? Zhang Yi muttered in his heart, but of course he couldn't say it out loud, so he could only say vaguely, Can I refuse to answer? If it was just a massage and you got beaten up, I would definitely make trouble for Duan Jia and Chao Dajuan, so you'd better give a clear answer. Ouyang Shuayan said. Don't bother them anymore. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Zhang Yi's scalp felt numb. All right then. Ouyang Shuayan was such a smart woman that she immediately understood what had happened last night, so she no longer insisted. After sitting for a while and chatting for a while, Zhang Yi said goodbye. Chapter 46 Lu Qinglan is here to cause trouble. It was already afternoon when we returned to Zhao Yashu's villa. Chao Dajuan and Zhao Yashu are back. Chao Dajuan walked into Zhang Yi's room, sat down on the sofa, threw a cigarette to Zhang Yi, and took one himself.
After Zhang Yi lit it for him, he took a puff and said, I couldn't bring my girlfriend back last night, but I also stopped them from looking for a male model. They only found one, who gave Lu Qinglan a massage all night.
I don't know if anything happened?
Duan Jia was so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall, and he even asked someone to beat up the male model.
Zhang Yi almost couldn't hold back his laughter.
The male model from last night is right in front of you, but you can't recognize him.
It seems that my girlfriend can't hold it back any longer. Unfortunately, her attitude towards me hasn't improved at all.
So, you have to seize the opportunity.
Chao Dajuan said. Brother, you are wrong. She will definitely come to you instead of me. I am just shortening the time she can't hold back.
Zhang Yi said seriously, the commission you gave me is to help you two get back together.
Not bad.
After such a period of experience, you have grown up and can see the essence of problems.
I admire you more and more.
If it is really as you said, once she and I reconcile, I will definitely give you a 9-star rating.
But you still have to resign. You can't continue to be my girlfriend's secretary. You are too handsome.
I am worried about you hanging around my girlfriend every day.
Chao Dajuan said with satisfaction. That's a must.
I also want to increase my work experience and enrich my resume as quickly as possible. I also want to significantly increase my salary, so of course I have to change to a new job.
Zhang Yi nodded seriously.
In any case, he didn't want to offend Chao Dajuan, not only because his 9-star rating was important to him, but also because Chao Dajuan was a wealthy man with a lot of power, and offending him would definitely not be a good thing.
The next morning,
Zhao Yushu did not go out, but 2 guests came.
Of course, it is Duan Jia and Lu Qinglan.
Lu Qinglan was dressed particularly beautifully today, with delicate makeup, a tight skirt and black stockings, crystal high heels, and her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Chao Dajuan received Duan Jia and muttered to himself in the study. Zhao Yushu received Lu Qinglan and said things in the room that only best friends could say.
Did you sleep with that male model on Friday night? Zhao Yushu couldn't help it and asked curiously in a low voice.
No, just massage really.
Lu Qinglan kept her mouth shut. You must be kidding me. I saw your skin glowing that day. Is he really as powerful as Ouyang Shuiyan said?
I haven't tried it, I just slept very well that day.
However, Ouyang Shuiyan never lies, so she probably didn't lie to us.
If you want to try it, why don't you let her ask the male model to give you a massage?
Lu Qinglan smiled evilly. I don't want him to give me a massage. Besides, Ouyang Shuiyan said that the male model has left Shenzhen and can't be contacted anymore.
But you're still asking Ouyang Shuiyan? My big boss, you're clearly attracted to her, but you still refuse to admit it. I think you should stop getting angry with Chao Dajuan and stop having these wild thoughts.
Lu Qinglan touched her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I can't possibly forgive him. I'm considering breaking up.
Zhao Yushu's face was serious.
You are just stubborn.
Lu Qinglan sighed, there is no man who doesn't cheat.
How come you can't see through it? How about you betray him once? I think your personal secretary is pretty good. Maybe she can give you a big surprise. Nonsense. Zhao Yushu glared at Lu Qinglan in embarrassment and anger.
I came to Zhang Yi for a massage.
My ankle hurts again, and a massage can only last for a week.
Then let your husband go and invite him.
I'm embarrassed to order him around. Husband, please go and invite Zhang Yi. Lu Qinglan actually called Duan Jia.
Duan Jia and Chao Dajuan immediately walked into Zhang Yi's room.
Zhang Yi was sitting on the sofa looking at his mobile phone. Seeing the 2 men coming in, Zhang Yi was frightened. Could it be that they recognized him and came in to beat him to death? Zhang Yi, this is your massage technique.
Duan Jia gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up and said, only after you massaged my wife's ankle did the pain go away, and it lasted for about a week. So, today I would like to ask you to massage my wife's ankle again, especially for a longer time.
Good.
Zhang Yi hesitated for a long time before agreeing.
Is Lu Qinglan really here for a massage?
Yushu, Duan Jia and I are going to play mahjong with a friend and will be back in the evening. The 2 of them went upstairs with Zhang Yi, and Chao Dajuan said to Zhao Yushu.
You guys go ahead.
Zhao Yushu was not angry this time and had no problem playing mahjong.
I'll pick you up after playing mahjong? Duan Jia asked Lu Qinglan. You don't have to come pick me up.
Just leave the car to me and I'll drive back by myself in the afternoon.
You can find a way to get home by yourself. Lu Qinglan refused. It's okay.
I'll take Duan Jie there then.
Chao Dajuan interjected.
Brother, please. Duan Jie gave the car keys to Lu Qinglan, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and then left in a dashing manner with Chao Dajuan. You have to take good care of your ankles. They hurt a lot now that you're young.
It will be even worse when you're older.
Zhao Yashu spoke to Lu Qinglan seriously.
That's the price of being a supermodel. Lu Qinglan smiled bitterly. Zhang Yi and Lu Qinglan walked into the massage room. Lu Qinglan closed the door with her backhand.
But the door was not locked, so Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems that Lu Qinglan really came here for a massage. Do you know what I'm here for today? Lu Qinglan looked at Zhang Yi with a coquettish and accusing tone.
It seems that it is not just a massage, there may be other purposes.
Sister, lie down quickly. I'll give you a good massage of your ankles. You have to take good care of them. You haven't answered my question yet?
Lu Qinglan would not let Zhang Yi go so easily, and asked again in a coquettish tone.
Aren't you here just for a massage?
Zhang Yi felt nervous and guilty. She was so drunk that night that she had no time to bother him, but now that she was sober, she might really have to settle the score with him.
I'm here to settle accounts with you. Lu Qinglan said fiercely, you are so bold. How dare you, a poor loser with nothing and no reputation, be so bold? Chapter 47, Haunt You Forever. I was wrong. You are just too beautiful and charming.
Zhang Yi apologized weakly, Sister Lan, please forgive me.
What? You mean, I've suffered such a huge loss, and I'm just going to let it go?
Lu Qinglan widened her beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief.
Sister Lan, you know I'm a pauper. I can't compensate you, and I can't be responsible for you. It's useless for you to make trouble for me. Zhang Yi was sweating profusely. You don't want to be responsible for me?
Lu Qinglan was even more shocked, and her eyes widened to the limit.
I can't take responsibility. Zhang Yi didn't know how to answer. Responsibility is a matter of attitude, not a question of whether you can afford it. Then I am willing to take responsibility, even if you want to marry me. Who said I'm going to marry you? You're just dreaming. Lu Qinglan was so angry that she laughed. Sister Lan, if you want to kill me or chop me up, just tell me what you want me to do to calm you down. First, from now on, you must be available whenever I need you. Second, you have to work hard to rise quickly and become rich. Third, if you become rich in the future, you must always acknowledge that you belong to me, Lu Qinglan. Fourth, if you become rich in the future, you must make money to support me. Fifth.
Zhang Yi was completely speechless and his scalp was numb.
This is an attempt to keep him company. Didn't you say that I'm so beautiful and sexy, so you like me so much that you can't control yourself? Did you change your mind and attitude towards me after you got me? Contempt and anger appeared on Lu Qinglan's face.
No, nothing has changed.
I still like you very much and I am deeply in love with you. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said sweet words. She said coquettishly, how are we going to arrange it from now on? Once a week, or twice a week? Can we not make the appointment? I still want to live a few more years.
Zhang Yi touched his forehead, his face full of fear, but also expectation.
If not me, who are you going to date? Your boss, Zhao Yeshu? Lu Qinglan looked jealous.
No, I want to study hard and improve myself.
Zhang Yi said, I don't want to be poor forever. How about I support you now, and give you 100,000 pocket money every month? When you become successful in the future, you can support me. Lu Qinglan said. 100,000 a month? So generous? Is it your own money or your boyfriend's money? Zhang Yi said in astonishment.
In addition to my modeling career, I also have my own business. I have shares in Yashu's company, and I also have shares in several of my best friends' companies. Last year, I received more than 50 million in dividends.
Lu Qinglan's face was full of pride. So amazing? Zhang Yi was shocked. Lu Shanglan was actually a wealthy woman? She got 50 million yuan in dividends every year? For me, that is an astronomical figure.
It is unknown whether she can earn as much as she earns in a year in her lifetime.
How about it? Are you willing to accept it?
Lu Qinglan said jokingly.
Forget about this.
I still want to rely on myself.
Zhang Yi refused hesitantly.
If I accept it, she will definitely look down on me. Then I would really become her kept gigolo.
Not bad, you have ambition.
Lu Qinglan's eyes lit up. This is the man I love. I look forward to your future.
Well.
Zhang Yi felt ashamed and had the urge to bang his head against the wall.
Poor me, I really have nothing.
My entire net worth is only 30,000 yuan, and I earned it from Lu Qinglan. He even owed Chao's army 100,000 troops.
Don't feel inferior. I really believe in you. There's no way you can't make a career.
Lu Qinglan encouraged. It's just mysterious confidence, but I don't have much confidence. Zhang Yi felt like crying but had no tears. He was being put on a pedestal. He was being forced to do something he was not prepared for.
Fortunately, I do have special skills.
I was once bitten by a golden insect, which improved my talent for cultivation. There is a certain possibility of advancing to the 9th level warrior before the age of 30. Although I don't know how much help my career will be after my cultivation level is improved, at least I can be a bodyguard with an annual salary of several million. Therefore, the future is still worth looking forward to.
This massage left Zhang Yi exhausted because he had signed countless unequal treaties. Perhaps, I will be entangled with Lu Qinglan for the rest of my life. I just can't bear to leave you.
I want to give myself hope that I can continue to get it.
Otherwise, what is the meaning of my life?
Seeing Zhang Yi hanging his head in unbearable pain, Lu Qinglan raised the corners of her mouth.
It's a bit heartbreaking, but also a bit funny.
This little man is completely under my control.
From now on you have to work hard.
After finishing massaging Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yi hid back in his room. He didn't dare to face Lu Qinglan, for if he wasn't careful Zhao Yushu would find out his flaws.
But when eating Chinese food, you have to face it.
Because Lu Qinglan hadn't left yet, she and Zhao Yushu sat opposite him to eat. Both of them are peerless beauties. Now sitting together, they are like a holy and beautiful lotus flower, exuding an extremely alluring aura.
Any man sitting opposite them would be completely lost. Zhang Yi was also a little uneasy.
Chapter 48 Too Bold.
Zhang Yi, why is your face so red?
Zhao Yushu finally noticed something strange and said in surprise.
Maybe it's too hot. Zhang Yi hesitated and was very nervous.
Oh.
Zhao Yushu didn't doubt it and continued eating. Zhang Yi also quickly quickened his eating speed and finished 2 large bowls of rice in no time. He put the bowls down and said, "I'm done, you guys take your time." He got up and left.
I didn't dare to continue sitting here, or something really big might happen.
This goblin is so mean. He is teasing and playing tricks on him today.
It also seemed to be taking revenge on him. Back in the room, Zhang Yi's mood had not calmed down yet. He had really given her a good massage today, but she seemed restless again.
It's a headache. Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door. Then the door was pushed open, and Lu Qinglan walked in with a rich fragrance and closed the door behind her.
Sister Lan, what are you doing in my room? Zhang Yi was terrified. I'm here for a nap. My boss will find out, get out now.
Zhang Yi was so frightened that his soul left his body and he could not even cry.
As long as you don't do bad things, you have a clear conscience. What are you afraid of? Lu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was breathing rapidly and his whole body was shaking. Can I give you my bed?
Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said.
No way.
Lu Qinglan said with a smile.
Zhang Yi's head was about to explode.
This woman never stops when it comes to revenge. What made Zhang Yi even more speechless was that the girl hugged his waist tightly and fell asleep like that, with steady breathing and a happy and sweet smile on her face.
It looks so beautiful and lovely.
At this moment, Zhang Yi didn't know whether he loved her or hated her. But he knew that the image of her sleeping at that moment was forever imprinted in his mind and he would never forget it.
Now he was worried, would Zhao Yushu find out that Lu Qinglan was sleeping in his room?
An hour later, Lu Qinglan was still sleeping sweetly, and Zhang Yi still didn't dare to move, for fear of waking her up. But something happened that made his scalp tingle. There was a knock on the door.
Boom boom boom.
Then the door was pushed open and Zhao Yushu walked in gracefully.
Lu Qinglan still didn't wake up.
She hugged his waist and slept soundly.
But Zhang Yi was already terrified and extremely frightened. Finally discovered by Zhao Yushu. I'm dead today. Shoo. To Zhang Yi's surprise, Zhao Yashu didn't get angry, nor did she show any surprise. She even made a gesture to Zhang Yi to keep quiet. Zhang Yi didn't move or say anything, waiting for the development of the situation with a tingling scalp. Zhao Yashu walked over, gently lifted the quilt, looked carefully, and found that Zhang Yi and Lu Qinglan were still wearing their clothes. She smiled slightly, sat down beside the bed, and began to wait quietly. Obviously he was waiting for Lu Qinglan to wake up. She leaned over to Zhang Yi's ear and whispered, "Just now during the nap, she insisted on hugging me to sleep. I'm not used to sleeping so intimately with a woman, so I refused her. She said out of spite that she wanted to hug you to sleep. I thought she was joking, but it turned out to be true. You're pretty good, you can hold your ground, I admire you very much." "Is that so?" Zhang Yi was stunned and shocked. Lu Qinglan just told Zhao Yashu that she came to sleep with her? This girl is so brave, she plays with your heartbeat. I can't beat her. Sooner or later she will kill him. Even in this situation, if the person who pushed the door in was not Zhao Yashu, but Duan Jia, would Duan Jia not be furious? He would definitely not let me go, right? Finally, Lu Qinglan woke up and stretched lazily. Zhao Yashu angrily pulled her out of the room. "Qinglan, can you be more careful? Didn't I tell you? You didn't stop me, and you didn't react. Why are you jealous now?" Lu Qinglan raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile. "He's just my secretary, not my lover. Why should I be jealous? I'm just reminding you not to play with fire and get burned." Zhao Yashu rolled her eyes at Lu Qinglan. "I've already played with fire and burned myself." Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about it and smiled. "He has given me massages several times. I know him well and he won't do anything rash. And I haven't been sleeping well lately. I have to hug someone to fall asleep, and you don't want to, so I can only find him. If Duan Jia and Chao Dajuan suddenly come back and push the door open to see you sleeping in Zhang Yi's bed, do you know what the consequences will be?" Zhao Yashu said seriously. "He and I didn't do anything, so I have a clear conscience. Once I explain myself clearly, my husband will thank him." Lu Qinglan said. "I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. When a man gets angry, he loses his mind and becomes crazy. How can he, a poor loser, bear the terrifying anger of a rich man like your boyfriend? So, please don't hurt him, okay? I'll pay attention next time." Lu Qinglan agreed reluctantly. After playing for another half an hour, Lu Qinglan said goodbye and left. Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Zhao Yashu, asking him to go up and give her a massage. "Today is Sunday, and you've asked me to give you a massage. This is the first time in my life." Zhang Yi was secretly surprised and amazed. "But I didn't dare to delay. I took a shower and cleaned myself up immediately before going to the massage room." Chapter 49. Zhao Shuya sends benefits. Zhang Yi suppressed the charm and excitement in his heart, sat on the stool at the head of the massage bed, dropped rose essential oil on his palms, and then applied it on her shoulders and neck. 2 hours passed in a flash and the massage was over. Zhang Yi didn't expect anything good to happen. Anyway, he had offended her by his inappropriate response last Sunday. She had been unkind to him and didn't give him any chances. So, as soon as the massage was over, Zhang Yi wanted to leave, but Zhao Yashu suddenly stopped him and asked shyly, "My best friend slept with you in her arms at noon. You must have felt very uncomfortable, right?" Zhang Yi stopped, his face full of surprise and absurdity. It turns out that even top beauties secretly compete with each other. Zhao Yashu picked up her phone, opened the photo album, and called Zhang Yi over to take a look. "I have a photo here. If you like it, I'll give it to you." "Send me a photo? What do you mean?" Zhang Yi was completely confused, with a bewildered look on his face, not understanding what she was up to. But he still obediently moved closer to her, breathing in the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body, and staring at the photo with wide eyes. This photo shows Zhao Yashu's back, her naked back. Zhang Yi was lost in an instant, his breathing became rapid, his heart was beating wildly, and his blood was boiling. And he suddenly realized that this was a benefit given to him. "Do you like it?" Zhao Yashu looked at Zhang Yi with a blushing face. "I like it. I like it very much. Are you willing to give it to me?" Zhang Yi's face was full of eagerness and anticipation. "I can give it to you, but you can't pass it on or show it to anyone else except yourself," Zhao Yashu said seriously. Zhang Yi made a solemn promise. So Zhao Yashu sent the photos to Zhang Yi via WeChat.
Zhang Yi immediately saved it as if it were a treasure, and even set a password to ensure that no one would accidentally open it and see it. Then he was full of happiness and gratitude. "Boss, you are so good to me, I love you. I also have a photo of Lu Qinglan here, do you want it?" Zhao Yashu said temptingly again. "Boss, your photo is enough. I don't need anything else." "Boss, you must have a lot of photos. Can you give me a few more?" Zhang Yi would not fall into a trap and refused without hesitation. "Please don't push your luck. Giving you one is already my limit." The corners of Zhao Yashu's mouth curled up, but she still tried to keep a straight face. "Do not agree to Zhang Yi's request. Take another one, a photo from the front, then there will be no regrets." Zhang Yi pleaded. "No, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold your ground and show off my photos." "Will I still have any shame then?" Zhao Yashu rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi. "Okay, boss, see you tomorrow." Zhao Yashu spat. "What a nice view." On Monday morning, Zhang Yi drove Zhao Yashu to work. He glanced at Zhao Yashu sitting in the passenger seat and was full of admiration. Today, Zhao Yashu was dressed in an exceptionally beautiful and charming way, with delicate makeup, decent clothes, and elegant temperament. She fully revealed the charm of a mature woman, which was extremely attractive to Zhang Yi. "What are you looking at? Drive your car properly." Zhao Yashu's face turned red inexplicably and she glared at Zhang Yi fiercely. "Boss, you are so beautiful, I can't help but want to take a few more glances. You are also good at sweet talk. No wonder Qinglan likes you so much and even looks at you differently." Zhao Yashu pouted. "Boss, I'm telling the truth. How can I say anything sweet? I'm very afraid of Sister Qinglan because she likes to tease me." Zhang Yi has a simple and honest face and looks like an honest man. Although Qinglan likes to tease people, she is so beautiful and sexy, don't you really like her? Zhao Yashu looked at Zhang Yiwen with charming eyes. "Boss, didn't I say this last night? I like you more. Not only are you good looking and have a hot body, but you are also very good. More importantly, you are a very good person. You are really good to your employees and subordinates." Zhao Yashu felt embarrassed and annoyed, and her face turned red. This secretary became more and more daring, and I seemed to indulge him again and again. Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? Just because he's handsome? Chapter 50, Business Trip, the opportunity has come. Tianxiang Company, Chairman's office. Zhao Yashu sat gracefully in the boss's chair, drinking the fragrant tea brought by Zhang Yi, her personal secretary, and enjoying Zhang Yi's gentle massage of her shoulders. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a touching smile. "I just feel that life is so beautiful and more comfortable than ever before. From today on, Zhang Yi, you will also be responsible for work matters. In other words, you are not only my personal secretary, but also my work secretary. Any questions?" Zhao Yashu said lightly. "Thank you for your cultivation, boss. I will work hard." Zhang Yi was surprised, happy and grateful. A personal secretary is only responsible for daily life matters, you can't learn anything and the upper limit is very low. But it's different for a work secretary, who has to deal with work matters and can learn a lot from the boss's words and deeds. It's very challenging and the upper limit is very high. Anyway, it will be of great benefit to Zhang Yi. Obviously, because Zhao Yashu recognized Zhang Yi's character, she planned to train him well. "Unfortunately, I can't do this job for long, only another 2 months. Because he and Chao Dajuan had an agreement to complete the commission within 3 months. Now a month has passed. Yes, you know I'm doing this for your own good." Zhao Yashu said with satisfaction, "Just study hard, maybe it will be helpful to you in the future." In the following week, Zhang Yizhen started working as a secretary. Zhao Yashu also taught him step by step, very patiently, and earnestly reminded him, "If you apply for the next job as the boss's secretary, you must be competent in both life and work, understand? Boss, are you planning to fire me?" Zhang Yi's face was filled with fear. "No, don't let your imagination run wild. But you can't be my secretary forever, and I can't give you a high salary because your value is limited. But if you change to another company and give you a bigger stage, you can show greater value and get a higher salary." After a week of training and guidance, Zhang Yi became adept at the work of a work secretary. Unfortunately, the main work content of Hongyan Advertising Company is the responsibility of the general manager, and the boss Zhao Yashu is only in charge of the general direction. She is also responsible for maintaining relationships with customers and coming up with some good ideas for advertisements.
So there wasn't too much Zhang Yi could learn. Come on, let's go to Yangcheng with me.
We're going to stay in Yangcheng for a week this time, because we have several business matters to discuss. On Monday afternoon, Zhao Yashu suddenly said to Zhang Yi.
Going to Yangcheng for a week?
Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. This is definitely a great opportunity, because I have to stay in a hotel when I'm on a business trip, and I have to give her a massage, which is much more convenient than at home.
Soon, the two of them set off. Zhang Yi drove, not a Porsche, but a Land Rover Range Rover. The two of them went back to the villa to get their luggage. No other staff members were brought along. Go directly to Yangcheng.
On the way, Zhao Yashu called Chao Dajuan and said, I suddenly received several big orders.
I have to go to Yangcheng to discuss business. You don't have to worry about me.
I'll bring Zhang Yi with me. After arriving in Yangcheng, the two of them stayed in a 5-star suite at the Yangcheng International Hotel. The suite is truly high-end, magnificent, and the Persian carpet feels different when you step on it. And the presidential suite, of course, has 3 rooms. So, Zhang Yi and Zhao Yashu each moved into a room. Chao Dajuan was contacting Zhang Yi on WeChat, be careful when negotiating business. Don't let other men take advantage of my boyfriend.
Also, this is your chance, you have to seize it.
Brother, don't worry. I will never let other men take advantage of you.
You know, I am a warrior now and can be a bodyguard.
Zhang Yi replied, as for seducing the boss, there's really no need for that. I've tested her, and her attitude towards you is changing.
I estimate that you two will be able to reconcile soon. Ha ha ha, then I'll borrow your good words. Chao Dajuan was very happy. Let's go shopping.
Zhao Yashu knocked on the door and came in, saying with a smile.
Aren't you going to visit clients today? Zhang Yi said in astonishment.
No need today, go tomorrow morning. Zhao Yashu smiled, took Zhang Yi out, came to the most luxurious commercial street in Yangcheng, and walked into one famous brand clothing store after another.
Hand in hand, very intimate. They look like a couple in love. One is beautiful and sexy, the other is handsome. They are a perfect match.
Zhao Yashu bought 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes for Zhang Yi, spending tens of thousands of dollars. Your girlfriend is so nice to you. She buys clothes for you instead of asking you to buy them for her. The young lady selling clothes said enviously. Zhang Yi was very embarrassed, but it was difficult to explain because it was not clear. Besides, there was no need to explain to someone he didn't know.
He could only pretend to be strong and said, Boss, I'll pay for it. You are a work secretary and you are going to meet clients with me. This is your work uniform. Of course I can't let you pay for it.
Zhao Yashu said with a smile, besides, I suspect you have no money at all.
Otherwise, why don't you buy clothes for yourself? Zhang Yi was both moved and ashamed.
He didn't want to be a gigolo, but his entire net worth was only more than 30,000 yuan, and he even owed Chao Dajuan 100,000 yuan.
He really had no ability to pay. So, in the end, it was the big boss Zhao Yashu who paid. They found a restaurant and had a luxurious dinner. So I went back to the hotel. Do you think my clothes are beautiful?
Zhao Yashu changed into a set of clothes she had just bought today, came out of the room, and danced around in front of Zhang Yi. This is a white floor-length dress, which makes her look particularly elegant when she wears it. Her long hair is flowing like clouds and her face is exquisite.
Looks more beautiful and charming.
Ah, the skirt is flying, the black hair is fluttering, it looks beautiful, so beautiful.
Zhang Yi's face was full of fascination and admiration.
Zhao Yashu's mood suddenly became very good. She was not careful and became unstable while spinning, and fell to one side.
Careful.
Zhang Yi's cultivation had been going on for almost 9 months, so he reacted very quickly and moved very quickly. He quickly hugged her. Then time froze and the two began to stare at each other. Zhao Yashu's face became redder and redder, and her body became softer and softer.
Chapter 51: The Dangers of Drunkenness. How dare you? Zhao Yashu pushed Zhang Yi away in shame and anger. If you dare to be so bold again, I will fire you. It's because you are so beautiful, boss. I can't help it. Zhang Yi distinguished weakly. I felt secretly extremely regretful. She didn't allow such a good atmosphere today.
It seems that Zhao Yashu is really difficult to conquer. In the next 3 days, Zhao Yashu took Zhang Yi to 3 companies to discuss business, signed 3 big orders, and also allowed Zhang Yi to learn a lot. On Friday, Zhao Yashu took Zhang Yi to visit Gongxian, the owner of a large department store chain Bully Department Store. He was in his 40s, a little fat, but very shrewd.
Reluctant to sign advertising contracts, Zhao Yashu had to treat the senior executives of Bully Department Store to dinner.
She was determined to do it, and warned Zhang Yi seriously, "You must not drink alcohol tonight.
If I get drunk, you will carry me back. You must not let them take me away. Do you understand?"
Clear.
Zhang Yi nodded seriously.
She also secretly sighed that making money is not an easy thing. The previous few big orders went smoothly, but this one was very troublesome. The other party seemed to want to make things difficult for Zhao Yashu, or perhaps wanted to take advantage of her.
At the evening banquet, Gong Xian, the boss of Bully Department Store, and several senior executives tried all kinds of ways to drink with Zhao Yashu, trying to get her drunk.
Zhao Yashu had good communication skills, was very eloquent, could handle things with ease, and had a good alcohol tolerance. Although she drank a lot and was indeed drunk, Gong Xian drank even more and soon reached the point of being drunk.
He signed the contract in a daze.
He wanted to take Zhao Yashu, who was also drunk, away, but was stopped by Zhang Yi, who carried Zhao Yashu and was about to leave. "Boss Gong, our boss is drunk and needs to go back and have a good rest."
"Get out of here, you bastard." Gong Xian was furious. He finally found a way to get Zhao Yashu drunk, but her secretary Zhang Yi actually wanted to stop him. "Boss Gong, you are forcing me to do what I want.
I am her secretary.
How can I abandon my boss? Are you trying to ruin my job?"
Zhang Yipei said with a smile.
"Are you blind? She is willing to drink with us and get drunk, so is there any need to talk about the subsequent programs? Otherwise, how could our advertising business be given to your Hongyan Advertising Company?" "Boss Gong, you must have misunderstood. Our boss didn't mean that.
I'm her secretary. If she gets drunk, I must take care of her instead of abandoning her."
Zhang Yi did not back down.
"Your boss doesn't need you to take care of her tonight. I can take good care of her. She also promised me that she would take us to the club."
"Now we are going to the club. The subsequent program I mentioned is also singing and dancing in the club.
Although she is drunk now, she will sober up later.
If you are worried, you can go with us." Gong Xian drooled as he looked at Zhao Yashu, who was drunk in Zhang Yi's arms. He doesn't want to waste a minute of his time.
But he also knew that he had to deal with Zhang Yi, otherwise, if Zhang Yi called the police and the police came to his door, it would be a big trouble.
"You guys go to the club and have fun. I'll have our boss pick up the bill tomorrow." Zhang Yi said, "Our boss is drunk.
I'm worried something might have happened to her. I have to send her to the hospital."
"How much is your monthly salary?"
Gong Xian gritted his teeth, but he could only suppress his anger and asked meaningfully.
15,000. Zhang Yi said. "I'll give you 100,000. Don't worry about your boss tonight. Leave her to me. I will never do anything wrong. She is a wealthy woman with status, and so am I. I will never let any man take advantage of her." Gong Xian whispered in Zhang Yi's ear. "I am an employee with professional ethics. I cannot take your money and then abandon my boss. So, you'd better not have any ideas about my boss. Otherwise, I will call her boyfriend Chao Dajuan or call the police." Zhang Yi also threatened. "I'll give you 200,000. Gong Xian still didn't want to give up.
Zhao Yashu was just too beautiful and sexy. This kind of woman was his favorite and he just wanted to have a kiss with her.
"Impossible. 1 million. He. I'll give you 5 million, is that okay?"
Gong Xian got angry, his face was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was going to get angry if Zhang Yi didn't agree. His bodyguard also came in and looked at Zhang Yi with a fierce look in his eyes.
As long as the boss gave the order, he would give Zhang Yi a severe lesson.
"Don't even mention 5 million, even if it's 10 million, 100 million, or 1 billion, I won't be tempted."
Zhang Yi said calmly, "So, you should just give up. You are so rich, why do you have to take advantage of our boss?"
"It's not that I have to hit on your boss, but she has already promised me that she will accompany me tonight."
"You are deliberately making trouble and making me feel very uncomfortable and unhappy," Gong Xian said angrily. "Why don't you just wait until she wakes up tomorrow and then ask her out? Why are you in such a hurry now?" Zhang Yi retorted.
"If you don't let me have my way tonight, you won't be able to walk out of this door.
Think about it carefully. You tried hard, but you couldn't stop it from happening. But you completely offended me. Is it worth it? It seems like you're going to use force?
Then just do it, and stop talking nonsense. Zhang Yi put one arm around Zhao Yashu's slender waist, letting her snuggle in his arms, and clenched his other hand into a fist, ready to fight. He didn't know whether he could win, but he had to try. He really didn't expect that Gong Xian, such a wealthy man, would be unwilling to give up even if he died. Knock him out, get him drunk, and take him to the club together.
Gong Xian stared at Zhang Yi, thought for a while, and gave orders to the bodyguards.
If you knock them out and make them drunk and take them to the club, no one will notice anything unusual. And tonight, he could sleep with Zhao Yashu easily. When Zhao Yashu wakes up tomorrow, she will definitely not call the police or make a big fuss, and she may even maintain an ambiguous relationship with him from then on. When the secretary woke up, he found that the matter was done and he could only watch helplessly. However, he would not be punished by Zhao Yashu because he had tried his best, but he was not strong enough.
Maybe even reward him.
In this way, Zhao Yashu got the contract, the secretary got Zhao Yashu's reward, kept her job, and got the beauty.
Everyone is happy.
He was 100% sure that nothing unexpected would happen, because his bodyguard was a retired Special Forces soldier with training and strong combat power. It would be no problem for him to take on more than a dozen big men alone. Compared with a bodyguard, a mere working secretary is like an ant and can be knocked out with ease.
Chapter 52, Soft Jade and Warm Fragrance.
I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. The bodyguard took a step forward and looked at Zhang Yi as if he were an idiot, his face full of contempt and ridicule. I give you 5 million and you don't want it, but instead want to be beaten.
Are you crazy? I can tell from the first glance that you were a soldier. You wouldn't help the evil, would you? Did the justice in your heart disappear when you retired? Zhang Yi was full of righteousness and also extremely angry. Just lie down for me. The bodyguard was so angry that he was embarrassed. How could he possibly talk to Zhang Yi? He flashed to the side of Zhang Yi and slashed at Zhang Yi's neck with his palm knife. The slash made a whistling sound. It's really powerful and extraordinary. Kill.
In an instant, Zhang Yi knew that the other party was as good as himself, or even stronger than him, and at least his cultivation was on par with his. Fortunately, his reflexes were naturally quick.
The trade-off was made immediately. I can't avoid it anymore. I can't avoid it.
He was still hugging Zhao Yashu. So he kicked out hard, with great speed and force. The bodyguard never dreamed that a mere working secretary could actually achieve such a level of cultivation that was no less than his.
So, he was caught off guard and couldn't avoid it. Bang bang.
Both of them were hit at the same time. Zhang Yi was hit on the neck by a palm strike, and the bodyguard was kicked by Zhang Yi with all his strength. Zhang Yi's head instantly felt dizzy, his eyes went dark, his body shook, and he was about to pass out.
Suddenly, his dantian became hot, as if an electric current was transmitted to his brain, stimulating him.
Then he woke up with a start.
The bodyguard didn't get any good result either.
He flew backwards like a cloud and slammed heavily against the table. The table fell to the ground with a crackling sound, and many bowls, chopsticks, and leftovers were scattered everywhere. The soup splashed all over Gong Xian's head and face, and some of it flew into his eyes, causing him to cry and scream in pain. He immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash his eyes. The bodyguard was very experienced. He had already closed his eyes to avoid the splashing soup. Then he jumped up quickly and pounced on Zhang Yi like a tiger. He must take down Zhang Yi, otherwise he will lose his job.
But Zhang Yi was faster.
He kicked a bowl of food towards the bodyguard's forehead. The bodyguard turned his head to avoid it, and the bowl flew past his ear.
But he couldn't dodge Zhang Yi's fist.
At this critical moment, Zhang Yi had already let go of Zhao Yashu, allowing her to slide down against the wall, then took a step forward and punched the bodyguard in the chest.
Knocked the bodyguard away again.
But the bodyguard was fearless and jumped up again after falling down.
Attacked Zhang Yi madly.
So the two of them fought each other in the room. The fight was very intense. Although Zhang Yi has no fighting experience, he has an advantage, which is his quick reaction speed. Therefore, he can always make the correct response strategy in advance.
After fighting for about dozens of seconds, the bodyguard's calf was finally broken by Zhang Yi's kick.
He fell to the ground and could not get up again, completely losing his fighting ability.
Zhang Yi wasn't feeling well either.
He was punched in the nose, which caused a constant flow of blood. He was also hit several times in the chest and abdomen, causing blood to flow from the corners of his mouth. He was hit on the neck with a palm strike, and he almost couldn't lift his head.
He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he immediately picked up Zhao Yashu and walked out quickly.
As for the rest, they had already said goodbye and left in order to create an opportunity for the boss Gong Xian. They knew that the boss wanted to sleep with Zhao Yashu tonight. Therefore, no one tried to stop Zhang Yi from leaving.
What's going on?
When Gong Xian came out of the bathroom, he saw the bodyguard lying on the ground. Zhang Yi and Zhao Yashu were missing, which made him a little unbelievable. Boss, he is also a warrior, with a higher level of cultivation than me, so I couldn't knock him out.
The bodyguard, sweating profusely from the pain, explained weakly. A work secretary is actually a warrior? More powerful than my bodyguard? Gong Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The cooked duck actually flew away? How embarrassed is this for him? So infuriating. My little secretary, you've ruined my plan. Gong Xian roared in anger, feeling extremely depressed and aggrieved. It was supposed to be a happy ending. It's a mess now. Tomorrow she will have to endure Zhao Yashu's angry questioning, and maybe even Zhao Yashu's boyfriend Chao Dajuan will come to visit. If it's not handled properly, it will be a big trouble. Chao Dajuan is no small character.
Zhang Yi carried Zhao Yashu into the car and soon returned to the presidential suite of the hotel. After putting Zhao Yashu on the bed, his eyes went dark and he was a little overwhelmed. He fell headfirst onto the bed and fainted.
Gong Xian's bodyguard is a retired Special Forces soldier.
His palm strike is very sophisticated and can easily make people unconscious. It is not easy for Zhang Yi to persist until now. Zhao Yashu was not soundly asleep, she was just groggy and listless.
In a hazy state.
So, she knew what was happening, but she was powerless to stop it, and she couldn't say anything at all. Now that she was back in the hotel and lying on the bed, her nervous mood finally relaxed. She soon fell into a deep sleep. She was awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. When I looked at the time, it was already midnight. The person who called was, of course, Gong Xian.
Zhao Yashu didn't answer the phone, but sat up with difficulty.
Then she saw Zhang Yi fainted on her bed. The blood from his mouth stained the bed sheets red.
It looked shocking. Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you?
Zhao Yashu felt a sharp pain in her heart and tears flowed down her cheeks. She shook Zhang Yi hard. Zhang Yi woke up and raised a hand to wipe the tears from her face.
Boss, don't cry. I'm fine.
You scared me to death, I thought you. Zhao Yashu didn't dare to say anything more, but she still shyly let Zhang Yi wipe away the tears from her face.
Boss, help me up.
I need to use my internal energy to heal my wounds. Zhang Yi found himself completely powerless and unable to get up, so he asked for help.
Let's go to the hospital. I'll call an ambulance.
Zhao Yashu helped Zhang Yi up and was about to make a phone call.
No need to go to the hospital. My injuries are not serious and I will recover soon. Don't worry.
After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he started to heal his wounds by practicing the secret healing method of the Qingxing Neijing. The most serious injuries were to the neck and nose, while the rest of the body was not serious. The true energy surges out from the dantian, passes through certain specific meridians, slowly reaches the injured area, and repairs the damaged part. The pain is slowly subsiding and the injuries are healing.
Half an hour later, I was completely healed.
But it also consumed about 12 days of cultivation. It can be seen that healing also comes at a price.
I'm fine. Zhang Yi opened his eyes. Don't move, I'll wash your face.
Zhao Yashu appeared in front of the bed, holding Zhang Yi in one hand and gently wiping the blood from Zhang Yi's face, mouth, and nose with a hot towel in the other hand. She was very gentle, with her beautiful eyes full of tenderness and love, as if she was afraid of hurting him.
Chapter 53. Do you care about me? Boss, don't ruin the towel. I'm going to take a shower.
Zhang Yi was a little uncomfortable with her gentleness, and he didn't want her to see him in such a miserable state. He gently pushed her away, jumped off the bed, went back to his room to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, and came to Zhao Yashu's room again. Zhao Yashu had just come out of the bathroom, wearing only a snow-white towel, revealing her snow-white shoulders, white, slender and sexy legs, and her cloud-like black hair was also wet. Obviously she had washed her hair. When she saw Zhang Yi walk in with the room card, her cheeks flushed.
But she didn't scold Zhang Yi. Instead, she asked with concern, "Are you really recovered? You really don't need to go to the hospital?" "I'm really recovered. I don't need to go to the hospital."
Zhang Yi nodded and walked over, taking the hairdryer to blow her hair. Zhao Yashu's hair was black, thick, and long. Hair like clouds and waterfalls probably refers to her hair. She had just taken a shower, and the scent of shampoo and shower gel mixed with the remaining perfume on her body exuded a very pleasant smell, and one breath of it was refreshing. Zhang Yi felt intoxicated. I'll do it myself. Zhao Yashu's face turned red, she felt a little embarrassed and a little coy. The personal secretary blew her hair intimately, which made her feel very warm and recalled some beautiful moments. So she didn't refuse completely, just to be polite. Boss, I'm your personal secretary. It's normal for me to blow dry your hair. Besides, it's my honor and something I look forward to. Zhang Yi continued to blow his hair while playing with it lovingly. He was really a little obsessed with it. After blowing their hair, the two sat opposite each other on the sofa. Zhang Yi looked at her with intoxicated eyes and asked, "Boss, how are you going to deal with this? What do you think?" Zhao Yashu was a little shy and embarrassed. Since Zhang Yi didn't go out, it was difficult for her to put on her clothes. Now she was wrapped in a bath towel. Zhang Yi knew that she was testing and training him, so he frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Boss, given my personality, I won't do business with him and I never want to associate with him. However, you are a businessman, and this will cause you to suffer huge losses. You will not be able to recover the losses, which is not worth it. So, should you continue to complete this order? But will that bastard continue to attack you because he has not been punished? Go on." Zhao Yashu looked at Zhang Yi charmingly. "So, we have to complete the advertising business in the contract and also find a way to punish him and make him feel the pain. But I don't know how to punish him. He has called 9 times tonight and I haven't answered." Zhao Yashu looked at her phone and said, "Now you answer it, and then do this and that." "Yes, boss." Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Soon, Gong Xian called again. Zhang Yi answered the call, on speakerphone of course. "Boss Zhao, you finally answered my call. Let me tell you, this is a misunderstanding. It's all because of your little secretary." Gong Xian's slightly anxious voice came from the phone. "Boss Gong, please don't put the blame on me. My boss is still drunk and I just woke up from a coma. I was just about to report the case and notify my boss boyfriend Chao Dajuan. You just wait for the police to come and Chao Dajuan's anger. I hope you can hold on." Zhang Yi interrupted the other person angrily. No. Gong Xian, who was on the phone in the mansion, felt as if he had eaten dog shit. The person who answered the phone was not Zhao Yashu, but the secretary who ruined his plan. It's so fucking embarrassing. The secretary heard me saying bad things about her. Pa. Before he could say anything else, Zhang Yi hung up the phone. He had no good feelings towards the lust-blinded Gong Xian and didn't want to say a word to him. "I'm so pissed off." Gong Xian was so angry that he almost smashed the phone. He was a billionaire, but he was hung up by a little secretary? It's simply the reverse of Tiangang. But he was afraid that Zhang Yi would call the police and contact Chao Dajuan, which would cause a lot of trouble, ruin his reputation, and make him a huge joke. So he quickly called Zhao Yashu again. After the phone rang for a long time, Zhang Yi answered it again and said angrily, "Are you done yet? You have the guts to do bad things, but you don't have the guts to bear the consequences? And you want to shift the blame to me? Do you have any shame? I'm sorry for what happened just now. I didn't mean to shift the blame to you, but you reacted too strongly. It wasn't a big deal, just a small matter. You also know that your boss and I have business dealings, and we just signed an advertising contract tonight. Please don't provoke conflicts. Please don't call the police or tell Chao Dajuan. Instead, wait for your boss to wake up and let her handle it herself. Please tell her that I have paid the business cooperation fee in advance and that 30 million will be transferred to your company's account immediately. Please ask her not to cause any more trouble." Gong Xian spoke very quickly. The method adopted is to spend money to avoid disaster. Advertising business never pays first, but pays after completion, and often finds various reasons to deduct millions of dollars in the balance. Paying in full now, and in advance, is like spending millions more. I'll ask the company's finance department. If I've received the money, I'll wait for my boss to wake up and explain it to her. If I haven't received the money in half an hour, I'll have to call the police. Zhang Yi said coldly. It will be in your account within half an hour, don't worry. Gong Xian's face turned pale and he almost smashed the phone again. Was he threatened by that asshole secretary again? Zhang Yi hung up the phone and waited for only 20 minutes before the 30 million arrived in his account because Zhao Yashu received a text message from the bank.
It's a good performance. Zhao Yashu went into the bathroom and put on a white suspender skirt.
She came to Zhang Yi with a strong fragrance and said with a smile, "You have more and more advantages, and I appreciate you more and more."
What I didn't expect the most was that you were actually good at fighting? Otherwise, I would have been in trouble tonight. Boss, you took a really risky risk this time. You shouldn't have gotten drunk and let that bastard get the chance. Zhang Yi said seriously.
I dared to get drunk because I trusted you and knew you would protect me at all costs.
30 million advertising business is a big deal and I don't want to lose it.
Zhao Yashu said, but I didn't expect that even though you tried so hard to stop him, he still wouldn't give up and planned to knock you out and get you drunk. It can be described as crazy, and he paid the price for it.
Boss, don't take risks like this in the future.
If I hadn't defeated Gong Xian's bodyguards and taken you away this time, you would have been insulted by that bastard.
Zhang Yi said with fear on his face. Are you concerned about me?
The corners of Zhao Yashu's mouth curled up, and she seemed to be in a good mood.
Chapter 54 Rewards. I'm warning you. Zhang Yi said unhappily. So you're jealous?
A faint blush appeared on Zhao Yashu's pretty face, her beautiful eyes became watery, and her voice became very gentle.
Boss, you are as beautiful as a fairy, and I am your personal secretary.
I get along with you day and night, and I have long been deeply in love with you.
I am indeed jealous, and I am very unhappy. Zhang Yi said angrily. When I found out you practiced Tai Chi, I knew you had a talent for it.
I even kept an eye on you, and from that I knew you were quite strong and that you could protect me without much of a problem.
That's why I took a risk. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. Don't be angry, okay?
Zhao Yashu looked at Zhang Yi charmingly, and her voice became more gentle.
Are you using me as a bodyguard?
Zhang Yi felt a little depressed and aggrieved.
There was a big gap in their IQs.
His brain wasn't as quick as Zhao Yashu's, and he was being used by her without even realizing it. Still here caring about her, warning her, jealous and so on.
It feels a bit like a clown. Make the best use of everything.
Zhao Yashu suppressed her laughter.
Just now you were practicing the Changxing Neijing, right? Have you registered on the Professional Elite website? You registered for Professional Male God, right? Just now I looked carefully. Are you Shuaishan or 008? Why do you ask so clearly?
Zhang Yi was so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He saved Zhao Yashu once, but his true identity was completely exposed, even his underwear was seen.
But I got nothing, not even a pair of pants. I'm just curious.
You're a professional man, but you actually took the initiative to apply for my secretary position.
The salary is also average. Do you really like it? Shouldn't you be looking for a high-paying position on the Professional Elite website?
Zhao Yashu smiled, as if she had already begun to suspect Zhang Yi.
Fortunately, Zhang Yi didn't do anything to let her down.
I had just registered at that time and was penniless and had to eat dirt. I couldn't wait for a job to come to me and was looking for one myself, Zhang Yi said. Because I didn't have any special skills and not much work experience, I was worried that no boss would be interested in me, so I had to take the initiative.
What level is your cultivation talent? Zhao Yashu nodded with a smile and asked again. Level 3. Zhang Yi lied.
His talent was too good, so he dared not expose it. Afraid of causing any trouble or disaster. I trusted you so much, treated you so well, and even asked Zhao Yi to guide you, but you have been hiding so many secrets from me.
Zhao Yashu nodded with relief and gave Zhang Yi a fierce look. I just hid my talent for cultivation because I don't think it's important. Now is the technological age, and cultivation has long been outdated. No matter how good you are at fighting, you can't withstand a bullet. No matter how powerful you are, you can only be a bodyguard. Therefore, high IQ and EQ are the most important.
They can determine whether you can rise and succeed, but I am mediocre.
Zhang Yi was a little embarrassed.
If you can advance to the Chongmai realm and live a few hundred more years, you will know the horror and wonder of cultivation.
It's a pity that you missed the best years for cultivation.
You only have 6 years of golden cultivation time left.
You can only become a level 2 warrior at best. However, your descendants have a chance.
So, don't underestimate yourself, and don't feel inferior.
You are excellent, and I admire you very much.
Zhao Yashu said seriously. If I advance to Chongmai, I can live a few hundred more years.
If I spend that much time cultivating, I can indeed become rich. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he became even more excited about his future. Because his cultivation talent can reach at least level 16, he can be promoted to level 9 warrior before the age of 30. You don't have to expect your own descendants, you can do it yourself. You have done a great job today. I plan to reward you well. Just tell me, what reward do you want? Zhao Yushu smiles like a flower. I think. Zhang Yi's longing gaze fell on Zhao Yushu's red lips for the first time, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. What are you thinking about? I really can't understand how men think. What a smart woman Zhao Yushu is. Of course, she knew what prize Zhang Yi wanted right away. She was shy and angry, and also had a strange sweetness and warmth. Boss, I just want this reward, okay? Zhang Yi asked eagerly again. I'm going to give you a big reward, like 1 million in cash. So, would you please think about it carefully? Zhao Yushu smiled. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were just giving me a random reward. Zhang Yi's heart was bleeding, but changing his words now would seem too mercenary, so he pretended to be unshakable and regarded money as dirt, and continued to look at her eagerly and said, Boss, I just want this reward. You are such a fool. Zhao Yushu felt shy and annoyed, but more of it was sweetness and touching. It turns out that in his mind, a kiss with her is more precious than $1 million in cash. You know, now he is a poor loser with nothing and he is extremely eager for money. So he likes me so much? Am I so important in his heart? I lost $1 million. I must give it a good kiss. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yi thought she must have agreed, so he stopped being polite and gently hugged her. I love you. Zhang Yi looked at Zhao Yushu, who closed her eyes and shouted in his heart. He knew it clearly in his heart. Because he saved her, he gained her greater recognition, and his relationship with Zhao Yushu broke through some boundaries. She became more gentle and sweet to him, and also more enthusiastic. The positioning of the two is a bit unclear. She was more than just his boss. I am not just her personal secretary. Chapter 55. Stop, or I'll be angry. Fool. Zhao Yushu's heart ached slightly, and she gave Zhang Yi a shy look. Then she asked coquettishly, Do you regret it now? Do you regret asking for this reward? No regrets. Zhang Yi said seriously, This kiss will become the most precious memory in my life. I will remember it forever. On every lonely night, I will recall this sweet moment and fall asleep sweetly, meeting you in my dreams. You are so handsome, and you have a great talent for cultivation. You will find an excellent girl that you like and love deeply in the future. Don't feel inferior or so sad. Zhao Yushu was moved again and comforted him softly. Boss, I really like you. I don't believe I can meet a woman who is better and more beautiful than you. I also find it hard to believe that I will fall in love with another woman again. Zhang Yi hugged Zhao Yushu tightly in his arms again. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't, because I have a boyfriend. Zhao Yushu said coquettishly. What a good woman. She can still stand her ground at this time. I like her so much. Zhang Yi sighed secretly. I'm a little worried that I can't even hook up with her like this. How to complete the commission? Although she is unwilling to cheat, it means that she still loves Chao Dajuan and will reconcile with Chao Dajuan sooner or later. But what if we continue to be in a cold war with Chao's army? So, I still have to find a way to seduce her. However, he was also a little flattered. She actually said that it was not that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. It can be seen that she also likes him very much and has him in her heart. So he said, Boss, you are just his girlfriend, not his wife. Why can't you do that? Without waiting for her to answer, he continued indignantly, You were so good to him and kept your virginity for him, but how did he treat you? He slept with his female secretary and often went to private clubs to have sex. Your analysis makes sense. I've been considering whether to break up with him, but before breaking up, I can't hook up with other men. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Do you understand? Zhao Yushu said seriously. I don't quite understand. Zhang Yi was very disappointed. I just hope that she will make a mistake too and forgive Chao Dajuan. But Zhao Yushu was too principled, leaving him helpless. Don't encourage me. If you have the guts, just confess to me and say you want to be my boyfriend? Then maybe I will agree, call him and break up with him, and then you can do whatever you want. Zhao Yushu said coquettishly. I am not worthy of you.
Zhang Yi was really tempted, but still refused with difficulty.
There's no point in confessing, she will reject it.
He is just a little secretary, how can he be worthy of Zhao Yeshu, a female billionaire with a net worth of billions? Even if he confessed his love and she agreed to be his girlfriend, Chao Dajuan would never let him go and would hack him to death.
The end must be miserable. Since you still have some sense, stop imagining it. Let's have a good chat.
Zhao Yeshu was slightly disappointed, but also breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that he would really confess his feelings, which would be a big trouble.
What are you talking about?
Zhang Yi lay side by side with her on the bed and had really no interest in chatting.
Let's just talk about whether there is any improvement in your response tonight?
Zhao Yeshu said seriously.
You don't think I'm coping very well, do you? Zhang Yi immediately heard the hidden meaning and said, touching his forehead.
It's not that it's not very good, it's not good at all, it's failing.
Zhao Yeshu said bluntly, you are just gambling your life. If the bodyguard is stronger than you, the consequences will be disastrous. So how do you think I should deal with it? Zhang Yi was a little unconvinced. Do you know what the most vulnerable part of your body is? Zhao Yeshu didn't answer but asked instead. Of course I do. Zhang Yi looked down in confusion. Then when a mosquito lands on your most vulnerable part, you will understand that reckless action will not solve the problem, right? You can't just slap it, right? Zhao Yeshu said. Of course I won't do it recklessly. Zhang Yi nodded a little awkwardly. The situation was similar. Why did you foolishly wait for the other party to make the first move? What if you couldn't win? You should have used your wisdom. The bodyguard thought you were a weak secretary and didn't take you seriously. When he rushed out and said you were stupid, you should have followed his will and surrendered, then found an opportunity to sneak attack him and severely injure him instead of waiting for him to make the first move. Then you wouldn't have been injured so badly, and the process wouldn't have been so thrilling. Boss, you are really smart. If I use your method, I can definitely take you away unscathed. Zhang Yi's face was full of admiration.
I was very angry at the time, and my brain was too slow to react. I just wanted to fight them to the death, and I didn't care about anything else. In fact, he didn't tell the real reason.
He was too poor and didn't dare to take action first. If he took action first and injured someone, he would have to pay compensation, which he couldn't afford. A poor man has low aspirations and is timid. You can only fight back in self-defense.
It can be said that this is a sorrow unique to the poor. You have not been tempered enough and have not experienced much, so you have no experience.
In the future, remember to use your brain more. The brain is more useful than force. Unless you have unrivaled force.
Zhao Yeshu believed Zhang Yi's words and comforted him.
Thank you for your advice, boss.
It's true that a conversation with you is worth 10 years of study.
Zhang Yi said gratefully.
Zhao Yeshu's method was indeed the best, and he admired her for that. She is indeed a rich and beautiful woman with a net worth of over 10 billion.
After chatting for a while, Zhao Yeshu said, it's late, go back to your room and rest, I want to sleep too. Zhang Yi hesitated and just didn't want to leave. Alas, what an injustice.
Of course Zhao Yeshu knew that Zhang Yi didn't want to leave because he was not satisfied, so she sighed softly.
Chapter 56, Beautiful Girl Comes to Your Door. I just need to rest for 5 minutes.
Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat and he spoke with anticipation and longing.
Humph, get out of here. Zhao Yeshu was very dissatisfied with Zhang Yi's answer and glared at Zhang Yi fiercely. Zhang Yi got out of bed awkwardly and went back to his room in embarrassment. I secretly feel a little regretful. You shouldn't answer like that. She was obviously testing him. I am so stupid. Zhang Yi lay on the bed and closed his eyes. The memories were so beautiful.
He had never dared to even think about such a thing. But it happened so naturally.
Of course, it's not that I got lucky.
Rather, he had performed very well since he started working, he had not used the dolls, and had not even opened the packaging. He had not slept with any of the little princesses in the club, and he did not dare to do anything when Lu Qinglan slept in his arms that day. Especially today, he had shown enough loyalty and good character, plus bravery.
I can say that I have entered her heart.
That made her let go of her reserve and pride as a top white, rich and beautiful woman and be willing to help him.
Why did Zhao Yeshu ask me that just now? Was it a test or temptation?
Zhang Yi calmed down, lit a cigarette, and began to think carefully.
Could it be that she wants me to help her by massaging her? Yes, it must be. I am so stupid.
I should have taken the opportunity to give her a good massage. The relationship with her will definitely go further. Alas, this feeling can be recalled, but it was gone at that time. I hope there will be another chance in the future.
I must seize it well. Zhang Yi sighed in his heart. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Didn't you say that there is no business today and you don't have to meet clients? Can I sleep in?
Zhang Yi determined that the call was from Zhao Yushu. The work for this trip to Guangzhou has been completed.
Signed 3 big orders.
So even though today is Friday, I don't have to go to work. I plan to have a good time in Guangzhou for a few days, have a happy weekend, and then go back to Shenzhen. He picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table and saw that it was Lu Qinglan calling, so he answered the call. Lu Qinglan's charming voice came from the phone. Zhang Yi, I'm outside the door, please open the door.
Impossible?
Zhang Yi was a little bit unbelieving, but he still got up, dressed, walked out of his room, and opened the door of the presidential suite. Then he was stunned and confused. Because standing outside the door was really the gorgeous, enchanting, sexy and alluring Lu Qinglan.
The exquisite makeup is like a dream. A faint fragrance wafts into the air. It can make any man addicted.
At this moment, Zhang Yi suspected that he was dreaming that Lu Qinglan came to Yangchang. He also suspected that he was hallucinating, which was why he saw Lu Qinglan in Yangchang.
Am I really obsessed with her? That's why I think about her day and night. Is this a dream or an illusion? Zhang Yi sighed secretly in his heart.
Lu Qinglan was so beautiful and sexy that he was really lost. It was impossible for him to forget her in a short time. So, Lu Qinglan appeared in his dreams many times in the past few days.
How was it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Sister Lan, why did you come to Yangchang? Could it be that I can't come?
The corners of Lu Qinglan's mouth curled up and her eyes were charming.
Of course you can come. Are you here alone? I came here with Duan Jie.
Lu Qinglan said with a smile.
Oh my god.
Zhang Yi was so frightened that he almost peed his pants and stepped back a long distance.
You were so brave that night, why are you such a coward today?
Lu Qinglan approached step by step, and finally forced Zhang Yi to fall on the bed.
Sister Lan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Can you please forgive me?
Zhang Yi raised his hands.
He really didn't dare to get involved with this woman. She was too good at torturing people.
If he stayed with her, he would have a heart attack sooner or later.
Coward, he didn't come. I came here alone.
I got Zhao Yashu's room number and came here directly. Lu Qinglan crawled up, breathing sweetly and throwing him a seductive look.
In an instant, Zhang Yi was lost.
Fortunately, no one knocked on the door during this time.
Oh my god, was I too bold just now?
Zhang Yi's scalp was tingling and his heart was beating wildly. Now he loved and hated Lu Qinglan. He loved her unparalleled beauty and charm, but hated her love for teasing and playing tricks on him, which made his heart almost jump out of his chest.
Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhang Yi, are you up?
Zhao Yashu's voice also came from outside the door. This time Zhang Yi was really scared to death.
Lu Qinglan was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked at Zhang Yi mischievously, wanting to see what he would do. Chapter 57, Can't Stop. Boss, wait a minute, I overslept, I'll get up now. Zhang Yi shouted. Then get up and come to my room to find me.
Zhao Yashu's charming voice came from outside the door.
Okay. Zhang Yi agreed and hugged Lu Qinglan. Sister Lan, please be kind and forgive me this time? He was really afraid that Zhao Yashu would know, the consequences would be disastrous. Whoever takes it off gets to wear it. In the end, Lu Qinglan chose to let Zhang Yi go. Okay, I'll put it on for you. Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He let out a long sigh and began to put clothes on her clumsily.
Lu Qinglan's lips curled up, she looked very happy, proud, and sweet. Sister Lan, doesn't she know you're here? Zhang Yi asked cautiously. I didn't tell her.
Lu Qinglan said with a smile. After putting on her clothes, Lu Qinglan ran to the bathroom to tidy up her clothes, while Zhang Yi looked outside through the peephole. He felt relieved only when he found that Zhao Yashu was not outside the door. After a while, the door of Zhang Yi's room opened. Lu Qinglan, smiling like a flower, pulled Zhang Yi, who looked very unnatural, out.
Then she walked into Zhao Yashu's room with a sly smile and said, "Yashu, are you surprised or not? Why are you here?" Zhao Yashu was stunned. "I came to play with you,"
Lu Qinglan said with a smile.
"When did you come?" A trace of doubt arose in Zhao Yashu's heart. Could it be that Lu Qinglan had arrived last night? Had she slept with her secretary Zhang Yi for the whole night? Otherwise, how could Zhang Yi oversleep and get up only now? "I just arrived. I asked Zhang Yi to open the door."
Lu Qinglan remained calm and collected. She was simply an expert in lying.
Then why is he looking so guilty? Zhao Yashu glanced at Zhang Yi. "Because when I asked him to open the door, he was.
I saw through him."
Lu Qinglan glanced at Zhang Yi playfully. Zhang Yi almost fainted.
This girl really knows how to talk nonsense.
Doing something bad again so early in the morning? Zhao Yashu was stunned.
"Boss, did you tell her the room number?"
Zhang Yi walked over and whispered in Zhao Yashu's ear. "After you left last night, I chatted with her." Zhao Yashu was a little embarrassed.
She really leaked it accidentally. As a result, Zhang Yi was caught doing something bad by Lu Qinglan.
It must be embarrassing, right?
Soon the three of them went downstairs to eat lunch.
Zhao Yashu asked doubtfully, "Qinglan, is Duan Jia willing to let you come to Yancheng alone?"
"Now he has a new beautiful secretary, and he doesn't care where I go. Besides, I've already told him that I'm here to play with you, and I'll ask Zhang Yi to give me a few massages. I need to take good care of my ankles."
Lu Qinglan felt a little resentful. No man is good.
Zhao Yashu's face also turned bad.
"I am innocent and was shot."
Zhang Yi shrank his neck and dared not say a word. He just ate in silence, listened to them criticizing men in silence, and admired their beauty and sexiness in silence. Zhao Yashu is beautiful, elegant, confident, and strong.
Lu Qinglan is charming, beautiful, sexy, and coquettish.
The two of them are top beauties of different types, but both have a special relationship with him. He is Zhao Yashu's secretary.
He massages Zhao Yashu every day and is very familiar with her body.
Zhao Yashu is also very special to him, otherwise she would not have helped him last night. Now his relationship with Zhao Yashu has become unclear. It's a miracle that a poor guy like me can have such good fortune. On this day, Zhang Yi accompanied two beauties to go shopping and relax.
He was very tired.
Men can't go shopping as well as women.
When he returned to the hotel in the evening, he was even more tired.
Because he wanted to give them massages.
He gave Zhao Yashu a massage first.
She was much more generous today.
So Zhang Yi was also very comfortable and satisfied. "When you give Qinglan a massage later, you must stay calm and don't do anything rash, okay?"
Zhao Yashu warned seriously. She didn't think at all that Lu Qinglan would fall in love with a poor loser like Zhang Yi and have an ambiguous relationship with Zhang Yi. What she was worried about was that Zhang Yi could not remain stable.
"Don't worry, boss. I can definitely keep you steady. I've been massaging you for so long, and you've kept yourself steady, haven't you?" Zhang Yi nodded seriously. "You were not honest last night. Do you still think you can stay calm?"
Zhao Yashu rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi.
"I misunderstood last night."
"Boss, if you don't believe me, I'll come back to accompany you after I finish massaging Sister Lan,"
Zhang Yi said embarrassedly. The presidential suite has 3 rooms. There was just enough room for each of the 3 of them.
But Zhang Yi was really afraid that he would lose stability and go to sleep with Lu Qinglan for a night, and he was also afraid that Lu Qinglan would sleep in his room. Then there is a high possibility that Zhao Yashu knows about the ambiguous relationship between him and Lu Qinglan.
The consequences would be disastrous.
But if Zhao Yashu agreed to let him sleep with her, then everything could be prevented.
Nonsense.
Zhao Yashu blushed and glared at Zhang Yi fiercely.
"Sister, relax, I'll massage you to sleep."
Zhang Yi awkwardly changed the subject and used all his skills to quickly make Zhao Yashu fall asleep.
Zhang Yi tiptoed out,
knocked on the door and entered Lu Qinglan's room.
Lu Qinglan had already showered and was wearing a suspender miniskirt. "Sister Lan, I'll start massaging you now. My boss is asleep and won't come out to check." Zhang Yi was very embarrassed and felt guilty. "I really was going a bit too far.
I will explain our relationship to Yashu tomorrow." After Zhang Yi finished massaging her ankles, Lu Qinglan said seriously.
No, absolutely not." Zhang Yi was almost scared to death.
Why not? Truth will come to light sooner or later. I must have a good discussion with her about how to deal with this, instead of hiding it from her. Lu Qinglan said unhappily.
Chapter 58. I'm obsessed with you. Because, she will definitely fire me after she finds out, and I don't want to be unemployed. Zhang Yi hesitated, not knowing how to explain. I can introduce you to a job. You can also be my personal secretary. Isn't that what you want? Sister Lan, I can't be your personal secretary.
Your boyfriend will kill me if he finds out. Zhang Yi's heart was pounding with fear and sweat broke out on his forehead.
This girl is so mean.
She just wants to make his life miserable and torture him.
Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Do you think I'm really here to date you? Lu Qinglan frowned and seemed very angry. So what are you doing here?
Zhang Yi touched his forehead and said with a splitting headache.
I'm here to be a car model. The time is tomorrow. I won't have the strength to stand all day tomorrow.
Lu Qinglan said angrily.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Zhang Yi felt a little regretful and finally realized his mistake.
You are Yashu's personal secretary, not my personal secretary. Why should I talk to you?
Lu Qinglan pouted her cherry lips.
But didn't you say that I'm your man? Let me make money to support you in the future? You can tell me when you come to Guangzhou to be a car model. Zhang Yi said cautiously, then I will never bully you, not even once. I treat you as my man, but what about you? Do you take me to heart? You don't care about me at all. Sister Lan, you wronged me. I really care about you in my heart. I like you very much. If you really care about me, why did you hide so many secrets from me?
It turns out that you are a professional male god, and it turns out that you have a third-level cultivation talent. This time you saved Zhao Yeshu once and helped her earn 30 million.
You are so capable, but I didn't know it at all. Lu Qinglan was very angry, depressed, and aggrieved.
I originally thought that I had Zhang Yi under control and could easily control him, but I didn't expect that this was not the case at all. This little loser who seems to have nothing good to offer except being handsome is actually quite capable. I actually suffered a great loss at his hands. These are just my insignificant little secrets. I just don't have time to tell you. Zhang Yi said sincerely. He could guess it with his toes, and it was probably Zhao Yashu who let it slip accidentally. Perhaps, in Zhao Yashu's view, these secrets were not really secrets and there was no need to hide them, so she told Lu Qinglan when they were shopping today. What other secrets do you have? Tell me all of them. I want to know. Lu Qinglan asked. I have no secrets anymore, really no secrets. You are lying again. It turns out you are also a liar. Lu Qinglan was greatly disappointed and on the verge of tears, looking extremely pitiful. I didn't lie to you, there are really no secrets. Zhang Yi's scalp tingled. This woman was really good at using her talents to torture men. You like Zhao Yashu, isn't that a secret in your heart? You don't want her to know about our relationship, isn't it because you're afraid that you won't be able to sleep with her? Lu Qinglan said in shock. Zhang Yi was completely speechless and extremely shocked. How did Lu Qinglan know this big secret? Does Zhao Yashu really trust Lu Qinglan so much that she doesn't hide anything from her? Even the secret that I, her personal secretary, liked her was told to others? Or is Lu Qinglan cheating? I have a headache. Not enough brains. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi stopped thinking about it and said with a straight face, then go tell her that we are on good terms. I just don't want to be unemployed. So now you are not afraid of losing your job? Lu Qinglan was slightly happy and asked again. I'm afraid, but if I can prove my innocence, losing my job is not an option. Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Now he finally understood that Lu Qinglan was indeed deceiving him and she was secretly jealous. Alas, I am just a poor loser, how could I deserve to make Zhao Yashu and Lu Qinglan jealous of each other? Zhang Yi increased the speed of the massage, and soon Lu Qinglan fell into a happy and sweet sleep. He covered her with the quilt. Backed out carefully. He returned to his room, lay on the bed, lit a cigarette, and looked conflicted. Alas, when facing Lu Qinglan, I couldn't resist her temptation at all. When facing Zhao Yashu, he was looking forward to having an intimate relationship with her. But I probably didn't fall in love with Lu Qinglan. What I fell in love with was her peerless beauty and enchanting charm. So, I fell in love with my boss Zhao Yashu. Zhao Yushu is beautiful, has a good figure, is kind-hearted, extremely smart, and has good means. She is principled and well-behaved in her work and life. Unfortunately, Zhao Yushu, like Lin Ruobing, is not the woman he can have. What is giving him a headache now is how to deal with the relationship with Lu Qinglan and Zhao Yushu. Unfortunately, my IQ is limited and I can't think of any good solution. Perhaps, the only thing to do is to complete the commission as quickly as possible, find another job, and deal with it coldly. Otherwise, something bad will happen sooner or later. The end would be very tragic. The next morning, Lu Qinglan went to the auto show to be a car model. Zhao Yushu couldn't stay idle either, so she knocked on Zhang Yi's door early in the morning. "Zhang Yi, let's go to the auto show and take a look at the car models you like, okay?"
"When did I say I like car models?" Zhang Yi said in astonishment. "Don't you men just like car models?
At every auto show, you don't look at the cars, but at the graceful car models."
"I understand it too well." Zhao Yushu smiled. "But I only like you.
Zhang Yi, you should find a girlfriend as soon as possible.
There are many beautiful girls in our company.
You may not fail to get them if you pursue them. They don't look down on poor losers like me. In 3 years, you can be a bodyguard with an annual salary of 1 million.
There will be many beautiful women who like you. Don't be obsessed with a woman you shouldn't be obsessed with, okay?"
Zhao Yushu stood on tiptoe and raised her pretty face, her face full of shyness and her heart full of confusion. On the one hand, she enjoyed Zhang Yi's liking and obsession with her, but on the other hand, she was worried that Zhang Yi would get stuck in it and never get out.
"But I am a married woman and I can't be his woman. Boss, I'm obsessed with you." Chapter 59 Desire. Lu Qinglan went to work as a car model, leaving only her and Zhang Yi in the presidential suite.
Moreover, my relationship with him had long been unclear. It could be said that they were boss and employee, or boss and lover, and the latter seemed more appropriate.
It won't be a big problem if you avoid being alone with him.
But I couldn't stay idle early in the morning, so I knocked on his door and went into his room. Nominally, I wanted to go to the auto show, but it was too early and I could have done something else first.
This is what I expect deep down in my heart.
Zhang Yi is not a fool, he must think so too, and he has understood what I mean.
Believe that you are here to throw yourself into someone's arms. No, he can't be allowed to think that.
So, Zhao Yushu refused weakly and resisted hard. "Boss, you are so beautiful, don't be so reserved." Zhao Yushu was confused, her pretty face was burning, and her eyelashes kept trembling.
She seemed to be drunk, not knowing east, west, south, or north.
She seemed to have returned to her teenage years when she was in love. Now her relationship with Chao Dajuan is no longer a romantic one.
There is no longer any feeling of attraction for each other.
If they weren't really a perfect match, she would have broken up with him long ago. Seeing her so seductive and passionate, Zhang Yi was also very moved, and felt particularly excited and expectant.
"I can't control myself anymore."
He boldly picked her up by the waist and placed her on his bed.
"Zhang Yi, don't mess around."
Zhao Yushu refused and resisted weakly, but her hands had already wrapped around Zhang Yi's neck.
She was a little out of control of herself.
But reason told her that she couldn't go on like this. So, she scolded him fiercely, "Zhang Yi, since you don't dare to be my boyfriend, you can't do anything wrong, otherwise I will really be angry."
This statement is very insightful and makes a lot of sense. "Can I give you a massage?"
Zhang Yi stopped with great regret.
It still wouldn't work today.
There was a lack of atmosphere in broad daylight. Maybe she just wanted to be close to him and enjoy the wonderful feeling of being in love, and she didn't think about having a relationship with him. Don't expect too much from yourself, and don't expect too much. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive. However, there is hope that the mission can be accomplished. Because she also developed different feelings for him, her ambiguous relationships with him became more frequent. If she hadn't been so strong-willed and rational, they would have gone to bed long ago. Then, she will understand that when men and women spend too much time together, they will naturally develop feelings for each other. When she returns from Yangchang, she is very likely to change her attitude towards Chao's army.
Good.
Zhao Yushu was very pleased that Zhang Yi understood her thoughts.
Zhang Yi let her go reluctantly. "Start massaging her."
Zhao Yushu's pretty face was rosy and her eyes were watery. She covered her lower abdomen with a quilt to prevent herself from catching a cold.
"Zhao Yushu, I love you." Zhang Yi felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment.
In the past, she was on guard against him in various ways, not allowing this or that. But now I have developed feelings for him, so this and that are allowed.
Basically, I am defenseless against him. An hour later, Zhang Yi and Zhao Yushu appeared at the bustling auto show.
Zhang Yi's eyes were opened.
He saw many luxury cars: Mercedes, BMW, Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Ferrari.
Also saw many car models. They were dressed up beautifully, standing gracefully beside luxury cars, posing coquettishly, with blushing faces, enjoying the passionate gazes of countless men, and being photographed and even group photographed by countless people. He also saw Lu Qinglan, who seemed to stand out from the crowd. Lu Qinglan was dressed particularly beautifully today, wearing a very cool tight skirt, black stockings, and high heels. She changed her posture from time to time and lifted her hair from time to time. Her eyes are as charming as lightning and her smile is as beautiful as a flower. Many men drooled and almost had nosebleeds. Since Lu Qinglan was the most beautiful of all the car models, there were so many men surrounding her that there was no way to get in.
What kind of man would be able to pursue this car model? She must be a very wealthy man's woman. Ordinary people can only look at her. Everyone was admiring Lu Qinglan's beauty with all their heart and discussing it enthusiastically.
Of course Zhang Yi heard it, and felt inexplicably comfortable and proud. I am not a wealthy man, just a poor loser who has nothing and has accomplished nothing.
I am much poorer than you.
Chapter 60 Jealousy.
Qinglan is so beautiful today that she almost drives so many men crazy. Do you like her too?
Seeing that Zhang Yi was staring at Lu Qinglan and couldn't take his eyes away, Zhao Yushu felt a little jealous and asked Zhang Yi in his ear.
Boss, you have asked this question many times. The person I like is you, not her. Zhang Yi quickly withdrew his gaze guiltily and looked at Zhao Yushu and made a serious promise. Men's words are lies. Do you think I will believe them?
You must like her because she is beautiful, sexy and charming, which is the type men like most. The corners of Zhao Yushu's mouth curled up, seeming very happy, but she was still refutation.
Boss, you are too unconfident.
You are no less beautiful than Lu Qinglan, and even more beautiful and elegant than her.
Isn't it normal that I like you more?
But you like her too, you look at her differently.
Boss, you are wronging me. I look at you differently. Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
So Zhao Yushu was so jealous? It seemed that she really regarded him as her lover. He quickly changed the subject and asked, how much money can Lu Qinglan make in a day?
600,000 a day.
Zhao Yushu said lightly.
Oh my god, 600,000 a day?
Zhang Yi was stunned, extremely shocked, and his eyes turned red with envy. It would take several years of work to earn 600,000.
But she only needed 1 day. No wonder Lu Qinglan became a wealthy woman.
It was so easy for her to make money, and she knew how to invest, so she could get dividends of 50 million every year.
Alas, it is easy for beautiful women to make money. Men simply can't compare. The gap is too big.
Even if I become a high-level warrior in the future, my annual salary will only be 3 million, which is still nothing compared to her. She is also good at investing, so she is very rich, a small wealthy woman.
Zhao Yushu said lightly.
You are a rich woman, and she is also a rich woman. Your husband is a rich man, and her husband is also a rich man. Only I am a poor man with nothing.
Zhang Yi lamented in his heart.
He still owes Chao Dajuan 100,000 yuan, and has not been able to pay it back.
So sad. Are you impressed by her ability to make money? Zhao Yushu asked again.
Zhang Yi suddenly woke up with a start.
Oh no, the boss seemed to be jealous again. Could it be that his love for Lu Qinglan was so obvious that she could see it?
He quickly retorted, Boss, no matter how good Lu Qinglan is at making money, she is not as good as you. This time you came to Yangcheng, you made nearly 100 million directly.
You are the rich woman in my mind. I admire you.
Zhao Yushu's lips curled up, a beautiful smile appeared on her face, and she joked, originally, someone had made great contributions and could have received $1 million bonus, but unfortunately, he didn't want it and chose something else.
Can you please stop talking about this?
Zhang Yi's heart began to bleed again.
He felt so heartbroken that it couldn't be any more painful.
However, he had to pretend to be indifferent, which only exacerbated the pain in his heart. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Boss, now I realize that wealth always flows to the rich, just like water flows to the sea, and what flows to the poor is only suffering.
You said something philosophical.
Poor people don't have the genes for wealth, so if they want to turn their lives around and get rich, they can only rely on learning and hard work. Children of rich people have rich genes, and they tend to succeed more easily. Zhao Yeshu smiled. In fact, you are already good, at least you know you are poor, and at least you are still working hard to change.
And the Professional Elite Network is an important platform for changing your destiny.
The reason why I didn't advise you to register in the past was because I knew you couldn't afford the $1 million registration fee. Unexpectedly, you registered on your own, which shows that you also want to change your destiny.
It's just that your ambition is not enough. How could I have this ability and thinking on my own?
It was Lin Ruobing who helped me. She gave me the opportunity to change my fate, but if I want to truly change it, it will take many years of hard work.
Zhang Yi murmured bitterly in his heart.
To put it bluntly, if he himself earned 1 million and knew that the Professional Elite Network might change his destiny, he would definitely not be willing to spend 1 million to register it.
Therefore, I will always be poor. You can never change your destiny.
The two of them continued to stroll around. Zhao Yeshu looked at luxury cars and Zhang Yi looked at car models, complimenting each other.
Zhao Yeshu would get into the car from time to time to experience it.
Of course, Zhang Yi didn't dare to do that, nor did he have such impulse.
Because he couldn't afford any of the cars at the auto show.
When Zhao Yeshu walked into a Rolls-Royce Phantom to experience it, Zhang Yi couldn't help but find a good position to appreciate Lu Qinglan's beauty. He raised his phone to take a picture, but was pushed away angrily. "You are blocking my view."
"Why did you push me? Don't you know how to change your position?" Zhang Yi looked at him angrily.
"I was watching here peacefully, but you came and took my place." The man was not afraid at all and stared at Zhang Yi fiercely. Then their expressions suddenly changed at the same time.
At the same time, he exclaimed, "Wang Chunhua? Zhang Yi?"
Then the two of them hugged each other passionately. The two of them were classmates in high school and were in the same class, and they had a very good relationship at that time. "We hadn't seen each other for 6 years and had lost contact, but I didn't expect to meet you at the auto show."
It can't be said that it is fate.
The two of them immediately began to chat enthusiastically. Zhang Yi soon learned that Wang Chunhua came to Yangcheng to work after graduating from university. He majored in foreign languages, so he found a job in a foreign company. Since he is eloquent and has high emotional intelligence, he has done very well. Now he is a manager and it is no problem for him to earn $1 million a year.
"I came to the auto show today to see the car models. Of course, I also want to buy a car worth about 500,000 yuan. How are you doing?" Zhang Yi's face was full of bitterness and he really didn't know what to say. "Speaking of work?
I can't do it for long, at most a month."
Talk about achievement?
He had achieved nothing, was penniless, and still owed a debt of 100,000 yuan. "Your clothes are quite high-end, don't tell me you are doing poorly."
Wang Chunhua looked Zhang Yi up and down.
"This is work clothes. I can't afford such clothes myself." Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. "I consulted a fortune teller and he said that I will be lucky after I turn 30, so don't ask me if I am doing well now."
"Then I won't ask. You must be afraid that I will ask you for money." Wang Chunhua was joking, and they immediately added each other on WeChat and left their phone numbers.
Wang Chunhua pointed at the gorgeous Lu Qinglan and said eagerly in a low voice, "There are dozens of car models today, but this one is the most beautiful. She is just like a fairy from heaven. I fell in love with her at first sight."
"Can you help me get her contact information? Can't you go by yourself?" Zhang Yi said in astonishment.